IPA British Championships here at the Hilton Doubletree Hotel, here just on the outskirts of a very sunny Coventry. We're going to be bringing you all the best players in the world who will be competing for the various titles up for grabs this weekend, and we're going to be 3 days of fantastic action. So no place better to be than right in front of your tablet or whichever device you're watching us from. I'm delighted to be joined by our resident expert, Dan Davey. Dan, great to be back at Coventry. Great venue, great atmosphere.
Yeah, it's actually reasonably cool in here, surprisingly. Really, I was kind of fearing the worst, really. Heat wave, but yes, it's all right. It's a nice venue, Hilton Hotel. This room's perfect, really. They got sort of air conditioning all around. It's actually, if anything, it's a little bit chilly on the edges, but perfect. Suits me.
And it's going to be quite hot in here over the next 3 days with the fierce competition, culminating tomorrow night with the main final, the professional final. So people who are just watching IPA and black ball pool for the first time, who are going to be the main players that we need to be looking out for?
Well, the rankings don't lie, so you've immediately got to go Liam Dunster, number one for good reason, world champion. Farnsworth, always there and thereabouts. Clint Hansen recently, top form. Gareth Hibbert just recently won one of the TV events. Corey Reese as well, won the finals of the Champions Cup, wasn't it, that we did? They're your 4 or 5, I suppose. But there's so many, the list can go on, but consistency-wise, you can't really look much further than Dunster. With say like a Farnsworth, and at the moment I'd say Clint just in behind. Funny enough, the winner of this match actually plays Clint as well, and that'd be a last 32 for them. So good luck, guys.
Yeah, I mean we talk about the strength in depth often, but in the pro ranks, I think, like you say, there's probably 10 or 12 that can win this title quite easily.
Well, you mentioned the ones that we just mentioned, and then you say Craig Marsh, Ben Davis, Simon Ward,
Ross Fernie.
Ross Fernie's won 3 pro events in the last 2 seasons. The list goes on, really. Strength and depth's very good, but it's always the same old faces that are consistently semis. Liam Dunster at the last tournament wasn't really anywhere near his best and made 2 finals, which is crazy. But
do we know if he's been putting any practice in for this event?
Well, he told me he didn't put as much in for the previous one because he's just opened a club up there. So I don't know. I haven't spoken to him. We'll see.
The match coming up, Chris Boron and Robert Stephen, are two new professionals, and just explain to the audience why it's so difficult for new pros to break in their first season.
Well, the first thing I suppose is they're always in a prelim, so the top 16 tend to be seeded to the last 32 with the amount of pros we've got at the moment. So they're kind of always having to play for like this now is a last 64 match, and then they'll always have a top 16 seed. So the winner of this doesn't get the guy that's ranked 20th or 23rd. They get a Clint Hansen. So it's tough, but it's a competitive sport. What do you expect? To be handed an easy route to the quarterfinals? That wouldn't happen in the amateur section, so it's not going to happen in the pros.
Yeah. And for people who are watching this version of pool, black ball pool, the official rules of pool, why is it so exciting, and why should people not be going anywhere this afternoon?
I think it's just a very simple rule set to follow. It's probably the easiest on the eye, in my opinion. And you don't tend to get frames that get sort of bogged down, really, like in previous rule sets, or feels like quite a long time ago now. But they're just a very attacking rule set and just quite easy to follow, I think.
So the players who are just about to entertain us all in the next few minutes, Chris Boron and Robert Stephen, as I said, 2 new pros. What are the strengths of these players? What should we be looking out for?
I think Chris really sort of determined. You have to kind of play him to realise how good he is. Not that he doesn't look any good. He looks a very good player, but you have to kind of play him to realise just how sort of dogged, determined. Good shot selection, quite ballsy. Got a lot of bottle about him. If it goes sort of tight, 6 or 7 or, you kind of fancy him to put a big finish out, kind of thing. Robert, I'd probably say I haven't seen an awful lot of him. What I've seen of him, he's silky smooth. I think he's got a snooker background. He actually played a match here on this table at the previous tour. Really good game on the stream against Mark Farnsworth. I think he lost in the deciding frame, but it wasn't the fact that he ran him close, it was the way he did it. He's very, very good. I wouldn't be surprised to see him get later stages of, or if not even to a final or one of these pro events this season. He's very good.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about them as new pros. I mean, that's just in the rankings, but we know how good these players are. You know, these two that could win this tournament. And would it be a shock?
It wouldn't be the expected result, but it wouldn't be Leicester City, underdog type sort of story. So yeah, that I'd probably, in my opinion, say at the moment, from what I've seen, Robert's probably got the best chance. He's probably a slight favourite for this match, but I wouldn't be surprised if Chris won 8-3. It wouldn't surprise me.
So we've got hopefully 6 matches coming for you on the stream today. A couple of those matches later on will feature John McAllister, former world champion, and Mark Boyle, former Premier League champion, both class acts, and both could be lifting the title tomorrow night.
Third match is really good as well, I think. Who's
we struggled for that one.
A couple of eggheads on there.
Is that you?
It's me and Alex O'Donoghue, yeah. Spot the hair, yeah. Yeah, third match on. Second match is John McAllister. Is that right?
I can't remember. But
you'll see. Stay tuned. You'll see.
Somebody will know somewhere. But yeah, and your own form, your own expectations coming into this weekend.
Played a bit more than I did before the last one. Yeah, I played okay last night. Had a little flyer. We'll see. I'm kind of, situation where if I win the first couple of matches, I will probably feel dangerous or feel good. So we'll see. Just one match at a time. Fingers crossed. I'm still involved late tomorrow afternoon. We'll see.
Well, thanks a lot, Dan. As I said, today and tomorrow we'll be focusing on the professional event, culminating with the final somewhere around 9 o'clock tomorrow night. And then on the Sunday we'll be focusing on the open event, the ladies event and the amateur event. So going to be a really, really busy weekend of pool. So, don't go anywhere, enjoy the action. And I think it's time to get over to the commentary box now. Let's get over to Mark Pickworth.
Really rounded it up really well there, and some great info there from our very own Dan Davey. And straight up after this, letting the players just get ready. It's going to be Chris Bowen against Robert Stephen, 2 new professionals. As you see there, that's Robert Stephen's corner there. He's all rearing to go. He's at his seat. There's a regular handshake there from the boys. And here we are now, lagging for a break to see who breaks off first. 2 quality players, and I can tell you a little bit of my opinion about these two. Chris Bowen, he is super attacking. He's not the most orthodox player around the table, but he has some really great shots in store for us, no doubt. And Robert Stephen, as Dan Davies said, very silky cue action. He's very consistent indeed, and he's had some great results recently. Can he build on that? It's going to be England against Scotland. Chris Bowen against Robert Stephen. There's our referee in the middle there, Darren Maidman. We call him Jim. I'm not sure why we call him Jim. He is like a Jim of all trades. He does everything. Works very hard for us here at the IPA. And no doubt you were seeing a lot of him on this TV table over this weekend, along with our other referees as well. Some of the best referees in the game. And they're all here at the IPA. Remember, this is a professional event. There's going to be plenty more events going off this weekend. But this is our starting coverage here over 3 days. And we'll be finishing, coming to a conclusion on Sunday evening. Hopefully not too late Sunday evening. But either way, there's going to be some exciting action all the way through. Chris Bowen, the bazooka. Chris Bowen, I call him the dancer. He loves to do a bit of a dance on his walk-ons. Well, here we go. First look at Chris Bowen. He looks to be in good spirits. And he's been putting in a bit of time. What a break this is. Very clean. And he's got 2 balls, 1 of each. That's a good start there from Chris. A bit disappointed to see the yellow and red go together down in that bottom right hand corner, bottom left hand corner that you're looking on your screen now. But you've got to say, it's an opportunity. Is he looking at like a 4-ball plant here to try and open up the table? Or is it more of a 3-ball plant? Oh, is this going to be unlucky? It is. How has that yellow ended up there? That's extraordinary. And it's now, has he got a shot on yellows? Oh, he don't want a shot on yellows because he's on reds, because he had a red over the pocket. My mistake. I'm getting excited already about this game. Really, that yellow going to the top of the table has favoured him. So, and this is exactly the start the bazooka wanted. Just needs to be a bit careful on that one in the middle of the table. Looking at it, I think it does pass into the top left as well, just in case he gets too much angle, so he might have to come down the table. Looks like he's got into this a bit. Oh, is that okay? Has he got a bit of an angle to miss the black? He's not perfect. Yeah, he had just enough angle just to miss that black. So he's on the cushion, making it a little bit more tricky than he wanted. And this black, it does really only just pass into the two middles, I think. And obviously the top corners as well. But can he get any screw back on this red? He's getting the cue up in the air. This is not an easy shot. He's got the pot. Wow, this one looks mighty thin. In what looked like a pretty easy clearance. It's not turning into too easy one. This black is not easy, especially the opening frame on the TV table. But he's got it, but he's also potted the white. That is unfortunate. I mean, he knew he was going to be canning into the yellow, so he went body if the yellow dropped. But for the white to follow the yellow into the same pocket, you've got to say that's bad luck. Wow. Well, Robert Stephen, he's not had a shot yet, and he's winning this match 1-0. It's going to be Robert Stephen to break next. Well, I'm delighted to say I've got some assistance throughout this match, which is good for me, really. So I might just leave it to the expert that's next to me, and one of our regulars, really. He keeps bugging me to get in this box, but the problem is he keeps playing, he keeps winning matches. But at the moment, we're going to be blessed with him. It's Scott Anderson. Scotty, how are we doing? You've already played a match already, haven't you?
Yeah, just 187.
See, what does it mean? He's not going to be here all afternoon, so he's only going to be here for this one match, because you're back on at 4:30 about, are you?
No, I'm later on.
Oh, you're on later on, are you? All right.
Yeah.
All right, you have got a bit of a rest then. So you are going to be bugging our audience then, aren't you, throughout? So,
The good and the bad.
yeah. I mean, we've had two pretty good breaks now. They both potted one of each. I mean, Chris Bowen, he probably should have cleared up them reds nicely.
Yeah, that white to go in.
But the table looks rapid. I don't know, did you sort of see that while you was watching on the sidelines?
Yeah, I played on it last month, and it is rapid. And if it's still the same, by the look of it, it still is the same. You don't have to hit the ball hard. It is that fast. The cushions ping as well. It's gonna be an interesting day, Paul.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it's about really how these players, really adapt to this. We don't see too much of these players at the business end on this table. Robert Stevens, he's had a good run recently, hasn't he? And Chris, yes, he has been on this TV table this season. So it won't be no surprise to these two, will it?
No, definitely not. And we're expecting a good match here, to be fair, because both have experience on the table, the TV table, sorry, and both players play exactly the same. They're both attacking, very aggressive, and this is what it's going to be an exciting match.
Yeah, one thing I said about Chris Bowen is he's such a great player to watch. He's a great shot maker. Yeah, his positional play lets him down a bit, but that's why he's got to create these magnificent shots. And when he's in the flow, he's a great player to watch. So sort of fluent and spectacular, I think the best way of describing him, where Roberts' position, his cue ball is on a piece of string.
Yeah, it's a bit unlucky for Rob there, but
He's asking a lot there, going into that yellow against them two reds, though.
yeah,
Can he get back in here?
Screw into it. Nice
Oh.
bounced out. White. Oh.
Well, when you hit them with a bit of power, Scott, you know yourself, they don't always go down, do they?
Yeah, you've got to be precise. So he's unlucky there, to be fair. I think Rob. You know, I thought the shot we went into the yellow, he would have just like played like a side shot into it, so it would have nudged it out, and he would have been still on the one in the middle. But he's left Chris a chance here.
Yeah, and he's absolutely perfect on the, if you want to call it, his most awkward red. I mean, I won't call it that awkward, but he needed to be on it in such an angle so he can take the ones down the bottom end out. And this should be a relatively easy clearance for him here.
Yeah, it should be 1-1 now.
Yeah, I've got to say, Chris will be a little bit disappointed not to win the first frame because they was there for the taking. But you got to say, he probably found himself a little bit unlucky to roll in that white after it.
Oh, that was unbelievable. Yeah.
That just proves how fast the table's running as well.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, so, but Chris now, if he does not really, end this frame at this opportunity, it's not really the start you want to be giving Robert Stephen.
No, definitely not.
He didn't look like he's settled yet, Chris. He looks a little bit jiggery around the table with some of his shots. He has that, but he's such a great pressure player.
Yeah, he pulls them out when he needs to, doesn't he? And I think that's what makes him exciting to watch as well. He can pull the big ones out when he needs to. Like, I think this is a bit straight here, so he needs to pull one in. That's a great shot. Oh, don't go into the yellow, surely. That's perfect.
Yeah, he'll be glad he's hit that full ball, half ball. He's behind the yellow. And now this is one of them shots you've just got to make sure you hit it absolutely perfect.
Yeah, you don't want it to ping, like a little gentle screw shot back probably. And
yes,
you don't want it to...
stun, little, like you said, just to... You don't want to be getting too much poundage, but it's one of them jabby ones.
Yeah. I think he's alright here. It's come off the cushion, or maybe not. It looks a bit thinner than...
Yeah, the overhead shot there doesn't look like it's easy. He's going to have to try and take this on, though.
Yeah, he needs to do something here. He's going to be annoyed if he... I think Chris could be a bit annoyed if he misses this one. But I think it looks right there.
Yeah, it looks very thin, very thin.
Oh, it's in.
Look where the black's gone, though. It's not gone nice. Can he clip that into the middle? That is so tight.
I think it's a cross double.
Is it on? Has he got the right angle? I think it looks okay. Yeah, about a third of this black, do you?
Oh, he's missed it.
No,
Oh, it's in.
where's
Oh,
the
not
white?
again. Not for two.
Oh,
my God.
my God. What's going off here for Chris Boron? Well, Robert Stevens not potted a black yet, and he's 2-0 to the good.
Oh, look at his face. Chris will be fuming.
Well, that's incredible. What happens in that situation there, Scott? You're 2-0 down, you've potted both blacks and the whites followed it in with an unlucky kiss or an unlucky roll in. How do you recover from that?
He's got to laugh and just get on with it.
Laugh it off?
Oh, 100% just laugh it off like they are now.
Yeah, but Robert's laughing, but he hasn't potted a black yet, he's 2-0 up.
Wonder if it could be 8-0 like that.
Well,
never seen that before.
He won't be putting his lottery numbers on, will he, this weekend, if it does end up like that? It's got to change around, isn't it, the look at the moment?
Yeah, massively, yeah. Right.
Now, we saw Chris break off in the very first frame, and he broke them lovely. So crisp. It's exactly what he needs again, but there's pressure on now, isn't there? 2-0 down against Robert Stephen, who's been in a bit of form, and that'll be going through his mind.
Yeah, does not want anything off here now. That's a good split.
But he's got no luck.
Wow, I thought ball went in the middle and it hasn't.
So then pool gods, talk to me about them. There's such things, isn't there? There is such things as pool gods, isn't there?
And I ain't got one mate up there.
Well, I think Chris is on vacation by the looks of it at the moment.
Look at them yellows. He cues the ball nicely, doesn't he, Robert Stephen, doesn't he?
He's just smooth, he's just Rolls Royce, isn't he? I don't know what they put in the water up there in Scotland, but they've all got that cue action, haven't they? There? Some brilliant cue actions up there.
Yeah. There's some talent up there.
Wow, do both these yellows pass into the centres? I know the one that he's probably directing at next does. Does that one that's close to that yellow? In the middle of the table, does that pass into that right centre, bottom centre that we're looking at the screen now? I think it just comes off the knuckle.
Yeah, he's got to play a little bit side, I think. Oh no, looks better. Well, he's not perfect, is he?
Yeah, well, he'll probably take the one up the table next, would you? And come down. I mean,
yeah, I would.
He's got options.
I'd have played the last shot, the yellow before. I'd have played it off the red.
Yeah.
And then the pocket would have been open.
Yeah. All about what angle he's got on this, really, depending on what shots he's got. Yeah,
really no, he's going to take the other yellow.
Yeah,
it's clever.
He couldn't do a lot with that though, could he? So, but yeah, now he's opened it up. So I think he's got to take one of the yellows in the bottom half of the table last to get on his final black, because it is covered by that red.
Just going to come back round now, isn't he?
This is where you need perfect position. Has he got it? Oh. He looked a bit anxious there, but you got to say that's perfect.
Yeah, now this is the key shot. Just need to make sure you don't see yourself behind the red.
And these are the shots, is whether you see a player has settled. These are ones that you can overdo, but look at that cue action again. Prime position.
That's great cueing, isn't it? Absolutely fantastic.
Well, we're going to see Robert Stephen possibly pot his first black of the match, and it's going to be 3-0 ahead. Extraordinary scenes here in Coventry. The opening part of this match. It's going to be Robert Stephen to break next.
Wow.
2 in offs, a dry break, and he's 3-0 down. In offs on blacks as well, not in offs, they're in offs on blacks. It's a cruel game at times. And no doubt that corner of Chris Bowron's is going to be pretty lonely in there. And what can you do? What can you do? You just got to shake it off, like you said, Scott.
I don't know what's happening now. He knows the pressure's on now.
Yeah. And Robert, he was successful on his last break. Played one of each last time. He gets quite a bit of power, I think Robert does. Well, just enough power, I think, the best way. He's not the biggest breaker, but he gets enough power on it to get some reaction from these balls.
Nice in the cut break.
It worked for him last time.
Dry.
Not work this time, but look how awkward they fell.
Oh.
I mean, first glance, possibly reds. The only reason I'm saying reds is the 2 reds above the baulk line there. That you could use them, one of them reds, to get the red and the black out, possibly. But when you're 3-0 down, these are difficult.
Yeah. I don't know if you can stun the yellow into the red. You might nudge the yellow over the pocket. I don't know how straight he is. That makes sense. The yellow is near.
It's very straight, doesn't it? It really does. I mean, he's got a choice of reds or yellows here, so it's just a matter of how he's seeing them. I mean, Chris will be the one that knows more than what we will. He'll have worked out all the angles, all the routes that he's going to be taking. He's going to be taking these yellows. Like you said, Scott, that one in that left centre, Maybe he's trying to use that to open it up in that top left-hand corner.
I think he might be stood in it like top spin, top stun to go off the top cushion, hit into the red, maybe the black, and he's on that awkward yellow on the side of the cushion.
Yeah.
Might if he's unlucky and clips the black, then he's in a bit of trouble. But he's gone top now. Surprises me.
Yeah.
Missed it.
And all of a sudden,
And the
missed
white.
it, and the white again. That was a nervy one. It really was. And as it, them first two frames, he's definitely affected him. Definitely affected him. And to no surprise, really, it would affect the best players in the world.
That's a great shot. Oh, no, no. No, it should be fine. It's
Should
fine.
be okay. Be his last ball, couldn't it? That one on the
Yeah, one of
to
the two
left
in the middle.
centre.
One of the two in the middle, anyway. I like the way Robert plays, I do.
Yeah, it's very smooth.
Yeah.
It's not his best positional shot. I don't think he meant to kiss into that red. I mean, he's still got options of reds.
He's winning in the gap, didn't he?
Yeah, yeah. I don't think he played the cannon on the red, but we're not going to be too critical of him. I mean, this is the first match of the afternoon. They're showcasing the IPA like they normally do, and I'm sure we're going to see some great stuff in the rest of this match. We've seen some brilliant stuff from Robert already. He has really punished Chris to the max. And it looks like he's probably going to punish him again.
Yeah. Strange, because this match actually had like a 7-all on it, really. You know, I know you like a draw.
Yeah,
Deciders, anyway.
yeah, yeah. And here at the IPA, we like a decider, especially on this TV table. We've seen our fair share of them.
I don't,
Well, no, you don't.
especially on this TV table.
Well, we mentioned this last time when I had you in comms. Do you want me to go through it all again, do you? Is that what
No.
you're saying?
No.
Well, I don't think is he okay here? Can he just hold it enough?
I think he'd be able to play.
Glance at him with a running side, maybe.
Yeah. I think he'd be able to stand across. Tables are playing well enough to do
Oh.
that.
Is he going to cannon into it? Would you, if you?
I wouldn't personally, but that's perfect.
Yeah,
That's how I'd have played it.
good cueing. And he's sending out a message here to Chris Bow. On here is Robert Stephen.
That's a good dish. Isn't it?
Yeah, and this straight black. Just off straight into the top left-hand corner for a 4-0 lead. Definitely not a fair reflection, this scoreline, of the way that the match has gone. It probably should be 2-2, but it's not. And Robert Stephen is taking every chance in this match. And Chris Bow, he's going to feel like the pool gods are against him. But this race to 8, it can swap around. You've just got to stick in there, Chris. You played your fair share of like matches that have got 2 halves.
Yeah, had one today.
All right, there you go.
Yeah, so
You got to take the rough with the smooth sometimes, haven't you?
yeah, you just
So-
got to take, you know, when your next chances come, just take it and then see what happens, innit? And hopefully it's their break. So when you get your chance, you get to break, you know, chance to break dish. And then
Yeah, and keep the
suddenly
momentum
4-0
going.
is 4-2.
Yeah,
And, you know, and then you only need one more chance, and then you're back in the frame, aren't you?
yeah. It's all about momentum. This game. If you can keep a bit of momentum going,
Yeah.
does make it a bit easier.
And we all know about this game of pool. It's so hit and miss. 1 minute you can be potting balls, next minute you can be sitting there for 10 minutes watching the person pot the balls, isn't it? It's another split, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean that's not bad.
One bad ball, it's one down the rail, but you fancy Chris to get it.
Yeah, but 4-0 down. He didn't look very good in that last frame. But he's just got to get that out of his mind. I'm not sure to give him some advice how to do that. You sometimes find a second wind and you've got to wipe it out. again, the finish not straightforward.
It's a big pot, this one, isn't it?
Big pot, big moments.
That's really stunned it, but
I think he tried to get a bit of screw back on that and just draw it back a bit. And again, it's made it a little bit more awkward. I mean, does that yellow next to the black pass into the left centre? Can he get anything onto the plant into the top right? It looks mighty tight. That's probably not. He'd love to play that shot again, but he's not in any rush here. But we just know these black ball rules games can just switch just like that.
100%.
Well, you've already said Robert's a pretty attacking player, so don't be surprised if he produces something here.
We know he's screwed back here, isn't it? Pop yellow.
He's going to have to get this cue high in the air to obviously screw the white back off the red and try and miss your cue as well. It's a tricky little shot. Oh. Yeah, just playing a containing shot. There's no wrong with that. 4-0 up. There's no reason why he's played a containing shot there. Chris probably needs to play one of his own here, like in a containing shot. He probably needs to try and block him from the reds into the left-hand corner, which he has done. Played a good shot there, Chris Boron. At least he's still thinking straight. That's a good sign. So you might have just heard that total snooker call by Robert Stephen, confirmed by referee Darren Maidman. So this means when he makes contact with his red ball, he doesn't have to hit a cushion after with the white.
Oh, he's missed it.
But he's missed the red. And this is going to be a 1-3 shot, one visit to Chris Boron. The chance that he has to take now, surely.
Yeah, 100%. He needs to take this one out.
Obviously, he must take that yellow next to the black first, surely.
I think he's going to put the red. I don't know. I know he's doing it. He's thinking straight.
Yeah.
It's good.
Yeah, just keep it simple. Don't have to do a lot. It's okay.
Small.
Well, black goes in both top corners. So I think he's played on this red into the top left-hand corner first. But has he got hold of that too much? Oh, I think it just slowed down in time. It didn't look like it was going to.
No,
He's overdone it a little bit, really. Can he? I mean, this. Can he like screw this back into the right centre against a tricky pot? Do you just try and drop this in? That clock though, it's ticking down. Oh, he's missed the yellow.
Oh, what's he done? It's not like Chris either, is it?
No, we're not seeing the best of Chris Boron here. The first two frames has definitely put some extra pressure on him. And this is going to be another chance go begging. I think Robert, he's going to make light work of these. And we are going to be seeing a 5-0 lead. Two reds and this black for that 5-0. And this race to 8, he's going to be 3 away from getting himself into the I think it's last 16, isn't it?
Yeah, it must be.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is round 1, isn't it?
Yeah.
No. It's to go to round 2, sorry. They'll play the winner of...
Clint, I am, sorry.
Yeah, it is, yeah, Clint.
Clint, yeah, for in the last 32, isn't it? That's right.
Yeah. You played yet?
No, I'm on at 5:15. I've got Ryan Clark. He's been in a bit of form recently.
Dribbling around?
He'll be limping around somewhere, yeah. So this black,
Oh, he's
is it?
missed it.
Oh, he has missed it. A very uncharacteristic miss there from Robert Stephen. But look at the way that these have landed. They have landed horrible. What can Chris conjure up here? Is there anything on for him? Is there a safety on for him? Don't look like that. There's anything simple.
Better punches in the middle. That's all right.
Yeah, he's got the white in a good position.
I'm sure he can't kick at this.
Oh, I don't think it's a total snooker. I think he can clip a thin edge of that. So after making contact with a black, he's going to have to make contact with a cushion. This is putting pressure on Robert Stephen now. One cushion escape though.
Especially with the cushions being a bit piggy, this might go a little bit extra wide.
This also could go close. Oh, he's taking his extension. Feels like just wants a little bit of extra time to think what's the best thing to do. Oh, he's coming off the left-hand side cushion.
Middle bag.
Bit of pace.
Middle bag. Oh, imagine. Oh, it's in. That's in. Oh, my God. That'd have been...
Well, I think Chris would have put up the white flag, I think, if that would have just drifted into that corner. I mean, it nearly went in the top right corner. That was probably a chance, really.
Surely. This is for 4-1.
Are we going to see Chris Bowen, the bazooka, stick his first frame on the board? He desperately needs this one. Seems to be getting into the ball a lot. Getting a lot of cue ball movement. There must be a lot of adrenaline pumping through him at the moment. Well, yeah, these are the finishes. This is what you want to get your first frame on the board. And is this finish now going to make him feel a little bit better? Oof, that nearly popped back out. Well, it hasn't. This simple black. And you see it, 4-1 now, Robert Stephen. As you see the little fist on the table, he says, "Come on, Chris." I'm sure everybody at home hopefully enjoying the action so far, and I think Chris is he wants to get back in this match.
He'll be a bit gutted. He'll be a wee bit gutted. He's fallen down, but he's got the ability and the mental strength to come back to this one. I think it's his break next, isn't it? No, Robert Stephen's break next. These are the chances that he needs now. He needs to nick Robert Stephen's break now instead of his own, isn't it? To get back into this one.
Yeah. Oh, well, he's moving on to the head-on break, and I think Robert's a better player for this head-on break. I don't agree with him having the cut break. See, look how clean he hits him. Why would you give that break up?
Not on anything.
Dreamer breaks like that. You know, can he get through to that red?
He's not on anything. That's why.
Top left-hand corner.
Wow, you break like that and you're not even on a ball.
Extraordinary, isn't it, this game? I mean, if you took reds, they're not straightforward. I mean, the yellows aren't either. This is a tricky table.
Yellow onto the red. Put the red.
And if you're Chris Bowen and you know you've just won your first frame, Robert Stephen to break, this is probably the break that you'd want Robert to have, would you, if you was Chris Bowen?
Yeah. Personally, I'd go something crazy, yeah. As you 4-1 up.
Yeah, I agree.
I'll be playing the yellow, white off the yellow and try and put the red. He's playing the yellow onto the red, I think. It's a great shot.
Wow. How about this? That's some shot, that. He can take this yellow now. That's his. I mean, he's clipped the red as well, though, hasn't he? So he has opened up. Oh, he is reds, isn't he? Of course, he has a red over the pocket, isn't it? That's twice I've got confused with that in this match now. Jeez.
Cut in the middle. Oh, he's trying to play that. Wow.
No, that's not his finest shot.
No, he's trying to play the plant and in the middle.
But these yellows, they are open.
And Chris needs to take it.
I mean, does that black passing to the right centre? It might make things a bit easier if it does. If it doesn't, it wouldn't be the end of the world.
I'd personally be stunning this up to the top now. Wouldn't you?
Yeah, I think, yeah. The yellow, well, it's hardest yellow.
You don't want to be touching them 2 reds just in case you go beyond it,
No. Yeah, you don't want to be going bashing this yellow out, but is he? I think he is. Big shot. This needs to come out for him.
He's played it well. That's fine.
Yeah, he's on his yellow. He was always going to be on that one in the top left-hand corner. He probably would have been unlucky if he didn't find himself on it. But just needs to drop this in. Leave himself on that of a yellow on the top cushion. That's fine. It's got a nice angle now. And this is exactly what you said it could be. 4-2.
Yeah,
and it's going to be him to break next as well.
Yeah, these are the chances you need to get back into it. I'm shocked by Robert's last shot there, to be honest.
What, just by his choice of shot?
I
possibly.
thought the yellow into the red's a great shot, you know.
Yeah.
I would have gone either way, but I think what surprised me is him. I thought he was cutting it into the middle instead of playing the plant. That's what shocked me. How quick he played for the plant, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and that little screw shot there, that's a demonstration there that Chris is now settled into this match. He's got used to the table now. He wasn't used to this in the very first frames, but now he is, and it's 4-2. And you can see there's a little bit of life about him now.
Yeah, he's realised it's his break. He's got a chance to get back to 4-3, you know, and then suddenly you're back in the game, isn't you? So he does not want a dry break or obviously a white in or whatever. He just wants to have the ball down and see what he's got. And hopefully 4-3 for him. But Robert Stevens will be kicking himself now, because he should have been 5-0 up.
Should have been 5-0 up quite simply, really.
Yeah.
And didn't take the chance like he has been doing.
5-0 up, he should have been, and only potted 2 and 3 blacks, sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, and all of a sudden, this match can just swing around. If Chris gets a ball here and an easy run out, he's 1 frame behind. So, as you can see up there in that picture there's a lot of outer tables going off. Another 21 tables in operation. And this TV table makes 22. Lots of matches being played throughout this weekend. But let's get back to this match. Chris Bow on 4-0 down he was. It's 4-2. And it's Chris to break. Needs a bit of luck, needs a ball. He's hit them a dream and he's got a ball.
It's got to be reds, isn't it?
Yeah, I think where that yellow's just gone onto that bottom cushion, I mean, the reds were not bad. I mean, first glance, got to take reds possibly. There is options to take yellows, but he's them 3 reds in his top half of the table. It's not easy. Far from easy, this.
No, it depends what angle he's got in the middle for the yellow. But personally, I'm going probably reds here. But I can see Chris going yellows, don't get me wrong.
Yeah,
he's going yellows.
And I don't disagree with this at all, because really, there's only one hard yellow.
I need a bit better there.
And I'd love that to run on another 3 or 4 inches, and it would have made things a lot easier. But it looks like he's got a bit of a plan here. I don't like leaving that yellow in the top half of the table till last. Is that going to be his only option? And again, if that black does pass into this right centre, he's trying to get balls out. I think one thing we'll see with Chris, you'll see a lot more white ball movement with Chris. He'll be trying to make things happen.
That's why I like playing him. He does pull out he does try and develop and try and make the game a bit more exciting, doesn't he?
Yeah, oh yeah, he goes for his shots. Yeah, there's definitely one player you'd not get bored of watching.
Tell you what, he's got a sniff here. He's got a chance here. Play this off the red. Simple stun back as well. He's got a chance. He just Depends how hard he hits it. The red could join up where the other yellow is.
Yeah, it's probably just getting on this last yellow as well.
Oh, he's double kissed it. He's unlucky there.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't think this frame's over yet. There's a lot more pool to be played in this, I think. Are we going to see Robert be just as attacking? Or was that frame that Chris has just got put some negative thoughts in him? I don't think so. We've already mentioned he is quite an attacking player. He'll be going all out for these pots because he knows that all these reds have all got pockets.
Yeah, exactly. These, it's actually a key part of the game now. It's massive frame. Always a bit short. He's trying to go to the same pocket there. He's massively short. Big shot now. Quite surprised he didn't punch it. He's still unlucky where he's left it.
Yeah, he's got a lot more work to do now. I mean, if he played a double, would that get him any better?
Treble's got you better. Treble's your better answer because at least the white can miss the red, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and the white will be drifting up the table, so it'll leave a little bit of distance from Chris's yellow balls.
Might be able to stun it in the middle. Don't know what kind of angle he's got.
We're going to find out. Oh, we're going to see a containing shot here from Robert Stephen. It'll be a rare one if we do.
Yeah, he's going for it. Big stun in the middle. Oh, I thought he fluked it in the middle.
Would you call that a bit of good fortune to cover that yellow?
Yeah, 100%.
Well, it looks firmly on Robert Stephen's side at the moment. I mean, one good containing shot here from Chris. If he does play a containing shot, he needs to get his hard yellow off that cushion.
I think you'll just see Chris attack this. I think he'll try and leave the angled, play it to nudge the yellow or red. Oh, he's cutting it. Ah, that's a shot.
Yeah, I think that was a shot. He didn't want that. I mean, that just rolled and rolled and rolled.
Honestly, these tables, people don't realise how fast this cloth is.
Yeah, and I think it shocked Chris, even though we think he's got used to it. I think a few shots will still surprise him. So, having a total snooker there. That has allowed Robert to try and nestle up into them reds. I don't think he's quite done it. But this is going to be super tricky now to get this one safe.
We've seen some of it.
No, we know Chris, he is ultra attacking. He'll be looking at something spectacular, surely. Is he going to contain it? Well,
Middle bag. Wow.
well, I don't think. I'm going to say he hasn't played it.
No, I think he tried to play down the bottom, but
He got a good white, but has he got a chance to take these out? Oh no, definitely not. The overhead shot sort of said that there was a possibility, but that shot there, that camera angle there, really tells that.
he's not on that, surely.
Well, he's testing our referee again. Down Maidman.
Total's been called.
So yeah, it is a little swerve, but
Maybe not.
yeah, he could easily get through that. So it wasn't a total snooker.
No, I thought I heard total called.
Yeah, there's a lot of other noise off in the background, so it weren't clear, was it?
Great shot. Cued it well. This should be 5-2. Every time we say that, they keep someone messes up. That's not the best. It should be alright still, but I think people don't realise, like, now I've played on this TV table last event, people don't realise how fast this table is compared to the others on the outer ring.
Yeah, it plays very different, doesn't it?
Oh,
So
100%.
it's got to be down to the actual lighting on the table. That must have an effect of the way that it reacts on the
Yeah, I
cushions.
think it keeps the heat, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, he's gone beyond the yellow. Oh my God.
Is he on this?
He's not on it.
He can't be on it, can he? I mean, that camera shot there said there's looks like there's a little chance.
Oh, he's on it.
He is on it.
Wow.
Another bit of good fortune here for Robert Stephen. I mean, that was a very loose shot there from Robert, and he's got away with it. And he's 5-2 ahead now, as you saw. Just raised his hand there to Chris and apologies. It's going to be Robert Stephen to break next. Well, very little scrappy frame there. Chris has got to say, he's not had much fun at the moment. Is that going to switch around for him? He really needs it to.
Wow, this game's been a sickener for a minute, really. It's been a bit. It could easily. What's that? He's had 2. It could be 4-3 to Chris Bowen easily, and to Inoffs.
So, Robert Stephen, head on break again. I like it when he has his head on break. He gets a good quality of power.
You like a big break, don't you?
Yeah, well, we like the attacking game, don't we, Scott? We like to see it in
You're a
full
fudger.
flow. Oh, behave. It's only because I'm not as big breaker as you big lads.
Big lads.
Well, he's got a ball, Robert has. And these are very bad signs here for Chris Bowen. I think that red, does that pass into the top left-hand corner as well, so it'll give him another option. He might not need to have that option. Just drifting down. You've got to say that's a bit of a loose white again. But he'll be okay with it. Don't have to do a lot with the cue ball here. It's going to be the second to last red. That's what he's going to have to be doing a lot with.
No, you might not have to, because you might be able to stud it onto the top rail now, and then leave that one to come on onto it. I think he's got perfect angle to stud it
Looks
on.
like he's going to take that one on the top cushion after this one in the top right.
That's why I'd go anyway.
Well, he's got options here. He can either stun this in and tap the one in the left-hand corner. He's got choices, all depending on how he feels, how he sees it.
Oh, he's going that way. Still a good shot, isn't it?
Yeah, still effective. Really is. It's all about which angle he leaves now. Ideally, he probably wants a deep arm to come on and off the top cushion and run down.
Yeah, I don't want to land short now. I'm going to be on the yellow.
Yeah.
That's
Is
better
it
with
the
sides.
yellow? Well, I won't say he's got the best angle there.
No, he's
Looking
got
at that
punch just in now with a
camera
bit
angle.
of top, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, he's screwed. Is he screwed it? No. He's
No,
topping it.
top for it.
It's just where the camera angle was.
Yeah, he's
The
just
shot-
took his medicine there, really has.
Yeah, his shot should have been a lot better, but like he said, he took his medicine and he should still get this.
Yeah, we know how good Robert is a cueist. I don't expect any problems here. And there you see the heart of the pocket.
Oh, could have been knuckled there.
And like you say, the sort of little bits of run just continue for him. And oh, has he missed that?
Oh,
Wow. That was far jaw.
Robert Stevens needs to put some lottery tickets on tonight. Get them lotto numbers in, boy.
Yeah, I mean, he played it at a good pace, and that's one of them where it was probably always going to slide in with these very new slidey cushions.
All the Scottish lads are supporting each other. It's good to see.
Yes, pretty much how it always is.
Yeah.
Always in each other's corner, aren't they?
Even they play each other, aren't they?
Yeah.
Always.
Yeah. Very supportive. And the Scottish lads are very supportive of the IPA as well. Followed us through thick, thin, and everywhere, really. We're holding an event up there in Scotland come December. Going to be holding the Masters event up there in Glasgow at Paul Corrigan's club. Everyone seems to be talking very high of that and looking forward to it.
Yeah, McGoldrick's, isn't it? I'm looking forward to going.
It is, yeah, McGoldrick's, yeah. That's who Robert Stevens sponsored by.
What a break that is. Surely a ball's got to go down there.
Wow.
Wow. You know when your run's not in.
Yeah, I don't know what's happened here. Chris Bowen, but his run has looked really running out.
You in the Masters then?
Yeah, I think I'll go down. I'm not sure I'm going to play yet. I don't know. See how things go. What about you, Scott? Are you in?
I'm not entered yet, but I will do.
Yeah.
When my sponsor gives me the money.
I think it's going to be a very sort of well.
I know I'm going. I know I'm going. There's about 10 lads from Leicester going. So.
Yeah. And I don't think. I mean, we're not capping any numbers, but we're expecting about 100 entries, maybe more. But yeah, it is a bit of a trek up to
I
Scotland.
thought we were capping it. I thought there was only like.
No, we're not. So the amateurs, they'll be playing against each other on the Friday, and the professionals, we think, depending on numbers, probably won't have to play till Saturday morning.
I'm coming up Friday morning, I think. So,
Yeah.
So I might have to get there Thursday then. What are you on about, like afternoon?
We're going to be playing Friday. I think it's going to be late afternoon Friday.
Oh, that's what I'm up Friday morning.
Yeah, so just be a bit of a chilled setup day, just getting things ready, etc. So I mean, we've still got quite a few things to sort out, but we're scheduled in. We're in the diary. We've started taking entries. So anybody that fancies themselves up in Scotland wants to play in a Masters event, that's all at IPApool.com, and it's on the shop there if you fancy to come and play against the best. Even coming up to play against Scott Anderson, who's doing a great job in this commentary box as always. He seems to be winning a lot of matches. If you think you beat Scott or any of the others, get your names down. Let's come and see you. You never know, you could be on the stream table next. Well, as we're talking about that event, Robert Stephen is going about his work, and he's looking like he's probably going to go one frame away from meeting Clint Ianson in the last 32.
That's twice though.
I nearly got that one wrong again.
That's a great shot. I didn't know if he was going to stun it to the mid where he is now or come off the gush.
I mean, that cue ball control, if he was going to place it with the hand, with the angle he had, I think it'd be there.
Yeah, 100% is.
And there you see it, smooth as 7-2 Robert Stephen. And it's going to be Robert to break that. Can he close this match out now in this next visit?
Must be gutted how he started, but he's not really had much to go on after, really, is he? Breaks he's been punished nearly on every break, hasn't he?
Yeah, he looks like he has. And, it's not getting any easy for him. He's definitely not had no rub of the green, as we call it.
Flicks and all that have gone definitely against him, haven't they?
Yeah, everyone. We've not really seen.
Even when he's
Chris.
on a black.
Yeah, we've not seen Chris have any good runs, have we?
He'll be frustrated, but he'll understand it's the game, and he'll come back stronger next event, won't he?
He'll be back. He'll be back.
He loves it, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
He's a good lad as well.
He loves playing. He loves competing. And another good break, but it's dry.
Wow. Chris punished this. Put a bit of pressure on it.
Has the table finished awkward again? That little cluster in the top half of the table probably sort of says that this table isn't an easy one out. Can he open it all up in one shot? Be a bit crazy. Is it? But sometimes you've got to make things happen, and you've got to try and force things.
100%, especially at this level, aren't you?
Yeah. Things aren't going right for you. You've got to keep in there and keep taking your shots on. But yeah, they're not coming off. Anything that Chris is trying, it's failing. And again, look at the way that's fell out. It's near enough opened this frame up for Robert Stephen to close this match out now.
Yeah, talking about the Masters, I put a post out as usual, share everything what the IPA do and all that, and within a few hours there was a WhatsApp group set up for the Leicester boys, and they'll get added and added every 2 minutes.
Wow.
I think there's about 10, maybe 12 of us coming up. So all them boys are looking forward to it.
Anybody think it'd been sent to Leicester? Is that the centre of
There's a
Leicester?
few Scottish lads, aren't there?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's why I told the lads get in quick before the Scottish boys do.
Yeah, I was talking to Robert last night, and he said there's going to be a lot of players, you know, enter that, and it's been a while since we've been up Scotland.
Yeah, they deserve something, don't they?
Yeah, I can't remember the last time we was up in Scotland. I can't remember. I think it was Aberdeen, possibly.
Oh, Aberdeen.
Yeah, it was a long way, weren't it? We've been in Glasgow as well. So, and this McGoldrick's, I think it is in Glasgow.
Yeah, McGoldrick's.
So, yeah, McGoldrick's.
Glasgow, yeah.
And it looks like a fantastic club, and I've watched some of the streams. They do that Salentire series.
Salentire event,
yeah, and I mean, that's a...
I'd say that's a rematch of the final in a bit.
Yeah.
If Robert Stevens wins the last event was Robert Stevens Clint final, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, it was. Yeah. Don't be surprised if Clint makes the final again. He's a man in form.
He's a tricky man. It's a big shot. I do want to hit the red.
He's still got a thin clip into the bottom left-hand corner
I don't
on
know.
your screen now, but
I think the better shot might be, if you can, I can't tell by the camera at the moment, but cut in the middle. No, the cut's out. You're right.
yeah,
The bottom one.
cuts out in it, I think. But has he got an angle here to miss that cluster in the middle? Oh, he's just containing. No, he has dropped. But look how well he's controlled the cue ball there. Fantastic position there from Robert Stephen.
He get red full in the face.
And he has pinched a bit of the pocket there because he needed to hit it thick to avoid the black. Cannon into the red, right of the yellow on the baulk line.
He's come back forward a little bit, doesn't it?
Oh, he's taking it on the top right.
No,
There's no wrong with that choice. But look at the way
big pocket.
Look at the way he's developed both yellows.
This is Chris's though. Big pocket available.
Yeah, and that's a little bit loose there from Robert. You'd expect him to make sure he gets that top right-hand corner. But he hasn't got it. Chris, you've got to feel that he's got to take this chance out. No, that could have been a little bit worse, but he'll be happy with that. Really, when you're 7-2 down, you need to be keeping things as simple as possible. And that red on the baulk line, I'm sure that's causing Chris a little bit of concern.
I think the red flies.
Does it fly, or does he have to play it as a big pocket? Does it just drop in off the angle? Has he got to play it in a different pocket?
Might just stand around there. Yeah, like that, yeah. Might have to go 2 cushions.
But he's going to be forcing this red in.
Hey, short.
and he's got the wrong angle on this rad.
He's been unlucky. He's trying, and he's just been unlucky on the last ball. The key ball every time.
He's just been chasing and chasing clearances, and they're just getting harder and harder for him. Is this going to get any easier for him? Can he produce one last bit of magic? I mean, if he cues this well and pots it, and he's played the double.
Nice.
He's trying things, but they're just not happening. Now we're probably seeing the end of this match now. 2 simple yellows. Then some good position on the black, and that'll be the end of this match. Can't see any mistake from here, Scott.
Nah, he should be nowhere near the red, so he should be fine.
And as you see it, a very simple black now into this bottom left-hand corner. And there you see it, 8 frames to 2. Not really, I mean, the 8-2 scoreline probably didn't really tell the correct story of the way that this match went off at the start.
Nah, Chris was a bit unlucky at the beginning, going in our first 2 frames, and it just got worse and worse there from there on. I feel a bit bad for Chris, because that's definitely not the performance he wanted, and he is 10 times, if not 100 times better than that. And the game's cruel when it doesn't work like that for you, does it? We've all been in situations where it goes against you. It just goes worse and worse for you, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Well, thanks very much, Scott. And pretty sure, we're going to have another match coming up next, but Kevin Barton, he's going to be talking to Robert Stevens about how that match went. So in a minute or so, we're going to hand over to Kevin Barton.
Thanks, Mark, and delighted to be joined by Robert after that pretty solid performance. How would you describe it?
Obviously, you want to get off to a good start, and Chris has been so unlucky the first 2 frames. I've never actually been in a situation like that. I'm sitting in my chair 2-0 up, and I've not potted a black yet. He's had day 2 crazy and offs, especially the first one. That was 1 in 100. You could, but I felt pretty comfortable. Obviously, playing in that arena the last couple of tournaments, I went on feeling quite good. Missed a black to go 5-0. And then in your head you're like, oh, don't let him back into the game.
Yeah.
But no, I took away a couple of nice finishes and finished strongly. So.
Did you sort of almost think, when you did go, you're 2-0 up, you'd not potted a black, as you say, Chris been unlucky twice. Did you sort of start thinking, well, I think this could be my day for this one?
Definitely, aye. And then I think even the 3rd frame, he's had an unbelievable break and it's been dry. So I've got straight to the table as well. So you're starting to think, right, maybe this is the match. But you just need to be ruthless. I think the last time I played there, I was 4-0 up on Simon. Missed a couple of chances before you know it, you're 5-4 down. So obviously that's a good learning curve for that. So I knew the next couple of frames were massive after that.
Yeah. And you must be impressed with how you played, at the sort of middle to the latter parts of that match. You said took some nice finishes out. Under pressure for first match on the stream. It's been first major IPA event for maybe 6-7 weeks or something. So you must be proud of how you held it together there and showed everyone exactly what you can do.
I felt comfortable. Obviously it's tough to get a practice with all the tables being used with so many events. So you're literally, that's the first ball you're hitting all day. So it takes you a few frames just to feel settled and get your cue arm going. But once I got it going, I did feel comfortable out there.
And do you find that the stream table plays different to the hour tables?
Totally. Honestly, like you're out there and you start feeling, I look really silly. I know all my mates, not that we're watching this back home, like, oh my God, what is he doing with that shot there? But plays, it's lovely, it's absolutely beautiful, but it's totally different. It does catch you out at times with certain shots.
And in what way does it catch you out? Is it the speed? Is it the bounce?
It's so reactive. The cushions are so slidey. It's hard to explain. I don't know if the lighting and stuff like that with the cameras make it just play even better. Like the cloths in the actual arena are nice as well, but that's just a different ballgame.
Yeah, that's good. So we said at the top of the show, new pro on, the draws are always the worst for the first years. You sort of get into the pro ranks and you build those ranking points up. Where would you say your game's at the moment? Coming on to you had matches against Simon, as you said before, and a good performance there. Do you think you're now starting to, feel part of it now?
I've had a good month back up in Glasgow. I won a couple of tournaments, a couple of King of the Hills, and then I won a Saltire event, which I beat Mark Boyle in the semi-final, then Clint in the final. So I
Playing quite steady then.
That was massive for me in terms of mentality that, do you know what, I can compete with these guys, but it's not just about competing, you need to be able to get over the line when it comes close with them. And obviously I'm coming into this event on the back of that, so I do feel good. I know I play Clint next tonight, so he'll be gunning for revenge after.
Oh, right, well, that should be a good one
match.
to watch.
But I feel mentally good and confident, so just got to take your chances.
Good. And any expectations for the weekend? Just one match at a time? Or
as cliche as it is, one match at a time. I want to start going deep in these tournaments to let everybody know, obviously, that I can actually play at a high level. So obviously there's always a bit of pressure to do that, but you're up against world-class players, so you know it's going to be tough, so just one match at a time.
Okay, well, Robert, well played, and good luck against Clint later on. Thanks a lot. Cheers. So Robert goes off, and Gav. Delighted to be joined by one of our almost senior pro now, Gav Robinson.
Yeah, it's getting that way, isn't it, Kev?
The rock star. Gav, we know Robert, great player. Is he one of these people who is going to start to knock on the door a few times now, a bit more often?
Yeah, I would think so, Kev. Yeah, I've had a few matches with him myself lately, and to be honest, they've all went the distance, and I've had to pull a couple of big finishes out to get over the line, to be fair. In Scotland the other week I played him in a really tough match. I think he'll keep climbing, yeah.
And a word about your mate Chris Bowen, who you were there in his corner supporting. It just didn't quite happen for him today.
No, I missed the first couple of frames because obviously I was travelling down, and when I got here he was 4-0 down. As soon as I sat down, he's won the next two. I thought it might be his little good charm here, but I don't think it was ever going to happen, to be fair. I don't think he's been putting a lot of time in because he's obviously committed at work as well, so it becomes a lot harder then, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean the first two frames he wasn't lucky. He potted the black and committed a foul, but so it didn't get him off to the great start, and then sort of just set the tone of the match, I guess. Yeah,
well, you put them two frames on, and at 4-0 it's 4-all, isn't it? Because he's won the next two as well, hasn't he? At 4-0, so you see the margins are so little in them short races that you sometimes when you're behind, Kev, you can't win unless your opponent helps you win, because you need them to miss or they go dry on the break, or just you need something to feed off, don't you? At this level, you can't sort of think, well, I'm just 4-0 down. You need help off them as well, and a little bit of run.
And tell us about your own game. You know, we've talked about you quite a lot this year. Some really good performances you've put in. Is this the time where Gav Robinson is going to go through that door?
Well, I'm hoping so, Kev. To be honest with you, I haven't played as much as I would have liked to this week, because I was at a party on Saturday night and it was my dad's 60th, so I couldn't miss that. And I normally don't go on the drink, so I had Saturday and Sunday on the beer, so I was a bit rough. But I did play a lot the week before, so I've come with a good vibe of I've not played too much this week, and I'm not putting myself under any pressure. I'm just here to have a go. And sometimes when I'm in that mood, Kev, that's when I can be dangerous,
Well, we'll just have to keep our eyes on you over the next 24, 48 hours. And just a word about this match coming up. Luke Sanjis, Charlie Begley, the Young Guns. What can we expect in this match?
I think Begley's obviously improving, but for me, I think Sanchez has improved a hell of a lot. And I think he deserves to be where he is, because obviously you can see he works hard, and when I first started the tour, I don't think Sanchez was one of the top pros then, but for me, I don't think he fitted in there. When now I think he's in that category. He is in there, and his consistency's shown it, because obviously he's had a final this year as well, hasn't he? And he's knocking on the door, I think. So I think he's one to watch for as well.
Yeah. And there's a group of those that are knocking on the door, and yourself included, isn't it?
In there, as I say, there's eight or 10 of us who's just sort of a little bit away from them top 3 or 4, but we can all win, and I think it's only a matter of time before you see a few new faces. And the main thing for us, I think once one of us get one, you've got one, and then it takes the pressure off, doesn't it? I mean, I've got a few finals and that, and just never seem to get over the line, but once you do, I think that takes the edge off, and you're not reaching out for it as much then, where I think sometimes when you you want to win so bad, it's a bad thing because you're putting so much pressure on yourself.
Yeah. Okay, well, thanks a lot for your words there, Gav.
Thanks,
so,
Gav.
as we said, it's two of the young guns who are going to be going head-to-head in this next match. It's Sanjeev and Begley. Over to you, Mark.
We're here. There's two of us. Well, one of us will be here in a minute anyway. Yeah. I'll be joined by Mr. Wade in a minute. Mr. Wade Morley will be here. And then myself, Scott. We've been drafted in as everyone else is playing their pro events. And by the look of it, Charlie's broke and gone in off. So Nicky will be taking the Reds here. Do you know much about Sanchez, lady?
No, mate. I mean, I played him at the last tour. It's the only thing I've really seen him play. Don't really see him much, do you, around the hotel? He just comes out for his games and away he is.
Yeah, I don't know much about him either. We're probably the worst two to commentate on him.
Probably.
I know a bit about Charlie. You know, he's always on Facebook and losing at ping pong and all that. With
I think he's just got back from Tenerife, Charlie.
we've all been on holiday, haven't we?
Yeah. Had a good win earlier, Charlie. I think he played JJ4.
Yeah, he won 8-7 as well. Yeah, he's on the run. He's had some great results so far this year as a new professional. If I remember rightly, beat Gaz Hibbert on the stream last time.
Yeah, he did. He played really well then as well, didn't he?
Yeah, he showed what the boy can do for a young age.
He's improved a lot over the past couple of seasons. Same as me and you, Scott. You know, new pros. We just
Yeah.
up and coming.
Yeah, we are the new pros, and yeah, we've been fortunate and had some good results so far ourselves, haven't we?
Yeah. You played today?
Yeah, I've had played what's his name, Dave Admiral.
Oh yeah, Dave.
He's a first time I ever played him, and he surprised me how good he is.
Yeah, he's solid, isn't he?
Yeah, he's had to be like 6 break dishes against me, and I've somehow won. We were talking at the end of the game, is that none of us now, either of us have lost that match. Well, I know I've won, but he doesn't know how he's lost. So. We're going to go Reds, but obviously gone yellows. So this has been 1-0 for Luke. Yeah, how old's Luke? He's got to be young lad, isn't he?
I'm not sure, mate. Mid-20s?
He said about 24, 26, something like that.
The arena's looking lovely this weekend again. It's a lovely hotel here at Coventry.
Yeah, it's one of my favourite ones. I like this Coventry hotel. You know. I think the tables played really well as well. I think they're breaking well. One I had a good breaking table anyway on mine. You had a game yet? Or?
I've not played yet. I'm on at 8:15 tonight. I'm playing Nathan Bridges.
Oh yeah.
I've been in the arena and around the hole, watching, and all the tables look like they're playing well. So
I've always wondered why this one plays so faster, and me and Pickers were saying he reckons it's because the heat off the
lights, yeah.
Because people don't realise how fast this is compared to the ones on the outer ring.
Yeah, it's a lot faster, and I think as well, Scott, it doesn't actually get played on as much as the outside tables.
Yeah, true, maybe, yeah. They are so reactive, this table. And I think the lesser pros like ourselves at the moment, we struggle with that because obviously the bigger boys do get, they've got that classic. We've got the inexperience at the moment, as we say, to play on here.
And they react a lot differently as well, don't they? Play shots we run inside and reverse side, etc. So, like you say, these top boys that are used to playing on them, week in, week out, month in, month out, and then we're jumping on them just at the tours. It's not, especially the arena table, like you say, because that play is completely different. But I'm sure we'll get there.
Yeah, we'll get our chances, won't we? Only one win away and you get going, don't you?
Taking Reds here?
Yeah, 100%, yeah.
All the Reds have got a pocket, haven't they?
Yeah. I've seen Luke play a few times, to be fair to him, and he's always impressed me. How much he keeps himself to himself, he does impress me. probably the one.
He's got a lovely queue actually.
Yeah, I think he's the next one to. I would say he's the next one to win a big event.
Yeah, well, speaking about him at the last event in Bradford, actually, he's always thereabouts, quarters, semis, but you never see him pop up in, winning events.
Yeah.
I think he's due one.
Yeah, I think he's the next one for me. You've got your Rosses and Corey's are just hitting there now, and now I think Luke's probably one of the next ones. It's good to see different people win the events now, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, Fernie won 3 out of the 3 in the last season, didn't he?
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
Obviously Dunster. Dunster.
Yeah.
Who do you think the informed players are winning then on the pro and the amateur?
The amateurs, that Wayne Fryer, what I keep saying, I think he just smashed one of my mates about. And
Is he?
yeah.
I mean, it's hard with the amateurs. There's that many people you don't really know that pop up and, you see them not miss a ball all weekend and you're like, geez.
Yeah. It's hard as well because obviously with the other organisations and that, and it's hard to keep watching everyone, isn't it? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
So,
keep tabs on all the results and stuff. Who would you like to see win one soon?
I'll tell you who keeps winning one at the moment, and not at the IPA but at the other event, it's Cole Bedford, and he keeps popping up on my Facebook page. He must be due.
Cole, yeah, I was sat speaking to Cole for about an hour earlier whilst I was watching Jamie Ringham. He's enjoying his pool, and he's come on leaps and bounds over the past couple of years.
Yeah, he's different level when he gets going, isn't he? He's a bit like your mate Liam Clark.
Yeah, he's just lost this morning as well, Liam.
We're doing well here.
Yeah. But that's like we just said, it's brutal in the amateurs because there's that many good players.
We've all played each other like many times at amateur level. Even if it was 10 years ago. Do you know what I mean? I think we played each other at England.
Yeah. Bridlington, I think it was.
Yeah. I remember you used to play with is it Dan Harris.
Dan Harris, no. So I was playing with the Derby lot. Me, Craig Lake, and Jack Wheeler, and Clinton Harris. And then you find women. And
Yeah. Al Gold.
Yeah. So it's another good finish there by Luke.
Yeah, Luke. Like I say, every time I watch him, he impresses me. So
you never see him go for silly shots. And he always takes the same amount of time to approach the table. Every shot's the same. He has a good technique about him. I do actually quite like watching him.
I watched him at Isle of Man, I think, last year in the grand final. I think it's when he lost in the semis. He just did he beat someone off? Beat someone big anyway.
I remember that. It was in the back room, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Behind the arena table.
Yeah, that's it, yeah. I can't remember what it was now. Farnsworth won it, didn't he? So he couldn't win in. And that, he showed his maturity now at that level, do you know what I mean? Well, I said he's due one.
Yeah.
So, well win off.
That's
2 win-offs now Charlie's had.
I played him at Bradford the last tour. He didn't really miss a lot, it was just his breaks let him down. I think he made 5 in the end of 4. But like you say, at that level, on these tables,
it's a good win for yourself, and we all know you can do it as well, but he's classed as one of the brothers at the moment, isn't he?
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Like we were saying about these tables there, Scott, I mean, he's just broken, gone in off there, and look at these. Take your pick.
Yeah. This is why I like to watch the game at the moment. So he's obviously going to take the red to go yellows, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
For me, that's why I'm still learning. He's going to have to go reds now, unless he sees the yellow in the middle.
I think he's running away from his work though, so he might go reds because of that.
Yeah.
If he feels he can hold for the yellows into the top left corner or the middle left corner, or the left middle, I think he'll still take the yellows.
Yeah, he's bridging, so.
Yeah, I mean, you could even run this off the top cushion, couldn't you? And be on the one to the middle.
Yeah, 100%, yeah. He tried to do that.
I don't think he's played the flick there, Scott. He's just made it a little bit awkward.
Yeah, he's got away with it, so.
He's going to have to go down the table now to come back up. So, I mean, are you playing the plant? Are you looking at playing the plant later on in the visit, or are you looking to land on it to the right corner?
Yeah, I'd land on it on the right corner. So you probably got a middle to land on the bottom ball and stun up, haven't you? That makes sense.
Yeah.
Stun back up here. Depending on what angle he's got.
I mean, can you play it now? Can you flick off the red?
Oh, surely not. If he's left
Just looking at the overhead here on our other monitor, it looks really tight.
If he's left out of some form, Charlie will be spewing.
Especially on these cloths because, like you say, it's a new cloth, it's slidey.
Yeah.
So it makes this shot actually a lot easier.
Oh, wow, yes. Another one he's put the lottery tickets on tonight. I've been impressed with how, I was saying to Pickers on the last tour, I said I'm quite surprised how well most of us have adapted to being the new pros. I mean, we've all had big scope, bigger wins, and everyone says Robert Stevens will be the one who's most likely to win out the amateurs. I agree with that.
Yeah, I agree as well. I think he's the best of us lot that have gone up, and I do. I think he's very capable of top 16 pro.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
But I said last year, I got my better results against the top players,
Yeah,
and
I
I'd
did.
play against an amateur that isn't as good as some of the players I was beating, and I was getting bumped.
Yeah.
So I made
Weird,
the right
innit?
decision by going up. I played better against the better players.
Yeah, I was a bit worried about coming up, but I think it's the best decision I made. I enjoy it more.
Yeah.
Less pressure on you, I think.
I mean, when we had our first pro event, I drew Barley, and obviously Barley's hit and miss.
Yeah.
And I beat him, and ever since I beat him, I've just felt more comfortable, because you've won that first game.
Yeah.
He's overtook that.
I can't believe he's overcut that. Charlie's got a chance. I tell you, he hasn't left him a lot either, has he?
Nah, you playing the skilly?
I was looking at the skilly, but I don't think he's going to. I think he's going to play the plant and stun over. I'll be shocked if he plays the skilly. Only because you're perfect for the stun shot over. Does that make sense?
Yeah. There's a possibility of going cushion first here and putting the red that's over the bag and then going into them reds.
Yeah.
And if it goes wrong, you can tuck up.
He's taking the skill shot on. Fair play to him.
Big shot. Good shot, Charlie.
Yeah, it's a great shot. He
nice
likes him, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does, because he cues the ball well.
Yeah.
And he's left himself a nice angle here to swing off too with a bit of right hand side.
Yeah, he's another one I like watching. I like watch playing. He's for a young lad. He's solid, isn't he? He's cues the ball well. I'd have said 19, 20. That's a poor ball.
Come up short there.
Yeah. If he has a plant in the other corner.
Possibly looking at doubling it into the middle off the yellow there. I think he's just had a look at it.
It's a good shot. Even if he's stun it there, innit?
Yeah. You could possibly play the double off the yellow into the middle bag and screw it across in between the reds as a kind of maybe safety shot if you do miss the pot.
Oh, he's playing the. Oh yeah. He's playing it off. That's clever.
Yeah, it's a good shot.
Say what? Charlie's in control here now. Fair to. Wouldn't surprise me if Luke pots it.
It also wouldn't surprise me if he missed it by about 4 inches on the far side because it slides.
Yeah.
Straight and off into the middle bag.
Like that.
There we go.
Straight in the middle.
And that's what we was on about earlier, Scott. You have to kind of change your angles to play on this table.
Yeah.
It's not only faster, but it reacts differently. It slides a lot more.
Yeah, I find that I play it. I'll come back. I find myself. I'll come back an inch with the, and I'll play with sides, and then it will sort itself out. If that makes sense. See, these shots I hate. I'd rather just play it down to the bottom corner.
You just play for the pot.
Yeah. This is where I'm learning now the game.
Well, he's pushed that too far, really.
That's what I mean,
I know it's in the middle of the table, but it's now awkward. He now has to land on it.
Yeah. This is where I'm trying to look. I've only been playing blackball for about a year and a bit now. And this is where I'm learning the game now a bit.
Yeah. Well, you're right, mate, because if you play it into the bottom corner, it goes in, result. If you get it over the bag, you're not having to play on it as much as you're having to play on this red where it is now. I mean, he shouldn't have any issues. He might go down for it now. He's got a nice line.
He's perfect. He's perfect.
He's not played that gap.
Oh, no chance. No chance.
He's not played that gap.
No chance.
But he will take it, and now he's got a good chance to get his first frame on the board, which should settle his nerves a bit.
Yeah, and then big. Luke would be gutted here because he should have been 3-0, shouldn't it?
Yeah.
Should have punished the second in off on the white. off the break.
So then this black to go 2-1.
It's a big frame. So did you watch the last frame? Last match, sorry. Chris and did you see the first two frames?
No, I missed the first two, but he went enough on the first two blacks, didn't he?
Oh, the first one's unbelievable. Unbelievable. He's cut the black in, hit the yellow for a skill shot, and the white follows
Followed it.
Oh,
He said it was about 6 inches away from the
oh
pocket
it
as
must have
well.
been from the line. And, yeah, it was incredible. You'd be spewing. And then the second frame was even worse, I think. But it proves how fast and reactive these tables are.
Yeah, if you're managing to play a skill shot that's 6-8 inches.
Yeah. All the amateurs playing at the back for the singles. The British, is it the British Open today?
The British Open. Should we have a look at some scores?
Yeah, I was having a
There's a few Dunster's 3-all against Curtis Lee. Another good player, Curtis Lee.
Yeah, I seen him play earlier.
The grinder.
The grinder. I watched him earlier. He looked pretty solid there. Yeah, he's had a lucky white there. Double kissed out. Has your match been delayed as well then? You were on earlier on?
Yeah, I think I was meant to be on at 5 o'clock and we were on at 8:15.
You got the winner of Ross Fernie.
Yeah, I play Nathan Bridges.
Yeah, to play the winner of Ross.
Yeah, and
I've never seen that Nathan, I don't think. I was meant to have him in the first event and he didn't show up.
looks like there's a good game going on table 20 between Colin Cooper and Steve Wall. Currently 6-5 to Colin Cooper.
Is he the Leicester lad or the Northampton lad? Coops. He posted it on Twitter the other day, didn't he? Moaning about all the Leicester boys. Sorry, Northampton boys being at Leicester.
Did he?
Yeah, funny.
Simon Ayres is 6-all against Robson. They're in a decider. There's another decider on table 15. Nathan Wilbur against Liam Irving.
Oh, he's a good lad, that Nathan.
I don't know Nathan, I know Liam. Liam lives up near me. Sam Chambers is 3-all against Lynn Davies.
That's a good match, isn't it?
Yeah.
That Lynn Davies does well on the... And Sam's obviously solid. He's from your way, isn't he?
Who's that?
Sam, is he? From your
Sam
way?
Chambers is from not Derby or Nottingham.
Oh, is he?
Yeah. There's a good game on table 7, makings of a final actually, amateur final. That Adam Griffiths is playing Wayne Fryer. Adam's currently 5-4 up.
Wow,
Two
Wayne
very,
Fryer
very
beat
good
Stingo
players.
earlier as well. Beat Cam Singleton earlier.
Who did?
Wayne Fryer.
Did he? Did he win the second event? Did he, or the first event? I'm sure he's won the title.
No, yeah, he won the last one, didn't he?
The last one, yeah. But anyway, back to this game, and it's looking like Luke's going to go 3-1 up. He's got 3 fairly simple pots.
Yeah. Does the black go? Yeah. Oh, yeah, he needs to make sure that... He needs to make sure he gets on that yellow a bit straight so he can play down to the far left pocket.
Yeah, he's not played that one the best, has he?
No, he's left himself a bit of a dodgy angle. Always taking this out now. I can see why, but it's not the best either, is it? He's got to just roll this in now and hopefully leave himself a good enough
I
angle.
think
He's
I'd be
got
playing
away
the one
from it.
down the rail. I think I'd be screwing it back to probably a foot past where it is now,
Yeah,
Scott,
about
to be honest.
about an inch back to where he is, yeah, and then just follow through, don't you? Or he's taking it.
See, I don't like this only because of how sliding the tables are.
Yeah, and he's not thin enough for it. So he must be going for the double.
I think you'll see him stun this across in between the black and the black spot.
I think it was sides, yeah, he might be right. I tell you what, it's a good pot. He's just unlucky where the white is. I think he's played it with the wrong side.
Would you have been running that through, would you?
Yeah, maybe.
I wouldn't have been playing any side, I'd have been kind of soft stunning it.
Alright.
Missed that.
He's missed it.
Ah, then Charlie.
Fill your boots. This is a...
Is he on that red to the top corner?
Yeah, he's on that, surely.
Yeah. Oh, is he? From looking at the...
Oh, wow. Maybe not. See, when you look at two different camera zones, it's...
Looking at the overhead, it looks like
Yeah.
he's on it 100%, but...
There's a shot drop, doesn't it? 6-1 down. Callum's solid, though, isn't he?
Look, I don't think he's on that.
No, he's not.
A little bit aside and
I'll tell you what, he might be playing the red off the red. No, he's playing the other red in the other pocket.
one good shot here and he's
he's
back in for 2-0. Good shot, actually, yeah. Nicely controlled. What time are you back on?
There's one more, then it's me on, I think. It was the fourth match on stream today, so... Was this the second match? Yeah. Is that Jamie Ringham from your way, is it?
No, he's I think he's from... Where's Cole Bedford from?
Oh, right.
Down south somewhere.
Yeah.
You don't know where Cole's from because he's always travelling around, isn't he, playing pool?
Oh, man troubles. Troubles everywhere. He loves a pool tournament, that bloke. Back in it, about 2 inches, he should be fine.
Yeah,
oh,
that's perfect.
Yeah, it's perfect. I didn't know because that cloth is a bit fast.
Just no kick.
Yeah. I've not seen one kick yet on this. Yeah, I've not seen one kick yet on the TV table yet. Actually, I've not seen a kick anywhere.
You don't tend to get as many kicks on the blue cloth.
Depends what people chalks use, isn't it?
Yeah. What chalk do you use? Do you just...
That Time version 10, I think it's best one out at the moment.
I'm still on the good old triangle, eh?
Yeah, I was until about Frogmere.
If it's good enough for Ronnie, mate, it's good enough for me. Oh, Luke will be sat in his chair there, look, just thinking it could have been 4-0.
Yeah. It'll be...
Charlie will be the happier of the two players at the moment.
Yeah, it's a big break here, to be fair to him, because he's had 2 in-offs already, so he needs to make sure this one stays off, or on the table anyway.
He's been in off twice off the cup break. Would you go to the front break now, or would you stick with the cup?
Yeah, the way he breaks, he's too, you know, stick to what you know, and bang it off the front. I think that's where the splits are today.
And his first 2 were cup breaks, though, weren't they?
Oh, were they? I
Yeah.
didn't realise, sorry.
That's why I said, will he change it up?
Oh, I think for a potter, you know, if you're a solid potter like most of us are, the front is the way. I love how Boyle breaks. I don't know how the hell he gets so much power off that cup break.
I've currently gone to the cup break about a month ago.
I did it for a bit.
Well, I've always done front break and then I tried cup break and I could never master it. I was in Saltire, Goldricks with Clint Hyanson a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
And I watched every single one of his games. I was sat watching his breaks and I kind of stole his break. And it's great.
You stole his carbon cue then?
No, he breaks better with his match cue.
I know. Don't tell me about it.
I think he just likes to protect the cue a little bit. It's a good shot by Luke.
Yeah, that's a great shot, isn't it? Black's still a bit iffy, but Luke's solid enough to get on that.
Yeah. I mean,
He might nudge it out, actually.
well, I mean, that's the difference between, I think, you know, some of the lower pros / amateurs and the top pros as is Luke.
Yeah.
He's comfortable to land on this and play it up the rail.
Yeah.
Especially on these, you know, the pockets do play quite generous on this table, so...
Yeah, they do, yeah. Only because cloth slides in it, doesn't it? It's it's a bit bounce. It's fine. I always say, like, my table's just recovered, and with the blue cloth, you know when it's ready, because the pockets, when you hit the far knuckle, they'll bounce, and yeah. I literally got it recovered yesterday, and I swear down, it's as fast as that. And that's what you want, isn't it?
Yeah.
You really keep it like that now.
See, we use Alan Yates at 8 Ball Direct. He's the same table fitter that does the IPA cloths.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah, he does these tables, so we get exactly the same.
Yeah.
Which is nice.
Are they fast or?
Yeah, fast.
Yeah. It's the way he stretches them, isn't it? I think.
He's super stretches, so yeah.
The guy telling me yesterday, he said you can't stretch them widthwise. It will only go like that much. I know it's not showing the viewers, but when they're going long ways, you can stretch it like nearly double.
You have to be careful though, because you can overstretch these. He's trying to go into it.
Yeah.
You can overstretch them and they rip. They just tear. So yeah, you just got to be careful when stretching them. See, he's going into that there. He's made it.
He's just going to have to play it. He's just going to have to play this part, and then it's fine. Might even play with a bit left hand side if he leaves it. Oh, we missed that as well. He's fine there. He just hits hit half ball, a bit side, and kick it out.
I'm playing this into the bottom bag, mate. Into the opposite.
Oh
bag.
yeah.
Yeah. I'm just dropping this in with a bit of running right hand side, leaving it as straight as I can. Play it dead weight into the bottom. As long as you hit any jaw, you can't miss.
That's what he's doing, isn't it? Oh,
Play like a double.
No, he's trying to play it thin, come part in the same bug. That's what I think he's trying to do.
You're right, mate, to be honest.
Yeah, you can tell because he's going down to double it now. That temper. He's got it. Wow, what a shot.
Good recovery shot by Luke there to take the lead 3-2.
Yeah, he's trying to hit it thin and come back. Same pocket, isn't he?
Yeah, it doesn't matter, does it? You got it. Never mind.
Yeah. Oh, update the pro event. Liam Dunston's 5-3 down to Curtis Lee. Who else? Duluth and Kevin Barton, 2-all. That's all's on at the moment.
And that decider between Nathan and Liam in the amateur still hasn't finished. I wonder if they're having a bit of a tactical battle.
What's happening to them? See him at the back. There's a view of the arena. Honestly, I think this is one of my favourite ones. I like Bradford as well. This is definitely the best hotel.
I don't like Bradford.
No?
No, I like it because I won my world title there. But I don't like it as a venue. Nothing against it, it's just personal preference.
Yeah. Yeah, we had an epic battle in that when you won the doubles.
Yeah, we did.
We did in quarters, was it? Was it the black ball shootout?
Yeah, black ball shootout.
I'm not a fan of that.
Fernie's arm fell off. Sorry, Ross.
Yeah, we all thought it would be mine, but yeah. I tell you what, that was another match where that's probably one of my favourite matches actually, even though I lost. The standard was relentless.
Yeah, it's really good. Yeah.
I think there must have been good 12 frames. I think there was about 10 dishes in that. There was one miss each, weren't there?
Yeah.
So the standard was a joke that day.
Yeah, it was good. I mean, me and John, who did we play? We played Craig Brown and Lee Shepherd.
Oh,
it was 4-0 down, and then we've had four break dishes, 3 reverse dishes against them. We played really well together.
Wow.
He must have had a bad back after that week.
I really don't know what's happened there. I think he thought that was a plant into the middle.
Yeah, he tried to play it off the other ball into the middle.
Yeah, but he's left. He's left Charlie, isn't it?
It's open table as well, I believe.
Yeah, I think it's open table. Them yellows look lovely.
When did you travel down then, Scott? Was it today or last night?
I'm travelling back and forth. I only live in Leicester, so
Oh, do you?
yeah, 10 minutes down the road. Not too bad. So there's a few Leicester lads on the tour now. There's going to be a few more next year by the look of it.
I see.
Yeah, I was just saying on the last one with the Masters in Scotland, I'd text a few lads saying that they were interested, because I got told there was only like 40 spaces available, like roughly, and then I just know it's open now, so I said get in quick. There's about 10 of them all gone in the amateur bit, which is good to see.
Yeah, any new faces, you know?
Yeah, there's
join
a
the
couple there this
IPA.
weekend. Yeah, it's good to see. It's good to see people like interested again, isn't it?
Yeah.
Rec-
So you live in Leicester then? The pool's quite good in Leicester, isn't it? There's I remember
some
years
top
ago
boys.
the Leicester tour. That was
Yeah.
a very good tour.
Yeah, it's a good tour now, I've been told. It's only amateurs only, so you and me can't go in. Even though I've tried it a few times. So,
He's doing some in the background.
yeah, Liam at the back. Quite sure he's not on the stream, to be honest. Being world number one, he's expected to be on later on in time, and if he wins.
Yeah, do you know what? I respect the IPA for not putting the top boys on all the time.
No, I literally said that earlier. I said it's good to see. I think it's good for the viewers to see the standard between like 16 and below,
Yeah.
and then compared to the top 16, because there is a gap.
Yeah, of course it is.
Yeah, of course there is. But I personally think it's good to see, because in the future they won't say, "Oh, where's he come from?" when he hits form. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. And as well, like you said, the top 7-8 players are expected to be there in the latter stages, so they're going to get on the stream.
Yeah. Which it's no bother to me. Like, that's what they deserve, isn't it? That's why they are the best players on the Black Bull scene, isn't it?
Yeah. Charlie's had a bit of luck there, where he's left his cue ball. Must say, what a lovely commentating room this is.
That's beautiful.
Aircon's on full blast as well, nice and cool.
I'll put my head under the tap in a minute. That's a good shot.
Yeah, it's very clever, that.
Charlie might be able to sneak this behind the yellow. If the red weren't at the top bag here, he might be able to poll it, but it's off two cushions going middle because he's got a big packet. Pocket.
Yeah.
Oh, he's going where I said behind the yellow. Good shot.
I don't think he's covered it though, has he?
No, he's unlucky if he hasn't.
I think Luke here can play this red
that's
into the
fine.
corner bag and then leave himself a nice angle to go into his bad ball on the rail.
Yeah, this should be 4-2. Trying to be a bit gutted there because he had a golden chance there. I was quite surprised by that. I thought he's going to do it now, next shot.
Yeah, he's going to play this red over the corner bag again, isn't he?
Who's your dream player to play this season? We already had him.
Haven't really got one, On my first event in the second game after I beat Barley, I played McAllister, and that was the one for me. Winning the title with him and then to go on and play him. Obviously, he pumped me. I let him win to say thank you for the week he had.
For carrying me.
Yeah. but no, if I can win my next game, my game later on, then I'll play Fernie. I've only played Ross once, and that was on my first ever IPA event at Bournemouth, and I beat him 7-0 on the arena table.
Oh, wow.
So I'm looking forward to that, to getting, getting his own back. So hopefully I can get through my game at 8 o'clock.
I've only known like Ross and a few other Scottish lads for about, like I say, since I've been on here, and I was quite lucky to. I thought it was a wind up. I thought I was meant to go with some lad called Dylan or something in the doubles, and then he pulled out, and his mate said, "Oh, I might be able to get you someone." I said, "All right." He said, "I'll ring you in 10 minutes." I said, so he rang me. He said, "What about Ross Fernie?" I said, "Yeah, funny." I said, I thought you'd winding me up. And he goes, no. The other one was Barry Lynn, I think it was.
Yeah, Barry couldn't go.
Yeah, and then Boyle, obviously, and I was like, that's his wind up. I said, he goes with Fleming and that. And then next thing I know, Ross just texts me. I thought, you do doubles. And then the funny thing about that is I'll come back from Isle of Man, and then Liam Dunst just texted me. Say, do you want to do doubles? I said, oh, sorry, mate, I'm with Ross.
Well, I've got a similar, story for the doubles. It's quite funny, actually. So I grew up with Jack Whelan.
Oh, yeah.
Jack asked me if I wanted to go in the doubles. So I said, yeah, that's fine, I suppose so. Blah, blah, blah. It was all sorted, and then obviously Jack's changed organisation, got over to Auckland Pool. So then the next day, I seen John McAllister. And he goes, "Oh, well, Beanzo Jack's going over there. Do you want to go with me?" He goes, "Well, I suppose I'll have to, won't I?" So it's not a bad substitute.
Nah, that's all right, isn't it?
Yeah. So.
Sanchez 4-2.
Yeah, and
think
Charlie's
it's a great-
making it easy for him as well at the moment.
Yeah, Charlie's got a little thinking to do. He's good enough to come back to this, isn't he?
There's a sidekick in the background, look, Cole Page, another lovely lad.
Yeah, get the green fees in. So it's one club I've not been to either. I'd like to go there. Apparently it's a nice little club what they've got. Not looking forward to playing on Sunday with the heat.
No, but the aircon in there is good, isn't it?
Yeah, it's quite nice. Better than Bradford.
Quieter.
Quite, yeah. Yeah, I'm missing the Newcastle event, so we'll miss me there. I'm looking forward to going Isle of Man.
November the 4th to the 6th, I believe.
Is it? Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Because we're there for bonfire night again.
Are we? Well,
Yeah.
We did last year for it.
Yeah, it was the same dates last year, but there was nothing on because you remember the roadworks on the promenade.
Ah, is that why?
Apparently they usually have a big display on the promenade.
Oh, I didn't know
So
that.
maybe this year, if the roadworks are done. Wayne Fryer's gone 6-5 up against Adam Griffiths.
Apparently he used to be professional on the board.
Who?
Wayne Fryer years ago.
Did he?
Yeah, someone told me on the school.
I'm new to it all, man.
I'm 100% new to all the Blackpool side of things. Been on the dark side for too long. Let's see my mate doing well. 2-all.
Who's that?
First event, Macca, Mackenzie Brown. So 2-all. Take that. Good. He's a young lad. He's got potential, that boy.
Is it his first tour?
Yeah, he's going to try and hopefully do the rest of the year if I can find him a backer.
Take your hand in your pocket, Scott.
Yeah, I need one myself. I've got one, so. Thank God.
That's a nice shot just to take control of the colour set.
Yeah, it's a great shot. Now just play the front over, innit? Get the pocket, innit?
Yeah.
Even if you get it, you're going to be on the one in the middle anyway, so it could be on here if he gets his punt right.
I think I'd be possibly playing the pots in the middle bag.
That's what he's doing. Too negative, that's the problem.
That's the only issue there with pushing that red there. I think he needed to
Yeah,
play
he
it
should have
harder.
stunned it, yeah.
Yeah. Left himself a bit of work to do now.
I tell you, it might be alright for it. It might be on the plan for the cut.
Yeah. Plant it down the rail now. In or over.
I'm going to try and pull it and go into it. Oh, what a pot. That's fantastic, Kieran. Oh, he's not even on the red. He does not deserve that.
No, he's unlucky there.
Oh, definitely doesn't deserve that. He's totaled nearly, isn't he? Well, he is totaled. Wow.
I mean, he can play across the table. Hopefully, if he gets the pot, you'll still have the same angle he initially wanted on the one in
Don't
the
know if you
corner.
That's a good shot, isn't it?
Yeah, he'll take that. He'll be a bit gutted inside that he didn't, that he snookered himself, but he'll take second prize.
I didn't know if he could come off between the black and the red and hit the black. Hit the red, sorry. The pot off the yellow. On the side. But he's played it the other way. He's played a great shot, to be fair to him.
Luke might play the skill shot there. The yellow to the top left corner.
One back over.
Back over to the right, yeah, to the opposite corner.
No, he hasn't.
See the angle though, look.
Yeah,
the angle was there.
I think he's alright though, yeah. Because he's just got to play screw this yellow down, and then he's on all three, isn't he?
Yeah, see, I'd have definitely played the skill shot there, because if you miss the skill shot, you're going to be on this bad yellow to the middle bag.
Yeah, I see it now, yeah.
It was a natural angle, as you just seen.
Yeah.
But he's come up a bit short, which has left him in a bit of trouble.
He's got a beautiful though.
I don't like these.
No, I don't. You watch me at far knock and I'll be running where the reds are.
I think you have to play the yellow into the top right corner and screw off the red half ball.
Yeah.
I think you have to screw out for the one to the middle bag. But in doing so, he's releasing Charlie's bad reds. So it puts a bit more pressure on the finish.
He's not on it. That's one final cut.
I think he can get the part, but can he get the kiss into the yellows? Looks a bit thin to me.
It's a bit thin. And he's chasing now. Oh, is it thick? Oh, he's on it.
He's played that well, that's a good shot.
I didn't know he could hit it so thick.
I think he'll be taking the one up the rail now.
Yeah.
Getting that bad ball out of the way, and then you'll see his pattern emerge.
That's a good shot. Let's put it well on the round. So you've got to play one more good shot in now.
Perfect inted, stun over.
No, I just think follow through. He is stunning though, but I'll just follow through, I think, surely. I did it well. I didn't know he could hold it.
Yeah. And then anything where the yellow is now, just stun this in.
Yeah.
Leave himself straight.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be. He wants to be below, not top side. Does not want to be there. He's got to play this delicate in the middle now.
He's still alright, you know.
I know, he's a
looks
solid
curious,
curist. Solid curist. But on them shots, especially with the way the game's gone,
it didn't have to be so hard, did it?
Yeah, you're putting pressure on yourself. You don't need to, do you?
No, he's like he's putting it into a blind pocket as such. He's not, but this you know, he wanted to be away from the cushion.
You could
nice
easily
and
hit the
straight.
cushion here first.
Yeah, he could flick the red on the way through.
Yeah.
Whereas if that white was even just 1 inch off that cushion.
He's got that shot. It's a great shot. Right.
Scott, I'm going to have to leave you for 30 seconds, mate, for a toilet break.
That's right, mate. Yeah, Charlie's been a bit unlucky here. You know, it's a learning curve for him. Like it's a learning curve for all of the new pros. Playing the experienced boys now, you know. Yeah. Charlie's not out of this yet, though. You know, he's got potential. He's got the ability to come back at Luke and really punish. You know, he's got to start punishing the, you know, the chances he's getting. It's easy to say on the commentary box. I've got no right to criticise anyone. Well, I'm not criticising. I'm just definitely no criticism. I've got to play later. It's going to be fun. Oh, the white's in. No, it's not. Wow, what a break that is. Probably say if the red does not go past the yellow at the bottom, it's got to be yellows. Yeah, just broke, and look at that for a break. Would you say yellows or reds if that red went past down the bottom pocket?
If the red goes, I'd be taking red, but by him looking at that yellow, assuming that red flies in. Cushion first, especially on this slidey table. So yeah, I'd be going reds here.
Yeah, I'll be going reds. If the red definitely goes past, then I would be. And he's going yellow. Wow.
I'm struggling to see the pattern for the finish here, Scott, other than chasing it. I can see what he's looking at. You know, he's going to try and leave the angle to put the yellow into the middle bag and cannon into his other yellow. But he's relying on a bit of luck there.
Yeah. Just needs to be where this side of the red now, doesn't he? I think he's perfect. Yeah, he's perfect.
Lovely shot. This is the one, you know, this is the my worry in this finish.
He's got top through here now. Stun top, you know.
I mean, if he catches this wrong and pushes it onto the cushion, he's not on a ball. If he pushes it too far and he's not onto the yellow into the left corner.
Yeah, he doesn't want to hit it thin, does he? Oh. I think he's going to hit it thin. Oh, he played it well, very well.
Yep.
Yeah, that's class. I can't see this going wrong now.
What ball are you playing for your last ball here?
I was hoping for the one down over the pocket, but I think he might be forced to take it. Nah, he's alright now. Just his right where he is now, screw back, innit?
I think he's looking at playing the one to the corner first.
Yeah, I mean, he needs to miss a few reds there then. He needs to go through the two reds then, doesn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, the far two reds here.
I think I'm playing the one to the middle first here.
I am as well.
Because he's playing on the same line now that he would be if he was getting on the black.
It's
if he leaves
short.
it short like that,
Yeah.
it's not, you know, it's not hard, but it's hard.
You're making the situation hard for yourself,
yeah,
aren't you?
whereas if you play that yellow into the middle first and then play that line, you're on the black, no matter where you are.
I think the red's going to come in play here near the black. I think he's going to clip it.
Yeah, I'm playing this with left hand side off to me.
Yeah. He's playing with right hand side.
Playing with left there.
Oh, sorry. Oh, he's had the lucky with a skill shot. Wow.
He's had some form there.
He's had. I told you, put the lottery on, boy. Put the lottery on.
Big frame as well, that 6'2" or 5'3". Yep, Charlie over 6 in his chair watching that.
Yeah, he won't be happy there. Yeah, Luke looks a bit more relaxed now, doesn't he? He looks a bit.
Yeah, like you say, Charlie's let him have a few chances here.
Yeah, Charlie be like.
Charlie's a much better player than this.
100%. It's a bit like the last one. Chris is so much better. You know, it's the level where we are, where that one person can dominate, one person and make us look silly.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And it doesn't make us a bad player. It's just that we've had the bad run, or we've been unlucky in that frame, do you know what I mean? Or that match, whatever. You could easily do me 8-0, do you know what I mean? Like.
Yeah, like you say, you're not surprised, are you? If you know you beat me 8-0, I beat you 8-0. It's just pool.
Yeah, and if we both play well, it's an 8-7, isn't it, or 8-6?
Yeah.
How long did it take you to get down there then?
Well, we got back from holiday yesterday, and then I went to stay at my mum's house in Derby.
Oh, he did say,
rather
yeah.
than travel up north to come back down, so it's only a 50-minute drive for me today.
Yeah, it's not too bad, is it?
No, it's ideal.
Oh, you see your mum still lives in Derby then?
Yeah, and these pro times are brilliant, aren't they? None of this 9 o'clock Friday morning business anymore.
It's a bit, if you're on the rail there, it's going to be a bit. I tell you what, you could play a 4-ball plant here. Is what he's looking at, isn't it?
Yeah.
That red onto that red and pop the yellow in the middle, and he gets the bad yellow out. Oh, he's not. Oh, he's played it the other way. What a shot
yellow
that
onto
is.
red onto yellow.
Yeah, I didn't see that one.
And he's brought his other bad one up. Oh, it's a fantastic shot. Good vision just to see the shot, let alone execute it.
I thought he was going the other way. Oh, and he can just get his other bad yellow out now, can't he? Top through. He's still on a ball.
Yeah. Just make sure you push it past the red though. Don't push it onto the red, Charlie.
Oh, he's missed it. See the little flicks. If that was Luke, he probably would have flicked it out and been plumb, wouldn't he? The way the game has gone.
Have you noticed when you played the players that are better than you get the flicks?
That's everyone for me. Yeah, I know what you mean.
If I play someone that I'm probably going to win 9 times out of 10, I get absolutely everything.
Yeah.
Breaks, landing absolutely plumb.
Yeah.
If you go and play Dunster, not one flick. every break will be dry and.
And then the one flick you get, you moan about.
Yeah. I know the flick I'd get would be an off or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's going to have to play the plant here, and it's a little.
Always play the cut up.
That's
oh
a
my
great
God,
shot.
What a
That's
shot
in.
that is. That's in. That's an incredible shot.
You see there, he's been unlucky
He's
again.
There.
Yeah.
He's got an option for 3 yellows and he's on 1. Just proves, for me, it proves the run, doesn't it?
Yeah.
He ain't got many more to get this yellow out. He might have to play a treble here.
I was just thinking the treble myself, but it's awkward queuing, isn't it?
And it's not on the
Can
near
you
the
play this with loads of left hand side and swing it off 2 cushions, maybe even 3?
Oh, he's in the red. Otherwise, yeah.
But in doing so, that does open it up to a double.
Yeah, true. But he's got to cue this ball well now. Middle or top one?
I think.
I think the treble, to be honest, now. I'll be trebling that yellow. That's what he's looking at. You got a big pocket with the red, didn't you? He doesn't need the red. He does not need the
Charlie
red.
Begley. Oh, look at where the red's gone
Oh
again.
my God, he's had some.
I think he's
on
alright
it.
there.
He's alright.
He's alright if you look at the overhead.
Yeah.
That's a fantastic shot by Charlie Begley there.
He's still got some shot there. He's got to play this loads of left, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, he's played it well. Played it well.
His flicks. There we go. I think he deserved that little one, didn't he?
He deserved that for the last 3 or 4. Didn't it? Thought he rushed it.
Well done, Charlie.
And that's what you can do, isn't it? Charlie can do that.
Yeah. So 6-3. Obviously, goes without saying that was a huge frame, because I had to put Luke on the hill. Should we have a look at some scores from around the arena in the background, as we can see?
Around the stadium.
Mario was Dessous is 5-3 up against Kev Barton.
All Dunster's 5-all.
Yeah, I've just seen that one.
To get on. Got to scroll down, there's a few of them this time. Oh, my mate's follow through down. Luke's in there.
Extension goal.
Where do you think your football club's going to finish this year then, Wayne? Wadey?
Probably in League One still.
Depends
No,
if you get your points deducted or not.
Yeah, well, we've made some good signings over the past 6 or 7 days.
Yeah, you
We've
got Mendes Lang, ain't you?
Yeah, there's some really good players, to be fair, especially for League One.
Yeah, we had Mendes Lang when he was a young lad. He's class.
So, Luke's in with a good chance for 7-3, yeah? Ooh, that's in on this table.
Yeah, it's just that's what I mean by it slides a little bit. If he'd hit it any harder, it probably wouldn't have gone in. Because he would have hit it a bit thicker, wouldn't he? got a couple of key shots coming up here now. If the yellow does not go in the bottom pocket, bottom left pocket, I'll say it does. The next two shots are massive because he needs to screw back now to that area, doesn't he?
He's played that one well, yeah, and that yellow above the black does pass into the left corner as we look at it.
It's got to, isn't it? He's looking at the middle now, though.
When does the women's event start? Do we know?
Sunday. Finishes next Wednesday. Nah, I'm joking. Starts tomorrow, doesn't it?
Does it start on Saturday?
No, it starts tonight at 7 o'clock, I think. So.
Who's your think's favourite for that? I think Vicky Lomax. I think this weekend. I've just got that feeling that Vicky's going to take it down.
I'd like to see someone. I'd like to see some of the girls win it. I'd like to see Randall win one. She's due one, isn't she?
Yeah, she's made a few finals.
Yeah, she just needs to get over that final hurdle, and I think many more will come to her.
Yeah, I think as soon as Danielle wins one, then I think she'll start winning more of the women's events.
Yeah. I think obviously you're gonna have Harriet there, aren't you? She's everyone at the
playing
moment.
really well, yeah.
I think Kerry Griffiths is the other one, isn't it? She's always there and about, isn't she?
Yeah,
I don't know if she's here though.
Kerry's a really good player. I've not seen Kerry yet. I've seen Vicky.
Yeah, I've not seen many of the girls actually. To be honest, I don't actually, without being real, I don't really watch many of the. I only watch the pros really now. I don't really watch the women's or the amateurs.
Yeah.
I like to see my mates do well, but I've not really watched them play today.
I like watching Amy Beauchamp as well. She's very good.
Yeah, I actually think the women's game's improving all the time. You know, be interested to see what they do next year. Is there going to be 8 pros or something to say? Going to be a pro list or something?
I'm not sure, mate, to be honest. And as we've been talking about the women's, Luke's just took that frame himself on the hip.
I thought you meant something else.
So 7-3 to Luke. Charlie's facing an uphill battle here. Kev Barton's pulled one back against Miles de Sousa.
They've been on the RPA for a few years, haven't they? Both of them. Pickers been on for a little while, hasn't he?
Pickers and Kev.
Toulouse has been always there and about for a while, hasn't he?
Yeah. Is he French?
No, he lives in Lincoln, way.
Does he?
Yeah.
Is his family French? Sounds like a French
tell
name.
you. I played him a few times, but he was always in the other team to me.
Shout out to Big Deej, just sending us a kiss on Snapchat. Miss that boy, good player, Dave McNamara.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I'd never played him. How long I've been playing, I don't think I've ever met him. I think I might have met him once.
Lovely lad. Crap at pool.
Any good at trick shots?
Don't think so, I've not seen him post any. Charlie's just come a bit short on that, has he?
I tell you what, he's left himself straight here, hasn't he?
Hoping one of my best mates has a good run this weekend. Darren Cook has won his first game against Holly Heath. Then he got a bye in the next round He's currently sat in the room with his bum boy Josh.
Yeah, so we'll be there'll be no interview after this match. So whoever wins this, and to catch up, we'll be going straight to the next match, which will be Alex O'Donoghue against Dan Davey, and that will be a very interesting match. So I don't know who'll be in the comms box. Hopefully,
I know one thing, it's not me, because I'm going for a lie down for an hour before my game.
Yeah, I need to have an hour for one game as well. So yeah, there'll be no interview after this match. So
There might not be any commentary.
yeah, there might be no commentary either. So we'll find out who's going to be in the commentary box here. But at the moment, it's going to go straight to the next match after this. Oh, hello, Charlie Begley. Get yourself back in that, boy. He's just absolutely got the treble, and look again, no run. He's got a big shot to play here. In off, innit? You think it's in off? Oh, he's cutting it in the middle.
Oh, he's miscued it. He miscued that.
I think he's glad it. I think he's glad he miscued it. But
It's not bad, he's got the bag.
you know the white's in, don't you? You know the white one, don't you?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh.
That's what I'm saying, he covered the bag.
It's not really an easy starter. He should be getting these though. This should be the finish. Charlie's had some bad run in the match, hasn't he? So
Yeah, he's not had the best run.
when you play these big boys, I say the big boys, you know,
That's a nice little shot there by Luke.
you need that run, don't you? The little flicks and that to go your way, don't you?
Yeah.
You need the break to work for you. Charlie will go back to the whiteboard, and he'll do some damage again at the next event, hopefully.
Right, so Viv Rusco's just texted me.
Oh yeah,
There's some new ladies playing this weekend.
is there?
Yep, so there's Sharon James, World Championship finalist.
Yeah, she's solid, very good.
Laura Evans, snooker player.
Oh yeah.
Ashley O'Neill, Scottish player, very good cueist. And Viv said they're all very capable of winning the tour.
Wow.
So that's good. Some more women's pool players that have got chances to win it. Be nice to see some new faces around.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. It is nice to see, isn't it, though?
Yeah, it's like it's just like the men's side. We want other people to win win events and start doing well, not just the same faces all the time.
Yeah. We are slowly getting there. That's a good shot. Three balls left, 2 reds and a black for Luke Sanchez to win this against Charlie Begley.
That's it. Game over.
Yeah, it's game over. Charlie's had some no runners, he bless him.
No, he's not really got himself into the game, has he?
Nah.
He's been chasing finishers and the bad flicks and stuff.
Yeah, he's had 2 in off straight away, 3-0 down or whatever it was. And you're chasing the game. And against Luke, you don't want to be chasing, do you? You want to be as close as possible to the lad, or obviously in front. So.
But you can't take anything away from Luke there. He's played pretty solid.
Yeah,
Not missed much,
like I
has he?
said, Luke's solid anyway, isn't he? So he'll go back to his bed and chill out, ready for his next match. So like I said 10 minutes ago, we're going straight to the next match. It'll be Alex O'Donoghue versus Dan Davey. And what a match this will be.
All right, good afternoon. It's Mark Pickworth here, and I'm just going to be bringing you this next match, and what a cracker this is going to be. Alex O'Donoghue against Dan Davey. Alex, he's not had the best of starts of the season so far. He finished up the season pretty well, getting to the quarter-finals in the Isle of Man. Dan Davey, he's been in a little bit of form recently. He's been getting to quarter-finals, etc., and he's probably going to take some stopping in this match. But these two, they've met each other a few times, at the IPA, and I'm sure they're going to meet quite a few more times in the coming sort of IPA tours. Delighted to be joined by one of our regular professionals, been professional for a few years now, David Adenall, all the way from the Isle of Man. And David, what do you think of this match? You played a couple of these. Have you played these players at some point?
Funny enough, I've never played either of them. I played actually Dan a long time ago, a good few years ago, but never on the IPA. So I think this will be a tough match to call. It could go the distance. This.
Yeah, I mean, if Alex is one of them, is quite attacking player, and Dan is, and I think this black ball rules really suits these two players, and they're definitely both of these styles very attacking, and it's going to be an exciting match. There's no doubt about that. With Alex, I always find that he needs to settle early on. Otherwise, he can sort of find himself 4-0 behind before he's even settled down. So, and what do you think with that? Do you think if Dan Davey does take a lead, is going to be one-way traffic?
Yeah, it's. I think it's going to be a tight match, like you say. With Alex, he can take out some really good finishes, and if he gets into a flow, then he can take the match out. But I mean, some of the clearance that Dan can do, and he's very creative in some shots as well. I just think if with them creative shots, if he ever needs them, I think he could get them, and I maybe slightly favour Dan, but there's not much in this.
Yeah, we'll just talk about that previous game. I mean, we saw Luke Sanchez, a bit more of a one-sided affair. Did you watch any of that on the sidelines before you've come into the
I watched a little bit before it.
Did it deserve to have a scoreline like that? I mean, the sort of glimpses I saw in that match, Charlie should have took a couple more chances than he did.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I didn't get to see much of the second half of the match, but Luke's a very good player, very solid. The left-handers are always easy on the eye, but he's always got good control of his cue ball, especially near the end in that match when he found the gap to get on the last yellow. I thought that was a brilliant shot. There wasn't much room for error there, and that just goes to show his skill and control with the cue ball.
Yeah, and Charlie Begley is one of the most up-and-coming youngsters that we've got on the IPA. He's very exciting to watch. I think we're going to see plenty more of him on this stream table. And he's a close friend of Alex O'Donoghue as well, so he's getting some good practice partner, isn't he?
Well, very much so, yeah. It's always great to have that, and it's a good setup for coming to these weekends, to have someone to practice with like that.
Yeah, as we can see now, the players are in the arena. They're just getting ready for this next match. Darren Maidman, he's ready, look, well before the players. And there's one match I'm looking forward to, it really is. And I think the winner of this, I think I was looking at, was possibly could be playing Corey Reese. I mean, we know what absolute form Corey Reese was in. And it's going to be an interesting one to see who gets through. That could be some matchup, whoever gets through out of these two.
Yes, definitely will be. Yeah, it's going to be a great match, this. And like you say, if whoever plays Corey, it'll be a very good match.
Yeah, so Corey Reese, he's playing Michael Tomlinson. He was 1-0 down in that match, but he's now 3-1 ahead. Plenty more results going off at the moment, plenty more games going off, and we've got plenty more matches to come on this stream table. We're hoping to bring, after this one, another 3 more, so buckle in and watch this exciting action throughout this afternoon. And
so stay with us, we've got the rest of the day. So.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, there's one match at the very top of the half. Not sure if you've been keeping a close eye on it, David. Liam Dunster, the #1 player, and he's going to be the #1 player for the rest of this season. There's nobody catching him. He's miles ahead on ranking points, and he's playing Curtis Lee. Remember, Curtis Lee had a great win against Andy Crosdale. Pretty much dispatched him very, very easily within about 40-50 minutes. And that's currently locked at 5 frames each.
Wow, yeah, I did see Curtis had a bit of a lead early on, but then I just was watching some of that match, and Liam pulled out a really good clearance, as you'd expect from Liam. He's always getting to the back end of tournaments, but you know, that just shows why he's so high up in the rankings. Well, so far ahead in the rankings, shall I say? But yeah, it's there's so many great players that any result can happen really.
Yeah, and just a little bit on Liam, just before this match starts. I mean, he got to both finals last one, and he never put any time in because he's just opened a new club up in Scotland, and that's what he does when he don't practice.
That's
Two
correct.
finals. And yeah, I know it's a runner-up, and he'll be a bit disappointed with that, but I think he said he would have bit our hand off if he was going to make both finals.
I think you would at the start of any tournament. Even Liam, you know, 2 finals is a great weekend. But like you say, it is hard to keep going with like other commitments off the table. But
Yeah, absolutely. But we'll keep you right up to date with that score against Curtis Lee. But let's get back to this game. This is going to be an interesting matchup. That break, he broke him off nice and cleanly. With the white was a little bit loose. It went close to that middle pocket. But I think you just got to be glad you make the ball on the first break, don't you?
yes, definitely, it's all about just making that ball, hitting them well, and then you just hope that the balls open up nicely. And I think there's only maybe one problem ball. Yeah, that was a good shot. He's opened them up nicely there. Give him a few options.
Yeah, and that probably one problem ball. Yeah, the yellow in the top half of the table, that could be a problem if he doesn't get it on it correctly. But that black ball, that's not easy. But if he leaves that one on the cushion, that could be his last ball, possibly.
That would definitely be a great link-up ball. Just going to the other end of the table. Didn't expect him to miss that one.
Oh, we can't be too critical, Dave. This is the first frame, and
Yes, very much.
and it's going to be the first matches as well for these two players. And yeah, they're on the TV table.
Well,
So and straight away you're being critical to them, David. So, but yeah, I'm sure
Very
we're
harsh,
going to
isn't
be
it?
critical throughout this match. We expect a very high standard here at the IPA, and I'm sure we'll see it. They'll settle in nicely. But Dan Davey, I find Dan Davey pretty much ultra attacking player. I really do, and he's great to watch.
He is very good to watch, and I think that's when you see some of the very some of the exciting shots that he can play, and his touch play as well. You know, he's got to get it on a sixpence. Sometimes he can, you know, pull out brilliant shots and take out clearances that don't look on. I think that's what's impressive about Dan.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, I've spoke to Dan a few times about how he's progressed through the IPA, and I think maybe he's not got to his full potential yet. Maybe breaking into that top 8, because he's always about top 10, 11, 12, 13th ranked player, and I think he has got another gear, hasn't he? It's just about. But again, you know, this is a hobby to these players. They've all got personal commitments, etc. You know, Dan's opened a new calf recently last year, and that seems to be thriving. And it's just commitments. And can you commit to playing pool all the time? Sometimes you can't, but some of these players can.
Exactly. Yeah, it's all about the time that you can have. Like, but it's I definitely agree. I am surprised that I don't see Dan at the back end of tournaments a bit more often. I think we can say this about numerous players, but the problem is when you've got that many players with that many potential, unfortunately they can't all get to the back end of tournaments on a regular basis.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the best way of describing them sort of players is like the banana skins. Them players are always there to trip you up because they're more than capable of dishing every frame, aren't they? And dishing off your break, and all of a sudden you'd be back on a bit of an hiding against a lower ranked player, and that happens more than often at these IPA ranks. But Dan Davey, this is a key shot now. This is just to see if he is cueing really well. He has been cueing well recently. That needs to travel a little bit. Don't think the table. Oh, it has.
I think this TV table does give you that extra
Wow.
roll, doesn't it?
When I saw that travelling towards that cushion, I didn't think that was going to make it, but it's absolutely perfect. I wouldn't say perfect to the millimetre, but you'd take that, wouldn't you?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, still got a bit of work to do, but that's a good shot to get that down.
Yeah, I don't think he had all the pocket there to play with that red. I don't think it passed that red above it very easily, so he had to make sure he cued it well.
I think he's just making sure he got the white back. a little, just so he can dig down on this cue ball to be able to move this, because I don't think he can hold it.
Just trying to drop that in at a dead weight as possible. Just leave himself a shot.
I think that's it, yeah. It's never going to be ideal, but it's better than running the risk and being potentially snookered. I think this is definitely the right shot.
Yeah, and this is one of them nervy ones. It's the first frame. And if this drops, this could settle Dan Davey right into this match straight away. That was pretty close, but probably didn't deserve to go in. Now, a second chance for Alex O'Donoghue.
Amazing how much we say it, but the first frame is so important. Just to, like you say, just to settle yourself, get yourself into it. And the thing is, as well, it's not just the confidence of winning the first frame. It's like, even after 3 frames, you know, if you win that first one, the worst case is you're 2-1 down instead of 3-0 down. It just relieves a bit of pressure and gives you a chance to just get going.
Yeah, this will definitely settle Alex if he can take these last 3 yellows out. I mean, the black is hanging there for an easy clearance. I think he'll be very happy with this. Could probably just screw this on and off that side cushion again. Trying to get a bit of an angle on his last yellow, and I can't see any problem here. And Alex is going to be looking like taking this opening frame. Simple black then for 1-0. That's a pretty scrappy frame by both of these two standards. But Dan's had a chance there. Not an easy one, but he had a chance.
I think you can quite often expect that in the first frame. You touched on before, the first frame of the weekend for you guys, and even on the TV table as well, it plays different to the outer arena tables. But I have to say, the tables in the outer arena played amazing this afternoon. It's really impressive how the tables are. They're so fast and reactive, it's brilliant. I believe from watching this, it's even quicker.
Yeah.
As we've seen from that shot with Dan, how he got onto that left.
One thing I've been impressed with Dan Davey this year is his break. He's been, I mean, don't get me wrong, this is probably the commentator's curse now, but his break has been so consistent. And normally, I'm going to say it now, he normally clears up off it. So the guns are out for me, no doubt, from the Dan Davey fans if he doesn't clear up off this break, but he gets a bit of power behind him. Lost the white a little bit, but he's got a ball. And a black, so we're into a re-rack. We're getting the money's worth out of Darren here, Darren Maidman, aka Jim.
Oh, well, at least we'll get to have another look at this break that we're talking about.
Yeah, I don't think he'd be too happy with his white there, going close to that top corner pocket. It sort of shows a sign that he's not queuing through straight. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, definitely. It's trying to just cue it straight, and it's getting that power as well. Like, you put too much power in, you're going to lose the white, and it's just getting that balance right, I find. A bit like driving on the golf course in the fairway.
Yeah.
If you try and do too much, you're in no man's land.
Yeah, in the trees normally with me.
You'll get lost in there.
Yeah, I do. Right then, as you said, another look at the Dan Davey break. Double D. Doesn't get right down on his shot, but I think he generates some great power. Again, good connection.
It always happens.
Always happens though when it's a re-rack. It's a dry break. That is not what the doctor ordered. And Alex is back at the table, 1-0 ahead with a chance to extend his lead. It's amazing how this game can just lose a little bit of momentum. It just plays with your mind, can't it?
Yeah, very much. I mean, if Dan was winning that last frame, he'd probably have potted after the first break, and have a chance.
So first glance at these balls here then, I mean he has got a choice of both colour sets. But, I mean they're tricky, either colour set he goes for, would you agree?
Yeah, very messy. I think you have to go red. They're both very, very messy. It's a difficult choice to start with.
Yeah, that was a tricky little shot. I think he was asking a lot from there not to get the cannon on the red. So I don't think he's on another red here. I don't think he can get through to any potting angle on one.
Also makes the safety a little difficult as well.
Is he looking at a bit of an outrageous 3-ball plant here? This would be outrageous if he gets this. Yeah, trying to get a good white though, like you said. It wasn't easy to get a good white. He's probably left a pot on here, I think. Is that a cut back into the right centre?
I think that was the right shot really, because the red near to it, he didn't want to move that, he wanted to keep that. So it causes trouble for the 2 yellows above it.
Yeah, and these balls just around that black ball, they're tricky for both colour sets. And I think this is one of them frames. It's about who attacks it first, and you sometimes need a little bit of a nice kiss or a little bit of run just to take these out. It's a good opening pot there though from Dan.
Dan's got quite a lot of hard work to do. I don't know if them 2 yellows around the black do have individual pockets, but trying to get that play to get to them is very difficult. But I think all them reds go, so I think that he will go for it for that very reason.
Yeah, I think you're right. Dan's that sort of player, very attacking. Looks like he's going to be doing a double. Oh, that's skidded off that bottom cushion a little bit further than he thought.
He's adjusting to that slide, isn't it? That's just giving it that little bit extra.
Yeah, definitely play a lot different to the outer tables.
It is an adjustment, and sometimes you need a shot or 2 before you can work out exactly what that adjustment is.
Yeah, so Dan Davey still not settled down yet. So important to settle in these matches early, especially on this table. Oh, there's a little bit of work to do here. I mean, would you say he's probably got to be canning in some reds out here? I mean, not probably at this shot. I mean, I don't think he's got any other option, to be honest, because of the angle. I think he was asking a lot for that to come out. I really did.
I don't think he could have gone into it gently, because there was always going to be some couple of balls sticking together. I think that's why he went with the extra pace to try and create some separation between the balls. But unfortunately for him, that's the way it's worked out.
Yeah,
Whatever there is.
I don't think he got any potting angle though. He's tried a double. But he's potted the yellow, and it's going to be 1 free shot, 1 visit down to Davey. And now surely this match should be levelled off at 1 frame each. I mean, the break-offs that we've seen in both of these frames, they've not felt kindly for either player, have they?
They haven't, no, and some frames just work out like that, where you're either in the wrong colour set, or it's just everything's just a bit awkward. His first shot there to open him for that.
Would you want that one again? I don't think it's opened up exactly how he wanted it. I'd love that yellow to be more towards a blue spot, would you think? The one that's in them 2 reds.
Because the thing is the yellow by the 2 reds, that's easy to get onto. That's always been difficult.
Yeah, and I think that first shot just made him change his route a little bit, and he looks to be short of pace again. Was that another little skid off the cushion that he's not anticipated very well?
Had the pot in the left corner, and then played the long yellow after that.
Yeah.
I thought that linked up pretty good, but he may have had more angle on that though than we can see here. Cameras often fool us.
Well, it looks like he's just got enough angle to pot this yellow. Again, he's going round the angles, keeps kissing into reds. Are they all in the way? Can he get through to the one over the right centre? Either way, he's got the one in the top left-hand corner, I think.
I think that's the one, the top left-hand corner. I think he's pretty straight on it, so I think it should be absolutely perfect.
Would you say that's a little bit of run of the ball? That could have gone wrong.
A little bit maybe, but I think it was always on as well.
Dan Davey, he won't mind what it was. He just wants to get a frame on the board and get this match levelled off. I'm not expecting a lot to be in between these two players. Could be quite even throughout. I mean, we've seen a lot of one-sided matches so far. Do you think this could be one-sided?
I don't think so. I think this could go the distance. I think it's just early doors. These are the first frames that these guys have played all weekend. Sometimes people don't get a chance to have a practice. They literally just arrive in here and then straight onto it. And the tables play very different to what the clubs may play. So it does take sometimes just a couple of frames to get into it. I'm expecting plenty of clearances in the next few frames.
Well, there you have it from the Isle of Man's #1 professional player. He says this is going to go the distance. What are you all thinking? Is it going to go the distance? I mean, it could well do. There's no doubt about that. But it's 1-1. And, 1-1. Which player do you think would be the happiest with that outcome so far? Do you think they both would be very happy with that scoreline at the moment, with the chances that they've either had?
I think so. Yeah, I think they've both played some good shots and then missed opportunities, so I think they'll both be quite content.
Let's have another look at Alex's break. I thought he went a little bit close to the left centre in his first break. Again, it's a bit of a loose break, and that's a careless break-off shot. But first look at that layout. Do you think it's a little bit untidy again?
I think it's okay, to be honest. It's just depends if that yellow that's next to the red goes, because
I think it does.
If it does, then it's just a matter of sorting the yellows on the side cushion, I would say.
Unless
it's going to go reds now, yeah, exactly.
And I think it's one of them. It depends on how this comes out. He'll still have a choice of either colour set, and it'll now depend on how this comes out. I wouldn't say.
Reds now.
Yeah, I was going to say it doesn't look great for yellows now. Still tricky on that left-hand side. This is far from straightforward. Everything's close together. There's one ball in the top half of the table. There's going to be a lot of traffic.
It's all very, very tight, and I think there's maybe a reason why he's considering yellows. I couldn't blame him for either colour set here, to be honest.
Well, this is the first ball potted. Depending on what he's taking on here, can he get through to that one and there? And you've got to say he'll be very happy with that indeed.
So that's a great shot. That definitely opens things up a lot more.
Again, got to be a little bit careful here. He's got to be nudging into that yellow. Don't want to nudge into it too much to drift near the black.
A little soft screw.
Yeah, you've called it, but is he on the red? A bit careless, would you say?
Yeah, he got into that a little too much, but with this table being so reactive, it's sometimes hard to just hit it as soft as you want sometimes, because the table just reacts instantly, and I think that's what's happened on this occasion.
Yeah, they struck an 8-6-1 cloth, very grippy. Can he get through to it? I don't think he can get through to it, can he? No, just a containing shot. And that's not a bad containing shot. I don't think Alex is going to have an option of a pot. I mean, I'm not sure one of them yellows going to the top left-hand corner. I don't think you can see enough of them. So, pretty good safety shot, you've got to say there from Dan Davey. Well, anybody that thinks there's no safety in Paul, you're just seeing some great safety shots there. He'd have loved that toe bounce behind that yellow to give him no option of the pop. But Dan Davey, he's going to have a shot here at this red. One good pop. That's good. And it's great pot there from Dan.
Can he get through?
Yeah, can he get through to that one on the bottom cushion? Oh, yeah. If not, he has got one into the right centre, possibly. I think he gets the one on the bottom cushion, I think. We're going to be finding out. Well. Yep, onto the right centre. It's drifted in nicely. A very well controlled shot from Dan David. Can't see any mistake from here now.
Lost the cue ball a little here. A little high, he'll have to drop this in. He'll be trying to hold the cue ball here, but he should still be fine. More tricky than it should have been. Just have the yellow if he wants to use that on the side cushion to hold the white.
Has he got a good angle on this last red? I think he's a bit straight. Needs to cue this nice. As you said, this cloth is very grippy. He'd be happy with that.
Yeah, he wouldn't the white to overdo that just in case. Just make sure he leaves himself a shot.
Yeah, because he has overcooked a few of them similar shots that he's taken on. But he hasn't this time, and that black is in the left centre, and he's now 2-1 ahead. He looks very settled. I mean, some of the pots he's pulled out there, just dropping them in, shows a bit of confidence. He looks like he's settled down now.
Yeah, very much so. It's that'll definitely help the confidence having a lead now. Got his hand on the table, played a good few shots and got a lead, so that definitely settled him down.
Yeah, just some news on that Liam Dunster match. Liam has took the final 3 frames and he's won that match 8 frames to 5. So unlucky there to Curtis Lee. But Liam Dunster, he's safely into that last 16 now. He's going to be playing Tom Barley in the last 16, which will be tomorrow, I think. Yes, tomorrow at 11:30.
Contrast the styles there.
Very much a contrast to styles. And if anybody is any quicker than Tom Barley, please let me know, because Tom Barley is absolutely rapid.
Unbelievable. Yeah, it's so quick, it's just unbelievable. I was playing him at the Worlds and it's the first time I've seen him playing, and he's running around the table. It's a very good player to watch.
Yeah, he wears you out watching him. And all that bigging up I've done about Dan Davies' break. It's another dry break from him. And 2 dry breaks in a row. Yeah, he put it on the first one, but he also put it the black. And just having these dry breaks, it stops momentum. And this is one game you need momentum on, it really is. Corey Rees, Champions Cup winner 2022. He's took the last 7 frames. He's 7-1 ahead now against Michael Tomlinson. Michael Tomlinson is an absolute exceptional player. But Corey Rees, we know how good he is. 7-1, 1 frame away from playing Luke Sanchez in the next round. That's going to be the battle of the Welsh boys.
Good first shot there from Alex to give himself this opportunity on reds.
The cleanest cue action there from Alex. He just very jerky on that. He just needs to settle down a bit. I think he's on. Is he on this on the right centre? If he is, he's very fortunate because there doesn't look a lot of room between the two yellows. But looking at that camera angle, he's fine. Take that little bit of run there. Okay, would you say he's a little bit careless with the way that he's got an angle on this last red, or has he got enough angle to come on off the top cushion?
I think a little bit careless. I think I definitely need to leave that cue ball higher to make this a lot easier. Now he's got to do a bit of work, but he should be fine.
Yeah, and he's played that run inside, and we know when you play a run inside, it just thuds off that top cushion like a slide.
That's what's happened, but he can go the other way. He can play the one in the middle, take one to the corner. He should be able to hold the white, okay.
Yeah, but has he settled yet? This pot will definitely make him settle a little bit better, and he'll be pleased to see that go.
Viewed that well.
And now he's perfect, surely, to be levelling this match up 2-2. And that prediction of yours, David, is looking like it might come true. 2-2. Not a lot between these two players. There you see it. It is 2 each. And Davey, who's just taking a comfort break. So let's talk about some of the results that have come in, or some of the results that are going off. So Dan Davey, Alex O'Donoghue, that's 2-2 now. Dean Shields, he's been a bit of man in form, probably not too recently, but he showed some great form towards the end of last year. He's playing another new pro, Matt Davis. Do you know much about Matt? You seen him play a little bit?
Yeah, Matt's a very good player. I've played him before, and we also played my mate from Callum Gardner from the Isle of Man as well. When I think it was at the Worlds, Callum played pretty well, and so did Matt. And he was brilliant, just a couple of shots in it really. Very good player.
Yeah,
great to see him in the professional ranks.
Yeah, absolutely, and he deserves his place in the professional ranks. He was pretty consistent throughout the season. Stayed in the top 16 all the way through, and he's took the pro status up, and like you say, deserves to be in here, deserves to be a pro. And he's going to have a tough match there against Dean Shields, because Dean Shields is a very experienced player. And he's been getting some great results as well, so that'll be interesting to see how that comes out.
I also remember Dean making a final as well. I think it was about 2-3 years ago.
Yeah, it did. It seems like many moons ago. It really does. But Dean is very capable. Another one with a great cue action. He just goes straight through. If you're going to learn a cue action, if you're new to the game, he's one of the cue actions you'd probably watch. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's it hits the ball with authority and confidence. You know, you don't see in play any tentative shots. You know. Like you say, he cues the ball very well, and I think that's important in this game to do that, because if you ever get a tentative one in there, it can cost you a frame. Like just one shot can then have a knock-on effect on the rest of the clearance.
Yeah, it can. As we're waiting for Dan David to return, as you can see, he's just returned now. You can see how busy this hotel is now with all the other games going off. Loads of matches being played. A very busy day for us here at the IPA here in Coventry. Anybody local to Coventry listening to us now? If you want to come and watch, it's free to watch. Come and see us. Come and see the team. Come and say hello. Pop in the comms box. We can say hello to you and that, and you can say hello to your family and friends. But again, we see another dry break, and this table seems to be all of a sudden playing super mean. And first glance at these, would you say they're easy? Would you like these, David?
I'm not sure. And there's tricky, couple of tricky shots on both colour sets, but I think yellows are the colour set here.
Has he got to get any yellows
get
out?
That yellow, it's a yellow by the red. He's looking at nudging it now. Quite enough, but it's in a good position, so he can play it in a shot or two.
I don't think he can. Can he? I don't think it's a shot. He probably just needs to drop the
pop
yellow that he's close to now.
Yeah, and then screw back and nudge into it off the one in the left corner.
Has he left the right angle though? He looks a little bit straight, if you ask me.
A little bit.
So yeah, he just needs a nice angle, but I don't think he's got it. He's going to have to just wait his time. And for me, he's going away from his work now. He's not going to have many options after this. I mean, the pots are easy enough. It's just that yellow that's close to that red.
If he just screws this back a couple of inches, he can then... Oh, he got the double press off the red. He was looking at screwing back a couple of inches there and putting the one into the yellow, and then that would give him the angle to nudge the yellow that's tied up. I think that was the shot, and I think that's what he was looking at playing.
Yeah,
the double kiss off the red to put the end to that.
Yeah, you got to say that's a disaster. I mean, he has got the yellow in either top pocket, but how is that yellow going to come out? That's next to that red. Oh, he's trying to cut it in the middle. What a great shot. Is it tied up again? Does it go into that centre pocket there?
It goes, but
there's not a lot of window to put your white, especially. I mean, can he take it now and cut it back? But where's the white going to go?
Can he cut the one at the top?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
That would solve the
white's just going to take some control.
I think just pot it plain ball. I think
try and cannon this red on this cushion. Great pot, but it was such a small window. I don't think he's on this yellow. Can you see any of it?
I think that he needs a bit more pace on that and come off up and down off the bottom cushion back into the middle table.
Can he double this yellow? Can he play it off the red? I mean, well, we're going to find out. But while we're waiting to find out, that clock is ticking down. What a shot here from Dan Davey. A great effort. Wow, that would have been spectacular if we'd have got them.
And that's the sort of shot Dan pulls out.
So we've seen him play a double. We've seen him play with stun shots off the cushion, not got anywhere near where he wants to be. And then he's played that off the cushion with side and got it spot on. Well, great effort though there from Dan. And he didn't have long to make his mind up about that shot. Maybe he's now second favourite for the frame against that one yellow that's left, but it was a good effort. And Alex just keeps turning the screw here. Can Dan Davey produce anything spectacular again? Is there a little window there to glance on that yellow?
I think there's a little window, but it's can he avoid being snookered after?
But is it a plain ball off the cushion?
I think it's.
Or is it a little bit aside?
Depends if he
you know how this skids? Yeah, and it has skidded again. Well, that'll be one free shot, one visit now for Alex. I've got to say, he's probably going to be extending his lead here. Bit of a cluster in this top half of the table to deal with, but you just deal with this first opportunity, wouldn't you?
Yes, I think he's got a great opportunity here. They should all link up pretty well. Them two reds have got into a good position, so he should be okay here.
Yeah, wherever he's put that white ball, there's always going to be that one in the centre pocket. I mean, it should be dot to dot from here. Both them reds that are together in the middle of the table, they both go in the bottom left-hand corner. That's a nice little clever shot there, just putting the yellow safe and developing that pocket as well. So now he's got over options. Really, you can't see anything else but 3-2. This red, is it a little bit tight? Played it a bit casual, that shot, but shouldn't be a problem. Yep, cleanly got, but
Oh, he's clipped
cannon
the red.
into the red. Careless shot again from Alex O'Donoghue. He's in trouble here when he didn't need to be. And that's all down to that lax positional shot from the middle pocket where he's knocking the yellow safe.
It just goes to show the importance of putting the yellow where it was, nudging it away.
Well, he's trying to play a containing shot and he's left him a shot at this yellow. Does this double into the top left-hand corner?
I'm very surprised he didn't go for the pot there and go for the clearance, because if he missed it, then it was a guaranteed snooker.
Just the same, wasn't it? It was probably just the same option. But now he's leaving Dan a shot here, and he's got nothing to lose because there's no safety shot for Dan.
Now, in this situation, you just go, do you know what, I've potentially lost a frame anyway, so go out having a go, try something.
Oh, that was close. It really was. But look where the white's gone. It's putting Alex under a bit of pressure now.
And especially there's more pressure on this after missing such a great chance. Having to face this shot now is harder than it would normally be. So, big moments.
Police is on this red. This is definitely the easiest out of the two, but he's missed it. And as you just said, David, there was a bit more pressure on that. And Alex O'Donoghue, what was looking like an easy 3-2 being ahead, is now looking like he could be losing this frame. And we know Dan, he's settled pretty well, I think. This is another testing shot for him. He's up to the challenge last time, but he's not up to the challenge this time, and maybe both players feeling a little bit of nerves.
Yeah, I think he was just a bit worried about losing the cue ball a little. I don't think he had to worry about as much as he maybe thought, but quite often you don't know till you've played the shot. But it's
No.
another twist in this frame.
Do you think he's going to try and play safe here, or is he going to go all-out attack? I think he's looking at a containing shot, but
I think you have to.
Want to be leaving a gap. No, he's fine there. Very fine.
Can't see Dan not potting this. I think I'd have had to have gone for it there.
Yeah, I think the little swerve between the black and the red, if there's enough room. I mean, looking at that camera angle, it doesn't look like there's a lot of room. But I think there is. If you hit that cushion first, that yellow easy possible. And there you see it. But I think it was a poor selection of shot. I think maybe should have gone all out attack there for Alex.
I think in that situation I'd rather go out having a go. Didn't see the value in the safety shot personally.
Maybe with the way that Alex played that red, did he try and block that option by trying to fill that gap maybe with that red? I know he didn't, but did that cross his mind? He didn't really come round to have a look to see where the white was being left.
I mean, and even if that gap wasn't there, I'd fancy Dan to come off the side cushion and pot that yellow, and he's then got a shot at the black. So I can see why he played it, but I think I'd rather gone out having a go there.
Yeah, and in a frame, that Dan Dave didn't even look like winning. All of a sudden he got two more chances and he's taken them. He's 3-2 down. As you see on your screen, the big puff of the cheeks from Alex O'Donoghue. That is definitely a frame that's got away from him.
Takes a bit of getting over as well. Sometimes it can affect you for the next 2 or 3 frames, but you just got to push it aside and continue and not let it affect you.
Well, we're going to see a ball off Dan Davies' break. He's took some power off that one. Very noticeable that was, but it's the same result. It's a dry break. And it's tough out there. But these balls, they've opened up better, haven't they?
Just been asked a message from the Dan Davies fans to ask you to leave the room.
Ever since I've bigged his break up, it's just been an absolute kiss of death. That black just rolling in at the last moment on the very first frame, it's just took the momentum out of it. But Dan Davies swapping his break already, gone for a bit of power for the first two. Now he's taking a bit of power off and neither's working.
So frustrating that as a player, if you feel you're playing well when your hand's on the table and then you can't get enough off the break. You're not going to get them opportunities to showcase that, and it's very frustrating. Trying different things, and sometimes you just don't know what to do in the end, and then you run out of time.
Yeah, you do. Look at that shot there from Alex. I thought he was going to be kissing into them reds on the side cushion, but they've glanced past, and I think he's now perfectly on his hardest yellow. And when I say his hardest yellow, more the positional play of it.
So it's the pattern play side of it, the space getting round and manoeuvring.
Yeah, and I think now that landing there has made the perfect pattern for him. But we've seen a couple of lapsy-daisy shots here from Alex. Is he going to chuck another one in? I mean, he needs to get this frame on the board, he really does.
I still think there's another good positional shot needed still.
I suppose this shot will tell us if he has settled.
Use the cue ball as a guide here.
I think that's answered everybody's question. That is absolutely inch perfect. And he's wasted no time in nailing all these yellows. He is a quick, fluent player though, Alex is, when he's in some great motion.
Certainly once he's in perfect position and he knows what he's exactly what he's doing, he does take them out pretty quickly.
Yeah, he has, and 3 frames each. Not a lot between these two players, as we've already mentioned, and no one can get a 2-frame lead.
Exactly, yeah, it's so important in the match, trying to, if you're trying to get every frame, and sometimes you've got to wait till like middle of the match before you can get that 2 gap. You sometimes don't feel you can. Sometimes really you don't feel like you can pull away, even if you're playing well. But that's what these players will be looking for now. 1 frame at a time still, but if that opportunity for a 2-frame gap comes, they'll really want to take that chance. Now we're going to talk about Alex's break and upset the Alex fans.
Well, we've not seen the best of Alex's break, that's for certain. He's had an in-off, he's been close to in-off, and now he's gone for the cup break. And it's the same result as pretty much every break we've seen on this table, apart from the very first one, which was a re-whack, dry break. Bizarre game this is at times. And just when you want a bit of momentum again, won that last frame, he'd have loved to see a ball drop there. Tried to push that over the middle pocket. Didn't get much power into that bottom cushion to move that yellow any further. But I think he's got to take this yellow he's on now. The one he's nudged into.
I think if you hit it too hard, the spin on the cue ball will take the pace out anyway. I think he was trying to get the happy medium.
I thought that was wide when he hit that, and that didn't deserve to drop.
Tough chance here for Alex, but he'll be just pleased to be back at the table and having an opportunity to go for this. Could be a turning point if he was to take this for the scoreline and his confidence as well. If this is not an easy chance.
Yeah, and it'll be a chance if he takes it. This will make him having 2 frames in a row. Would that be a bit of a momentum twist? It's a good opening pot there from Alex.
It's definitely a chance, but it's just he'll need some very good positional play in this clearance.
Yeah, even that black, it's tricky to get on. Yeah, he's only got to roll up to the top half of the table. But
however, these go into the corner or the middle, which I've seen before. The black, if you get by the say the spot on the table or the right hand side of the table, but by the ball line, you're automatically on the black, so that might not be an issue, depending if you can get the cue ball there.
Yeah, it's all about which way that he takes these reds out now. So I think he's made his mind up. Again, that was a bit of a jerky cue action. It wasn't that clean. And if he was going to be leaving a red till the end, I'd be leaving the one in the not the one that's not on the cushion, so you can drift up for the black.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the open ones that you definitely want. Which it's fortunately for Alex, it's going to be one of the ones on the cushion.
Surely he's got to get onto the one on the left-hand cushion next. If not, I'm not sure how we're going to see Alex clear up from here. This is going to take some great positional shot. Very jerky again. Do you agree with canning into that red? I think I'd have been dropping up onto that. I mean, he's got a double now.
I can see the temptation because this is a potential outcome, leaving the double. But I think I'd have tried to get on the one on the left-hand cushion and then try and get back down for the bottom cushion, because you have to clip the one off the bottom cushion.
Yeah, and there we see it, that momentum twist. Alex O'Donoghue, eh? 4-3 ahead now.
Fantastic finish there.
Yeah, that's something that he had to take, didn't he?
He'll get a foothold in the match now. He'll be wanting to build on that now, and a bit of confidence from that.
Yeah, but we're at the Dan Davey break again.
I wasn't
I'm not
going to
say I'm not going to mention anything about the Dan Davey break. But what's he going to do here? Is he going to take a little bit more power off? Is he going to go back to his original powerful break that he should do? What does he do?
This is it. It's what do you decide?
What's going through his mind now? Does he move that a little bit more right than he normally has? I like that he's still going the head ball, because I think that's Dan's sort of break. Yeah, more power. Has he got a ball? It's incredible, this game. Incredible. That break is not working.
I'm surprised in my match this afternoon. I don't think there was a frame we didn't put off the break. It was very weird.
I mean, these look, they're very inviting, these colour sets. Probably not now, but they were, and that's the reason why we saw a safety shot there from Alex O'Donoghue. Feels like he's got a lead and he's like tightening the screw up a little bit. 2 frames on the bounce. That could be big in this match.
It could be, yeah, and he'll know there's no more pressure on Dan to win this frame, but equally there's much pressure on Alex, because it would be massive, I think, with the way this match has gone, to get that 2-frame gap.
Clever shot there from Alex. Okay, but do we see a way that he can get them 2 yellows out? Do we see a way he can get onto another red after this one? I mean, if he pots this, what does he have next? I think is that more of a containing shot he played there?
Yeah, that's a clever shot. He's opened them reds up a little while putting the yellow even safer.
Yeah, maybe he's just said to, go on then, Dan, let's have a look at you. You know, he knows his brake's not working, so he hasn't got any momentum of any pots, etc. So, and I think Alex is probably more the happier out of this situation than both players.
definitely it's not pretty on both colours, but I think it's just a matter of making sure you're on the right colour set, and I'm pretty sure that's why Alex just potted that red before and didn't try to do too much on the either shot, to be honest.
Yeah, we're going to see a bit of tit for tat, as we call this. We're not going to see these players do too much here. They're just going to be manoeuvring the cue ball about, just trying to hide it somewhere and trying to get the 1 free shot, 1 visit. I mean, favourite for this frame? Do you see one? Any colour set that sort of?
Probably say reds at the moment, but the thing with this layout is it's very hard to get 2 shots, which is gonna mean it's gonna take a while to sort this out. I can't see any obvious balls to knock balls out either, angles to pop balls out. So it's going to take quite a few shots to sort this out.
We're going to see this yellow drift into. No, I thought he might have pushed that into the cluster, but he's just opened it up, and I like that play there from Dan. Just put it out there in the open. Just gives him an option, maybe to screw across there into him, and I mean, sooner or later we're going to see one of these players go for it, because I don't think there's too many more safety shots in this one, is there? There'll be a few more, no doubt.
I think it's plenty of safety shots in it, but are any of these 2 players going to play them?
Yeah.
They won't play safe for too long, I imagine.
No, I agree. Just looking at that yellow that's over the middle pocket. Does it kiss off to the red, off that red, and go in the middle pocket? Maybe he could get some action and move some balls out of the way. If he does, it looks tight.
It's possible, but the yellow on the cushion is absolutely welded in there. I mean, that's going to take some getting out. I mean, I think he's literally going to have to get it out himself, but then hope that he can still keep the red safe enough and try and open it up that way. This is for me where Alex has got the advantage here, because that red goes actually in the middle, that's next to the yellow rolled from the cushion, whereas that yellow is going absolutely nowhere. Dan will be trying to get some kind of yellow to disturb that, an angle to try and disturb it, but there's nothing there for this moment of time.
He's trying to hide this yellow, and just caught the jaw there. I think if that had caught that bottom cushion, that could have been close to getting a snooker.
Yeah, very close.
No, it hasn't ended up that way. And now Alex is back at the table. What can he produce here? Just as we're just watching this frame unfold, if there is a way of this frame unfolding, I mean, sooner or later one of these players is going to go a little bit all out attack. So talk about some latest scores then. So Dean Shields, he's 2-1 up now against new pro Matt Davis. And some matches coming up next, so we're in the next match coming up. It's going to be John McAllister against Scott Anderson. Remember, Scott was in the comms earlier on. He's been winning a few matches recently. And John McAllister, former world champion, been a little bit out the winner's circle in 8-ball, and he wants to get back to that winner's circle at some point or other. Would you say?
Yeah, very much so. He's just, I just think that obviously with Liam doing so well recently, Mark Barnes has won a lot of titles. Ross Fernie's been winning as well. So yeah, I think it's just so many players challenging for it. But certainly, John will be back in the winners' circle soon. Yeah. But at one stage, it was John, Liam, and Mark winning them all.
Yeah, I mean John McAllister is probably too much for a good player not to be in the winner's circle.
Yeah, far too good.
But he has come up against Liam Dunster for the last 3 tours, and because of the seeding, they're meeting in the semi-finals quite regular now, and it's going to be another tough ask for him to do that. But they're the players you've got to beat if you want to be winning titles.
It's just the nature of the game as well. You know, you can be playing well and not win, and there's so many great players fighting for these titles. It's hard to, like, it's easy to go a long period of time and not win tournaments despite how good you are.
Yeah, we talk about Mark Farnsworth. He's going to be on about 9:30 against Andrew McKee. Andrew McKee played a match already. He played Luke Vokes, another new pro. He beat him 8 frames to 3. Gav Robinson, Rob Duncan. That could be an interesting one. 2 great styles of play there.
Yeah, very, very attacking players. That's going to be a very intriguing match.
The Godfather, we haven't really spoke a lot about him while we've been on comms, but he's one player you cannot write off about lifting the title. Gareth Hibbert, he's going to be playing another new pro, Daniel Wiley. He won his match early on, 8 frames to 7. Just trying to think who he played now. He played Richard Suffield. That was a good result there, 8-7. So he's going to have a chance to get in the last 16, but a very tough match against the Godfather. Another great Jewish Gareth is.
Yeah, he's a brilliant player. He's always in contention for every competition he plays in. Very rarely see him make a mistake.
Yeah, and as we've seen this frame unfold, Dan Davey, we did say that they weren't going to be playing too much safety for very long, and I think the yellows were always favourite. Dan was probably favourite for this frame, and reds were never kind. And now we should be seeing Dan Davey levelling this match up, stopping that run of 2 frames from Alex O'Donoghue. And it is 4 frames each. We're into a best of 7 now.
Maybe it is going to go to the decider.
Yeah, I mean, you called it hours ago. You really did. I think just looking at both players there, both look very relaxed, and I think they're both happy with the actual situation of where it is at 4 frames each, and I think going into a best of 7 now, and like you say, it's pretty even now throughout.
Yeah, I think they'll both be quite content. They both know that they've not played the best. Like, they played okay, but they've not played the best. And that performance on another day, they could have been out of this match. They could have been like 6-2, 7-1 down. So I think they'll be pleased to be able to still be in the match.
Wow, and we've thought we was going to see a rare occasion of a ball being potted off the break, but we've still not been treated to that. And it's a dry break. And that's been the story of this. It's made these frames into a scrappy encounter, and I think the way they've broken off these frames, it really hasn't shown the full potential of either of these players. We've not seen the best of these 2 players, and that's a fact.
Just goes to show that the way the balls lie out does affect how the frames do go, because as good as these players are, there's sometimes you can't clear them. Just the layout, or you're on the wrong colour of the frame, just changes everything.
Yeah, I know everybody that watches Paul, they all say it's a very easy game. Yes, it is an easy game to pop balls and that, but it's all about the routines. And then let's talk about situations like this. When these players are getting dry break after dry break, mentally it is very, very tough, especially in these when the high pressure's on in these IPA events.
Yeah, it's very tough. It's, you're constantly getting dry breaks, and you just feel like even if you're playing well, you're like, what am I supposed to do? Because you're not getting the chances. and then you're like having to rely on your opponent to have drive breaks, and that's never a good situation to be in.
Yeah, it's quite draining at times, it really is. But I'm sure they're going to keep trying. There's a lot at stake here. Getting in the last 16 is one of them. But these balls are not playing very kindly at all. I'm seeing a containing shot there from Dan Davey again. Don't think he's left him any pot on here. But can Alex O'Donoghue hide this cue ball? White ball drifting to the corner, and that is a very loose shot there from Alex O'Donoghue. He'll not be happy with that one. Oh, could this be an important twist to the outcome of this match then? I mean, he should never have been anywhere near that corner pocket.
No, it should never have been there. I mean, both players need a few shots to open this up, but to just, he'll feel like he's just given that up too easily. He'll be a bit frustrated because it wouldn't have mattered if he was close to that corner or not really. He'd be disappointed with that to give this up, but I don't think that's the greatest first shot.
No, I think if you give him the option of taking it again, I think he'd take it now, wouldn't he?
He most definitely would.
Yeah, looked a bit tentative, tried to really control the outcome of them balls there, and it's not getting any easier.
I think that's also down to the conditions as well. When the cloth's that fast and that grippy, you know, you're scared of hitting them as well. So that'll be a bit down to it as well.
Yeah, he's always going to get the pot, but it was about how he was going to get on his next red. I don't think he's on any of them reds. I don't think they pass into that bottom right corner.
Are we going to see one of these Dan shots?
What do you call these Dan shots? The doubles. What we got on here then? Well, is he trying something? Is it going to be a containing shot? No, he's tried the double and he's got it. What a great shot there from Double D Dan Davey.
And there you go.
Yeah, you called it. I didn't think there was a lot of gap there for it though.
It's very tight, that pass the block.
Yeah. But he's on it and he's left himself a pot. Now, is this a momentum swing that Dan Davey was waiting for? It's going to be Dan Davey to break next as well if he can take these out. Oh, he's short of pace. Does it go to the top right hand corner? Might make things a little bit easier if it does. It looks mighty tight in that top right hand corner. Oh, he thinks it goes. Can he get on the black? Well, what a great shot. Well, we've got a bit of a twist. This black then. To take a 5-4 lead, and this is going to be 2 frames on the bounce now for Dan Davey.
It's a big frame that, giving them 2 shots away so easily. And it's going to hurt more as well with Dan there. Like, you know, didn't go as planned, this is safe to say, with that clearance. So that's going to hurt a little more.
Yeah, you got to say he's really punished him for that in-off, and a careless in-off has been really punished with the right result really, and Dan Davey 5-4 ahead now.
Dan will be looking, this is the point now to hopefully kick on. Hopefully that'll be the match he'll be saying to himself to kick on from this.
Well, if he's going to kick on, this break's got to start working.
I wasn't going to talk about it.
Well, this is the time to kick on. This is where he needs it the most. It's his 5th break in a match. Well, 6th really, because he had 2 in the first frame. Took some power off it again. Guess what? He's got 2 balls.
I think that was it. It's just you just thought you'd just get down and what will be, and just hit it soft. And it's sometimes that you're hitting that relaxed, you just do get something.
Yeah, looks like he's made his decision straight away, playing the reds. And that's a very cleverly controlled shot there. And you got to say, he's not in bad position.
This has opened up. If that red just above the yellow goes into the corner, then this clearance has opened up.
Well, I think it goes into the right centre. And if what he's got to make sure he does is, awkward queuing, but he's got to make sure he gets the right angle on the one in the bottom left-hand corner.
Oh,
but he's missed the pot.
Damn.
What a time to get a momentum swing. And all of a sudden he's missed a simple pot in the left centre. We've got another twist. Wow. What do you think that's down to? Just lack of concentration, or just the way that this match has gone and it's drained him so much?
I think a bit of it is the way the match went, but I think he was worried that much about getting onto that red into the corner, and obviously hamper curing. Maybe just took his eye off it, or couldn't decide maybe exactly what pace he was playing the shot at, and didn't really make his mind up. Sometimes you can be thinking, are you just going to drop it in, or are you going to play it off the cushion? I've done it through and the way off the cushion, and never really make your mind up which one you're actually playing.
Well, these are very important moments now, important stages of this match as well. Can Alex take these yellows out? They're not easy. That yellow, that's below that red, but he's missed that pot. Again, not the cleanest cue action there.
Another opportunity. Doesn't want to touch that red. Can you screw back for that in the middle? It's not too much angle, I don't think, so she should be okay. I'm surprised he missed into that there. I thought it went, but maybe there was more angle than we thought. Just missed the black over there, so it goes into the corner.
Huge shot now in this match. I'm expecting him to nail this in the top right hand corner, but it is big moments. This could open up the first time for a 2-frame lead, and he has nailed it into the heart of the pocket.
Cued that well.
Well, his best bit of cueing of this match, and what a time to produce it. Now, this is the first time we're going to see somebody ahead by 2 frames. He's Mr. Black.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Incredible.
And I think we are seeing signs of how much the way that this match has gone has affected both of these players. It has drained them to the max, the momentum of the breaks, etc.
I think he's just not made his mind up if he's just going to play it soft, or
change his mind halfway through, maybe.
Play it with a bit more authority, or just stun it in softly. I don't think he's made his mind up. I think that's the only way you can miss that. We've all done it though.
Yeah, we have. But we're saying that, I don't think Alex is perfect on this. Has he got a? Is he going to play this with pace, with screw and reverse side off the cushions? A bit risky. Does he just drop it in and try and... Has he got an angle to leave himself and another angle on his last yellow? I mean, it was a bit of a careless shot again.
Yeah, I think this is all about how you feel. It's tough to run through because the white's so close. So
it's going to be playing this for power. Oh, Very nippy.
Just struggles to get through, and that's just because the cue ball's so close to the yellow.
Wow. Is Dan Davey going to get a third chance in this frame? This is a huge pot for Alex O'Donoghue. Is he up to it? He is up to it. But this black, far from easy. He's just off straight as well. These are big moments in this match. Now then, Alex, one big pot left. Can he level this match up?
Massive frame.
He has levelled this match up. And wow, what have we seen there? Two big misses from Dan Davey in that frame. And Alex has levelled the match up. Huge twist of events there. Just when we thought Dan Davey was going to be 2 ahead. It's level.
Yeah, I thought that it was looking like the turning point there to get that 2-frame gap. And very, very surprising miss. But lets Alex into the match, and he'll be looking to build on that.
Well, he looks quite relaxed there. Both players look quite relaxed, but I think deep down, they're pretty gutted, aren't they? Or drained. I think I've used that word quite a lot in this match. Can take a lot out of you, the way these frames go.
And it does. There's a lot of emotion going through a match like this, and it does. It takes a lot out of you.
Well, we've seen Dan Davey make a ball. Are we going to see Alex O'Donoghue make a ball? We have, but it's a white. And that's his second in off of this match off the break. And pretty much unforgiving again into the left centre. Yeah. Really is. But what's going through Dan's mind now? Missed them 2 easy pots in that last frame and should be 2 frames ahead. And now, he's got another chance in this frame, but what's going through his mind? Is there some negative thoughts in there?
I think you just want to you feel like struggling that you've made them mistakes, and you just want to fix it as straight as possible, get the frames back. But you just got to sit back and be patient and just accept what it is and just keep going.
What have we seen there? I think we've seen a foul. We have. So he must have played that, and he must have cued through and clipped the ball. I mean, I didn't see it, but that's why Alex is at the table. He's now got 1 free shot, 1 visit.
And now they're all open as well.
Yeah, because Dan Davey opened that out in 1 shot. And I mean, both colour sets are great.
That's it there, and they're all in a good position.
This is probably a key positional shot. Needs to make sure he gets on these ones in the middle of the table. And that, probably not bad.
He could overhit that slightly if he wanted to as well, because he's got the yellow to stop if needed.
Yeah, so just got to make sure he gets on this red above the one he's going to take into the left centre. I mean, he'll probably can he nudge into the yellow, push it away. Yes, he can, but he's lost the cue ball.
Luckily, he's got options, but
he has got choices of red, but I mean, moving that yellow, he's not really moved it out of the way as such, and so need a good positional shot to get on it. He's dragged that in.
I'd probably just run forward into that yellow rather than digging down on the cue ball, because of how reactive this cloth is. It's amazing how that can happen so easily.
These scrappy frames, it's incredible how it can scramble your mind.
Oh,
he's only just overrun that, but he's
reacting like he's got a kick there.
Yeah, but the way he's swinging his arm through, did he cue through it?
Even a bit aside, it might have come off slow off the cushion.
I mean, he's got options of both of these reds. Which one does he take? Which one does he feel better for? The obvious one's into the bottom right-hand corner, but he's going to need perfect position. Does he just drop this in the top right?
It's to win this frame, I think that the shot is top. That's the most positive shot to play, but it's definitely the harder one of the two. And,
I tell you what, look at this shot.
Why he would elect to play the shot he has, and yeah, very good shot. Has he got a little too much angle? Will he have to
Well, if he can get the perfect cannon into that yellow, it'd be perfect on the black. But it can go wrong. We've seen it go wrong already.
I think he wouldn't need to touch that. You can always screw back into the middle as well. Screw back across for the middle if you want to hit it a bit more.
Yeah, he's probably done. I mean, he'd love that to travel another 4 or 5 inches, but it hasn't. And this is a tricky black. It's 5 frames each. Pressure on this one. But again, he's up to the challenge, and he's 6-5 ahead. Amazing how these matches are swinging from one side to the other. And that was another careless error from Dan Davey. And the last 2 frames are really should have been his.
Yeah, that's a massive difference, obviously, in the scoreline. And it is how you recover from that. But you just got to keep going because you just never know what will happen.
Oh, a few players there watching from the sidelines. They're all watching on in. I don't think they know the way that this match is going to go. There's no way either of us could predict this one. No betting man's going to bet on this one, I know. It is a flip of a coin. Oh, Dan Davey got his brake working in the last one.
Well, that's it. If you can get it working, then things can change.
Bit more power on that one. Is that going to... Oh, that's only got to clip that yellow and it's in. But we're back to normal. It's a dry break. And you've got to say reds here, have you? I mean, yeah, there is a choice of yellows if you wanted to. But don't see a hard red on the table. And he's taking his extension here. This is a big stage now of this match. If he wants to win this match, he's got to be taking these out. He's going to let the yellows. He's going to have one tough yellow trying to get it out now. Has that come out okay? Yeah, he's opened up the yellow that didn't go, but he's blocked up another one. Now, can he play that off the red and will it drop? Can't really tell a lot from that camera angle.
I think that's exactly how this is opened up now. Because of that shot, because it can go off the cushion, off the reds. That's definitely opened his clearance up.
Did you agree going for yellows there? Do you think that was the ball set?
I think it was a case for both. But I'd probably have used white, the cue ball to nudge the black maybe, and then get an angle to then come back and play the yellow in the corner and get yellow off the cushion maybe.
Yeah.
I don't think I'd have gone straight into it because anything could have happened.
And anything could happen here. Oh, he's got the pot. He's played that very well indeed.
Very well. It's at that pace and to control it, because you're worried about losing the white there. Even like the white sticking on the yellow. Shame that wouldn't have been the end of the world because there's a yellow in the middle of the table. But
yeah, there is. So he's got. It looks like he's going up table now after this. Yellow into the right centre. Needs to be straight on this yellow so he can drop it in. And then play the one on the cushion next. But again, needs to leave the right angle on that one. Otherwise he's going to have a nothing shot on and off the cushion. Is he too straight or is he okay?
I think that's perfect, to be honest. It's a bit straighter, isn't it, from that camera angle?
Yeah. It looks like he's got a bit of angle. He might be able to get this on and off that cushion, stun it in a little bit. He has, but okay, leaving an angle. Would you fancy this one at 6-5? So there's some traffic in the way.
I think the problem
the pot's easy.
Yeah, I think the problem is it's going to run into a red. He might have to actually play that shot and hold for the black in the middle.
Oh,
see there, he clips it, but it's come out nice.
Straight black, and he's going to put him one frame away, getting into this last 16. And there you see it, that straight black. Wow, that could be a game changer. Seven, 5. It's going to be Alex to break next.
I mean, this match could have been any score, couldn't it?
Yeah, they've all had chances in each of the frames. We've had no breaking clearances. Are we going to see one? Probably not, because the way that this table's broke for these two players, it's been horrific. We're going to see another twist. I mean, Alex, he still doesn't look settled on this table.
I think that's why this Dan's still in with a chance, because if his break changes, then if Dan was to win the next frame, it's going to put more pressure on Alex.
Oh, we've seen Alex going off a couple of times now off his break. What can he do now? White's loose again, but guess what? He's got a ball. Spotted a red.
And they've come out nice.
All seem to have pockets. I don't know. Is this his moment now to get over the line? Like you said, Dave, he's probably not going to get a better chance, is he?
Well, that's it. You know, you've got to take these chances because you never know if you're going to get another one. He should be okay. There's a couple of little tricky position shots, but I fancy Alex to take these out.
Well, he's going to be on a pop. Do you think that's the... I think that was the yellow he's played on. He tried to get in the centre of the table. I think he's got a choice of two yellows here by the looks of it. One in the top right, one in the top left, and he's got one in the bottom left, but that's the more difficult option. Don't think that's top of his list at the moment. Oh, cannon into balls, that's come out pretty nice.
Nice shot. It was always going to open everything up. That little risk as well so he's played that well.
Maybe that one on the cushion in the bottom half of the table, that could be his last ball. But for me, he's probably got to screw that back, the black into the opposite bottom corner. So it don't look like a lot of room into that right centre, bottom centre as we're looking at the screen now. I think he's okay here with this angle. He did too much with his cue ball. I think he's overrun that. Was there any need to... Oh yeah, I understand why he's bouncing off the cushion. I mean, it don't look like there's any problem, but it definitely travelled a lot further than he expected.
But I think he just probably didn't mean to be honest. But I think he had a bit of angle there. He could have got a little bit close to this yellow before you mentioned about getting on the black, but he only needs to screw this back 2 or 3 inches and it should be perfect.
Yeah, we're seeing it now. He's wasting no time, and Alex will probably be very happy to get over the line. And I think that match was really tough to predict. And but Alex has got to be happy, but he'll not be happy with the performance.
No, it's one of them. If you're down, you're going to be very disappointed. He's had chances. He's not played his best, but he'll come back stronger another day. Alex, again, will be a bit disappointed in performance. We're just very pleased to get over the line. And, sometimes that can kickstart your tournament, just getting away with one, really.
Well, thanks very much for your time, David. I'm no doubt we're going to be hearing a lot more from you, either in the comms box, and I know you're probably going to do a little bit work in the studio now as well. And talking about the studio, I'm going to hand over to Kevin Barton now. He's talking to our latest winner, Alex O'Donoghue.
With Alex after that victory that you ground out, but you showed some really nice fluency towards the end.
Yeah, I managed to find something that last, 3 frames. Before that, both of us were really poor. We both broke badly. I think I put the white straight in the middle twice. It wasn't great, but we sort of getting used to the speed of the table was a big thing for me. I haven't played for a while, but just happy to get through.
Yeah. I think one of the comments from one of the players earlier that the speed of that stream table compared to the others is quite significant. Did you sense that as well?
Well, I haven't played on the other tables, but I could tell from watching earlier it was quick, and as soon as I got on the table, yeah, it's rapid. It's not what you're used to playing in your club, so it really takes some getting used to.
And do you think that at the end you had got used to it, and hence a bit more fluency and some nice finishes?
Yeah, I managed to just about get into the game. I think I got lucky to get back to 5-5, and then managed to find, like you said, find my game and just got into a rhythm a bit better.
We've seen you a few times now on the stream over the past sort of 6 months. You seem to be getting a lot more comfortable with it. And do you think where do you think your game's at? I guess at the moment, to go deep in tournaments.
It's nowhere near where it needs to be, but I'm not putting the time in, so I'm not really expecting. I'm sort of turning up with less pressure, so I've had some good results, to be honest, on the stream table, but I just need a bit more consistency, and that comes with practice, and I'm not putting enough time in to get that at the moment. But
is that something you're going to look to address, as we get towards the end of the season and the grand finals?
Yeah, I mean, I've just got a lot going on at the moment, but yeah, I don't know if I'd rather be skiing or practicing, but I will try and address it, put some hours in, and then push on.
Yeah, I think we need to definitely try and get a tour event in the French Alps somewhere, don't we?
Ideal, Kev, yeah.
for next year. Cause, right, Kurt, well done, Alex. You got the victory, you're in the next round. Good luck, and hopefully we'll see you later on.
Cheers, Kev. Thank you.
Cool. Thanks a lot, Alex O'Donoghue. He's going to swiftly move out and be replaced, if replace is the right word, by one of our commentators for that match, I Love Man's very own David Adnell. David, what did you make of Alex's performance there?
It certainly wasn't his best performance. I think certainly one he got away with, because the Dan was pretty much the same. He was struggling near the end. Dan just missed a couple of chances which he wouldn't normally do, and that's what made the difference in the end, because there was a lot of scrappy frames there and tough mentally for both players.
Yeah, I mean, we know Alex, don't we, very well, and we know how good he is, don't we? But I guess he's one of those, if you're a supporter of him, it's quite frustrating because we all know the talent. But if he's got busy in his personal life and work, it's hard to put the hours into it and get the results and the performances.
Yeah, you can get a lot of distractions off the table, and it is hard to put the time and effort on the table you want. But I think it was just one of the matches. The way the balls landed after the break as well. You just sometimes get them matches, and especially when you can't pop balls off the break as well. You end up with the whole match being like that sometimes. It's very rare, but it can happen occasionally.
But on a plus note for him, towards the end of the match, there were signs there that he was getting comfortable with the surroundings and the table, and we saw the best of him at the end.
Yeah, definitely. So he played some good shots near the end. He was getting there near the end. I think obviously with Dan missing a couple of chances, that helped him get going a little, and it should put him in good stead for the rest of the tournament. Despite that he struggled, he'll be happy with the W, and he's still in the mix and able to try and lift the title.
Yeah, that's all you can be in the next round. We said at the top of the interview that you're the Isle of Man's sole professional player, the talisman for the island. It's not long now till the grand finals, a couple of events time in November. Tell us your thoughts about that, and the expectation on the island, and what the pool players from the Isle of Man are looking forward to.
Yeah, they love it when it's over there. We had the amount of entries we've had for it from the locals has been brilliant. It's just everyone looks excited for it to happen. It's everyone's enjoyed it, and I think what's pleasing as well is the players from the tour that's come to the island. I've took it really well, and I wasn't sure how they'd be with the extra travelling, but no, they've took it on board really well and really look forward to it. So it's nice to hear the positive feedback. So that's coming up in early November, I think, if I remember first
rightly.
Weekend of November.
Yeah. So we all can't wait for that one. Right, the next match-up features former world champ John McAllister, we've seen on the stream many a time. Tell us what any new viewers to the stream. Tell us what the strengths are of John McAllister, one of the best players in the world.
I think with John is just a shot maker. He can pull out some incredible shots when he's in trouble, and very good positional player. Doesn't have to play them shots too often, but when he can, he's got it in the locker.
and his opponent, Scott Anderson, rookie pro. Again, we know Scott, we know he's a great player. What has he got to do to win this match?
I think just play his own game. You know, he's a great player, he's a quick player, great to watch. Funny enough, I played him today, and I think he's the best I've ever played on the tour, and it was just the way it worked out.
Try to give a balanced opinion, David, because you know, obviously he won 8-7. You know.
Yeah, it's you know, I played really well, to be honest, and I just missed one chance to win 8-4. But he's just such a good player. He plays the game really well. Played really well, and I think he's just got to play his natural game, which he does. He's a very fluent player. And I think if he plays like that, he's going to ask the question.
What do you think his strengths were that he showed you in that match? Did he surprise you how well he played?
I wouldn't say he surprised me because I've seen him play before, but he's just very fluent, hits the ball well. You'll never see him play a tentative shot. He just goes around doing his business with plenty of confidence. So.
And just in the tournament overall, obviously the usual suspects still there, the Liam Dunsters, the Mark Farnsworth, the Clint Iansons. We're going to be seeing them over tomorrow probably as we get down to the latter stages. Is there anyone who's caught your eye? Who do you think in your mind is the favourite for the title?
I think it's hard to look away from Liam Dunster. Yeah, it's just hard to look away from. But there's so many great players. You know, the ones you mentioned. You've got Gareth Hibbett in there as well. You know, I think it's just the way the matches go. Sometimes, you know, they're all capable. But it's hard to look away from Liam with his consistency and how often he gets to the back end of the tournaments, even if he's not winning. You know, he's always there or thereabouts, compared to other players. I mean, obviously the rankings don't lie. So
yeah, well, we can't wait to see how it all unfolds over the next 24 hours. So I think the players are ready now. Our commentators are ready. We've had a change in the comm box, and now it's over to Dan Fairway to talk you through the next match.
Thank you, Kev. Yep, second round of the British Professional Championships will be contested by Scott Anderson and John McAllister. John, of course, the 2020 World Champion, up against a new professional in Scott, who's had a couple of good results so far this season, particularly in the last event, but he is still finding his feet at the professional level. Made an amateur final last season in the Isle of Man as well, Scott. So he's certainly one to watch out for. But John will definitely be going into this match as the favourite. The professional event in full swing now. Well into the second round. There is another match just kicking off as well on table 17, which we'll keep you updated with. That's Clint Iansson versus Robert Stephen, another seasoned pro up against a newbie. Although Robert Stephen has taken to the professional ranks like a duck to water, as these two lag to decide who will be breaking off first. Scott Anderson looking fairly chilled. Crack of the neck. Certainly one to look out for. Lots and lots of action on the outer arena as well. 22 tables in total this weekend here in Coventry. And at the moment, all of them are being used. The amateur, the professional and the ladies events are all underway. The open event actually gets underway tonight and will continue throughout tomorrow. But we will be focusing on the professional event for the remainder of today and tomorrow. Played all the way down through to the final tomorrow evening. And that man, John McAllister, there breaking off first. He will be one of the hopefuls looking through to make it through to tomorrow's final. But he'll be wanting better breaks than that if he's going to make it. A dry break to start the match off. And an early opportunity for Scott Anderson. Quickly chooses reds. Anderson working his way around his pattern on these reds. He's left this red to the right centre. Don't think that's quite how he wanted to catch that. Would have been better off catching the yellow full, I suspect, but that red nearest the right corner has moved out of the way just far enough that he can get through to the one closest to the top rail. It's very tight. That's got that fully dead weight, and that's not hard enough. May even have been playing the safety shot there and covering the pocket for John. Who, after that break, probably wasn't expecting to come back to the table. As he surveys the lay of the land. Not a huge amount on here for John. The yellow closest to the cue ball is very tough. Good go left centre. Certainly being all the eggs in one basket shot though, because he'd probably have to play the skill shot and open up that top left pocket as well. What's he seen here? Can he get through to this, to the left centre? No. Not sure about that. Perhaps he just ran out of time to make his mind up, because I suppose there's a chance he could have been trying to get the cue ball in behind the yellow it's finished closest to, but that was odds against from there. Second bite of the cherry for Scott Anderson. Can he finish this one off? Obviously got that black slight to the right cushion. Certainly if it was me playing that, I'd think about leaving that as a double. Just trying to make sure of this. Just about screwed that back far enough. This is a tricky positional shot. What's he trying to do here? Is he going to screw back over and take it down the rail? Well, this is expansive. Would have been a very good shot without that flick on the yellow. The way it's ended up, this is no gimme. Straight down on it. Looks confident. And that's perfect from Scott Anderson. Lovely shot, and he takes a 1-0 lead in the time that Scott Anderson was knocking that black in down the rail like it was over the pocket. I've been joined by a two-time world finalist, seniors and doubles. Welcome to the Coventry Box, Rich Swaffield.
Thank you. Nice to be here. I'll give it a go.
You know,
might call some
you've
shots
done
from.
this before. It's fine. You've done this before.
We'll give it a go.
To be fair, no one plays like you, so I do understand.
Yeah, exactly. So might
the
get a few
most,
shots.
The most aggressive player I've ever watched play a world final. That's for sure.
Well, I'm reining it in. since playing with Brett Carter in the doubles, he's reined me in a bit. So I'm seeing a new game.
A
now.
new Rich Swaffield.
Yeah. Trouble is, I'm a bit hit and miss. Sometimes I go with that. I think I'll play safe now.
And other times you revert to type.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you who's not playing safe off the break, and that's Scott Anderson. Look at that. He's absolutely
Nice.
crunched them.
Well, yellow and red tied up in the bottom corner, but
Is it worth playing yellow onto red there and going for reds?
yeah, he's still got
I
two
mean, the red
awkward
goes
reds.
anyway, though, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So
Still got two awkward reds in the other corner. Is he playing the plant now?
looks like it.
Yep.
It's a positive shot. It's going to come out nicely.
It's not bad.
No, not at all. Because yeah, that yellow's tied up to the top right, but the red certainly isn't. He looks like he means business, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He's really getting on with this.
They're all gone, those are.
That's a bold call.
Yeah.
I
Very
agree
bold.
with you.
Very bold.
Hey. The bold assassin. The only player on
Can't
the
see
tour
how-
with a typo in his nickname.
Exactly. Can't see how these go wrong, really.
No, not really. I mean, the only thing he could do is, if he's going to take the one left centre next, if he's a bit tentative on this
Yeah.
one and underdone it.
I mean, I'd be tempted to screw this one back to be on a choice of two reds, personally, rather than drop it in. But
He's played that
that's
perfect.
fine.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been too difficult to have underdone that previously.
Yeah.
But again, this is on a string. He's really adapted to the pace of this table quickly. Barring an aberration, he's going to take a 2-0 lead. Yep. Lovely,
Nice
lovely
finish.
from Scott Anderson.
Was that about a minute and a half?
Yeah, maybe. Something like that.
Pretty good. No 30-second call there.
No, certainly wasn't.
John's not bothered.
John doesn't ever look bothered.
Never seen him flustered.
Rarely seen him smile. Rarely seen him scowl.
No.
Every now and then
Has he ever shook his head?
every now and then you get a flicker of emotion from
Yeah.
him. And that's about as far as it goes.
Thing is, isn't it? If your opponent's just breaking addition, what's the point in sitting there and getting emotional and shaking your head and waving your arms about like I do?
Yep, fair enough. Oh, me too.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
can't do anything about it. If they get a lucky, a lucky little rub, or
Yeah, punch the table,
what's the point?
throw the cue ball at your opponent. Never done. John will be hoping for a better break this time. Scott put his full body weight into his. He
It's
got
dry.
a result.
That is dry.
John, with his tried and tested break, which is normally one of the best in the game, and to be fair, you can see he's got a great split. But just nothing's
Yeah.
found the back of the pocket.
He's gone.
This is a dream for Scott Anderson.
Yeah.
2-0 up, and John McAllister breaks dry like that and leaves him like this.
Underhit that a little bit. Still fine.
Yeah,
Probably drop this one in the bottom corner to get on the one in the middle a little bit nicer. Unless he fancies the one in the middle. It's not worth the risk, really.
no, you just want to make sure with that one in the middle that you get nicely behind it. It doesn't want to be hampered by the red.
Drop that in. One down the line. Set them up.
Yeah, this is problem. He didn't quite have the right angle on that previous one, did he? And now, I think he's going to be forced to reroute because he'd love to be able to top through here and take the one that's in the balk area next. But he can't do that now. This is intelligent from Scott. But it's a trickier shot.
Oh, that's a bad miss. I think he's took his eye off the pot there, trying to get perfect position. That this will sound strange, but that could be a massive feature in this match. To go, 3-0 up, or what should now be 2-1, is huge.
Yes, you've got to keep a player like John McAllister sat down.
Yeah.
You've got the chance to
Yeah.
keep him in that chair.
And Scott would have been absolutely buzzing, 3-0 up, and now he's sat in his chair, worrying about what's going to happen.
It's interesting. I think, for me personally, that goes back to a couple of shots ago when you said it wasn't worth the risk to take that one into the middle.
Maybe it was.
I think I'd have gone that way. Obviously, it's
But he
easy.
didn't play the one in the middle very well. If he had pulled back an inch, he was perfect.
That is true.
He's dropped it in, not given it enough thought, I suppose. See, easy for us to criticise, but
yes,
you know,
to be fair, it's our
with
job to
captain hindsight.
But yeah, it was a. Scott really flew out of the blocks in this game, and he looked so confident, so purposeful going around the table. But yeah, he just took his eye off that pot. Perhaps took his eye off the position a couple of times.
Yeah. Pretty much dot to dot now for John. Slightly hampered on this one, down into the top corner. I assume is his next shot.
Again, this is just in between all of the perfect angles, isn't it? There's got a little bit too much angle on the one to the top
You
left.
could take the one in the middle and come back down for a choice of two, or take the one in the top left. It's just slightly awkward.
It's
He's
just
putting his hand.
It's just given him a decision now, hasn't
Yeah.
it? Whereas, if he was in prime position, he'd be.
Perfect shot of his cue action here. Nice little pause. Oh, see, he's messed that up.
I don't know if you've played on this table at all this weekend.
I haven't, no. But it's obviously slightly quicker than the rest.
It's unbelievably fast.
Is it?
This is like playing on glass. Yeah. Yeah, we were shooting a little bit of social media stuff this morning, and we had Marshy and Rob Donkin and Dan Davey.
Yeah, you asked me to get prepared, and
I knew I shouldn't have said anything.
And I was stood there for half an hour, and
then
I decided to sack it off because I was getting messed around.
While Rob Donkin and Dan Davey took over.
Yeah.
Blame
noticed.
them, not me. It's not my fault.
I was going to show you some of my stuff, some of my misses.
John McAllister gets himself back into this match with a good counter clearance after Scott Anderson messes up in the third frame.
Yeah, it should have been 3-0 really.
Yeah, absolutely.
That was with a little bit more thought. Don't forget, they are, they're on the shot clock. They've got shot clock pressure, which is totally different. If you're on the outside tables, you can take literally 5 minutes a shot, and suddenly you're thrown into this arena, and you get a 10-second warning.
A little bit of sandpaper there for John.
Yeah. He's a little dent in his cue. So yeah, with the time shot, is it 30 seconds? 30 seconds with a 10-second warning.
Yeah.
It totally changes your game.
Oh, well, you said that about the turning point in the previous frame. Scott Anderson has compounded his error. Screwed straight in off the break.
If he was sat there 3-0 up, he wouldn't be too bothered about being off there.
No.
Starting to get concerned.
But now, it's going to be 2-2, in all likelihood. There's stuff that can go wrong here for John, but expect it to.
imagine he's just getting that yellow out of the way. Take reds.
Yes, again, that's just intelligent. He hasn't overthought that. He's just thought, well, that yellow could be in the way.
Yeah.
So, get rid of it.
Yeah, I'd have probably been trying to tie that yellow up and probably overcomplicated things, and that's probably a good shot.
Yeah, and actually, if you'd taken an extra second, you know, in that situation, if that was you, and if you'd taken an extra second to look at the reds, you probably would have just gone, well,
You could have just cleared the reds up.
Yeah, exactly.
Why not get a yellow out of the way?
Do you think that's an amateur mistake sometimes, that players are guilty of trying to do too much?
I think it is when players have come over from a different rule set, like world rules, and suddenly they're presented with this one free shot scenario, and they think they've got to use it. Whereas if they were just playing down the pub or whatever, they'd look at that table and think, well, I could just clear these up anyway. But when they've got to use a shot, well, they don't have to, but when they realise, they think they have to.
Yeah.
They don't want to waste the free shot. Suddenly, you can mess things up. Done it many times. So have you, haven't you?
100%. Yeah.
And you always look back and think, why didn't I just clear them up? Didn't need to use a free shot. Didn't need to pick the white up.
Yeah. You go, oh, I should put one on there safe just in case I miss. And you look at the table.
Sometimes it's silly,
really
but
shouldn't miss them.
I still think you've got to use it, really. You might as well tie one of their balls up, because if you don't, you're kicking yourself. If you do make a mistake or get a kick or...
Into that one.
He hasn't dug into it enough. It's fine though.
It's okay, but he has just made this missable because this playing ball is very clear enough. So you've got to get into it.
You can either screw this or play it thin into the pocket.
Screwing this a bit side as well. No drama at all. John McAllister levels the scores. It's 2-2. Scott Anderson has sat in his seat now. Missed a glorious chance to go 3-0 and then screwed straight in off the break.
Could have been 4-0 up.
Well, we've all been there, but it's not a nice feeling for Scott. For John, however,
That's not his dad, is it? Is that?
No, that's Jeff, his backer.
Okay. He looks quite pleased.
Yeah, quite relaxed. Yeah, Jeff is a pillar of the community. And of course, this is John's local tour as well. John is from Coventry, if not very, very close to it.
Is Christy Caulfield from this neck of the woods?
He's Irish, but...
Is he?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought he was local to this area.
He's very Irish.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't know whether he lives here. He may well live here.
Oh, okay.
I should probably know that.
Are you just saying that because he's ginger?
No, he's Irish.
Okay.
100%.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you just say...
Pale and ginger.
Swaffy. John McAllister changing things up. He's gone for the cut break.
Messy table.
All the way.
Yellows actually aren't too bad if you can develop these like that, where he's pointing. You might as well give it a go and see what happens.
Yes, and I think he will. The problem is, if you do that, you actually develop the reds as well.
You do, but you're at the table.
Trusting to luck slightly. And he does have a shot. The two yellows in the middle of the table, the top one of those will go up to the top left.
Yep. Nudging the other one towards the middle, might go in.
Yeah, he just doesn't want to nudge it too hard. He doesn't want to nudge it so hard that he pushes that other one onto the cushion.
You'll be looking at the yellow that's over the, as we look at it, the top middle, or left middle now. That's his last ball to get on the black, or he could potentially pop that, develop the black a little bit easier. That yellow next to the two reds might be his only tricky ball, but can't see any problems there.
I think the yellow closest to the cube is probably his trickiest. That was always a problem. That was the worry with that shot. And I think that was always going to happen as well. I was surprised he played it at that pace. I thought he might try to drop it in dead weight.
Yeah, exactly. There's Captain Hindsight again.
Yeah. Although I did call it before.
How is Keir Starmer?
We're not even remotely getting close to that
No.
level of conversation.
Nice.
Nice shot. Where's the cue ball? Oh, he's walking away. Is he going to make it? It is. Just
Right.
the last roll.
Here's Scott's chance to get back into the match. Not that he's out of the match, but just to get a bit more momentum. Give himself a spring in his step.
Got to move the
Well,
black here, haven't you?
do you move the black?
Yeah. Got to.
The yellow's tied up a little bit. Oh, that's not a good shot. Oh dear.
I mean, that shows the speed. That shot there perfectly encapsulates the speed of this table.
Should still be okay with a nice safety shot. Played that well.
Just covered it. Because I think that yellow below the ball hole,
Does that go?
I think it might just pass. But I don't think he can see. I think he's behind the red. Nothing. John can't see that.
Could this be one of the creative John McAllister clearances? Surely not.
It's a good escape if he hits it. Oh, wow. Don't think you get a cigarette paper in that gap.
So obviously he's only trying to develop the yellow there. So even if he hit the yellow there, he was asking the question.
Yeah. And I can see, you know, I mean, firstly, he had no choice, but secondly, they're hardly gimmicks for Scotland. If he didn't have this free shot, those three reds that are clustered together, they're a little bit awkward. You know, once you get on one, you get on all of them, but you've got to get on the one nicely.
Yeah. So, yeah, the three together, if he drops someone in the middle, he's underdone that. He could take it now and disturb the other two.
Yeah, it's not too bad. I half expected him to top that last one through into the yellow, because then he could have taken
I'll be taking
those
the other
three.
red here. That's fine. Confident pop. It's not lying about. I think it caught him out in the last frame. Needs to maybe slow down a little touch, but that's fine. It's obviously the way he plays.
The way he plays is doing him just fine at the moment. Scott Anderson now leads by 3 frames to 2. He takes the lead again. Again, 2 bites at the cherry. I mean, it was a really poor shot with his free shot after developing the black, but he got away with it.
Yep. So, are you playing this weekend, Dan?
Yes, I have played once.
How have you got on?
It did not go well.
No? Oh, okay.
To be fair, actually, it was quite a good game. I lost 7-4. The guy I played, Jamie Ringham, he played really well.
Yeah, he's a good player.
So
plays Swindon.
Yeah, I played 1 or 2 bad shots, 1 or 2 bad bits of run. He played really well. He pulled out one of the best finishes I've ever seen against me. So yeah, no complaints. Very good player. It means that I get to spend the rest of my Friday doing this.
That's what you prefer, isn't it?
Scott's just kept the cue ball on the table. Absolutely flew off the jaw. He's kept everything else on there as well, though.
I noticed there that Scott is a bit of a nail biter. Did you notice that?
No.
Yeah, his nails are very, very short. So is he a very nervous character? How does he cope under pressure?
Well, we'll find out.
A friend of mine went for a job interview years ago for air traffic control, and he was a nail biter, and he didn't get the job because his nails were too bitten.
And they told him.
Oh yeah, that was the feedback. Of a nervous disposition. Imagine, you know. So is this a similar thing? If you think about it. Well, let's look at Stephen Hendry, Ronnie. You know, the people that or even pool players.
Yeah, but in pool,
Nicely manicured nails, are they at the top of the game, or?
aren't there? I mean, but Scott is at the top of the game, if you see what I'm saying.
Well, he is, but he's not in the top, the very top, is he?
That's true.
He's getting there.
You've got to
but
have
is
a
he
certain amount of bottom. to
Yeah,
get
absolutely.
this
Oh no, don't get me wrong. I'm not putting him down, but I'm just raising the bottle.
I mean, I take your point. I think the best players are the ones that deal with pressure the most. Definitely.
Be interesting to look at their nails, wouldn't it? Anyway, let's get back to the pool.
I bet John McAllister likes a man.
Let's have a look at his nails. So what's he got on here then, Dan?
I bet Clint likes a manicure.
I think he could be right.
Well, I
Yellows
think John's played this quite well.
Yellows are gone, but the black is slightly tricky. Well, it's quite tricky.
Yeah, it is. It's tricky to get onto. You've got to sort of land in that short side, haven't you? You've got to land in that area between the black and the left-hand cushion. It's not a huge window to get into. How are you getting there? Are you using the red closest, sorry, the yellow closest to the right centre as your last ball?
Yeah, stun up for the black in the opposite corner.
I think he wanted to be on that yellowing ball. Is he?
Is he trying to get
Just
this yellow
about
out?
on it. Only just on this.
Legend that out, but he might have left himself at the plant. Or is he on it? That's tricky. See, that's where the run of the ball can play a part in this game.
Yeah.
You know, if that yellow rolls another inch, you know, he's fine.
It's the wrong side here for the plant because the yellow's going away from the middle and the cue ball's going the opposite way.
Oh, it went.
He's shaking his head in sort of.
So he's actually got a good angle here to come round off two free cushions to come up behind the black, past the red, just under the middle pocket.
Doesn't judge it nice, right?
No, he's played it direct.
I'll tell you what.
Pretty good.
That is a very, very good shot.
Shaking his head again.
Well,
I'd be happy with that if he played that.
yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think perhaps he expected that left-hand side to grip more, and he was going to try and come up the other side of the black, but he's got a good shot at it.
Ooh. Well, Scott Anderson, here's your opportunity.
How
Can't
good.
see an easy pot, so he's probably got to play a safety.
Dangerous game against.
It
Can he
is.
play this as a shot to nothing? Can he take this double on, the one that's closest
Yeah.
to the cushion, and get the cue ball back round?
I don't think so, because I think the white's sliding off the side. This is the shot, I think.
I think you're probably right, but this is a dangerous game to play against John McAllister.
How needs the cloth?
Very,
So it's going to slide.
very slight.
So he's got to allow for the slide. You know, there's a lot to take in on this shot.
Oh, wow.
He's got it. Yeah.
Oh, that was so close.
So you are relying on a little bit of luck there, because you're trying to judge how much he's going to slide.
I thought he nailed that.
But he was pretty good. He was pretty close. wasn't he?
Surely Scott's not playing safe again here, is he?
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. But
Oh, that's a weird decision. For
well,
me.
yeah, but saying that, he's not left him a one cushion escape for the pot.
No, but it's a treble. The black's close to the pocket, so you get good contact.
I
on
think
this.
I'd have been going for them all day long.
He was on the one he was closest to. It wasn't that difficult. He wasn't so close to it that it was tough.
Hit and hope, mess the balls up. No. Dead right. Nice shot.
Interesting.
What was that? That's actually a good shot.
What's going through Scott's mind here?
Oh no.
Oh,
He's
cue
in
ball,
off. He's
cue
in off.
ball.
Oh no. Oh dear me.
Now, for me, that still goes back to that previous safety. Because he had a good opportunity to go for them.
Yeah.
John is not going to mess
You
this
can't
up.
say he's unlucky to go in off there because he's gone directly in off, but he is kind of unlucky. Another day that rattles, or you know.
Yeah, I get it. I just think I think that's
He's tried to leave it at the top of the table so that there's no possible cut on the black. But you know, there's the gift of the match.
I just think that's what happens when you don't take the chances against a player like John McAllister.
Yeah.
And I think John fired a warning shot across the bow with the previous shot. You know, he nearly got out of the snooker and potted.
Exactly.
I think at that point you go, actually, John's really dangerous in this situation. I'm going to go.
Yeah.
And he didn't take it. Referee Rick Lloyd racks up the balls.
So John's mate, the guy there, what's his name? Jeff.
Yep.
Okay. That top he's got on, the boss top, is hung up in the wardrobe in my room, so I won't be wearing that this weekend.
Well, why not?
I've got the same top.
That's okay. He won't wear it tomorrow.
Well, eh?
He won't wear it tomorrow. Yeah. So you can.
What is he?
Are you worried that you're going to clash? Or are you worried that you'll get mistaken?
That I've got the same style as him. He's about 20, 30 years older than me. I need to start dressing a bit more fashionably, don't I?
I think he's just fashionable. I think he's just a fashionable man.
He's pretty cool, actually.
Exactly.
He's actually a really nice guy.
He is a lovely guy.
He'll change that tomorrow.
That's better from John McAllister. Where's that last yellow going to end up? That looked for a moment like it was going to be a glorious split and an easy finish for John. The last yellow rolling and the last red rolling have both got in his way. That last red is finished right between those two yellows. I just wonder if it's left a plant on.
Extension called.
The red that's in between those two yellows in the middle of the table, can it come off that red and pop the yellow and open all the yellows up as well? Tough because he's
I think the red goes in the corner, goes in the middle. Don't think he's got an easy yellow. The yellow onto the planted yellow.
Yeah, I think the plant. I think red onto yellow.
I'm thinking the yellow down here. I'm sure he's going for reds. So he's got a bit to do.
Yeah, the triangle of reds in the bottom right of the table. You've got to move the bottom of those first, because then that opens up the pocket for the others. There's a lot of work on here.
Not enough. Maybe it is.
I don't think that.
So it's hard to play safe in this game, isn't it? With a skill shot and different rule sets, you can play it. Put a ball over the pocket, but in these rules, it's not really worth doing. Do you play these rules down do you play league pool?
Yes.
Is
And
it
I
black ball?
I literally only play that.
Yeah.
I don't actually know the rule sets on it.
So he's covered a pocket.
I don't think you have much choice there.
He may have left a possible chance here. That yellow goes to the left corner, which it does. He's nudging that yellow towards the red. Oh. That goes.
That is a very delicate
I
shot.
think he's got to open that pocket up.
But he almost can't fail now. If he just clips the red on the way through, it'll spring out.
That's not good.
It's far enough that he's on the furthest one.
I think he's a bit fortunate there.
I think if he stumps the cue ball into the red that's above, he should be on the top of those two other yellows to the middle. Yeah. And And actually, this is a very, very presentable opportunity now.
He may well be playing for the double on the black.
Yeah, he's certainly got the option to. Personally, the way that he's cross-siding, I wouldn't be. I think I'd just want to try and drop behind.
Yeah, see what angle he's got. That's gone a bit far. He's looks like he's struggling with the pace on the table.
Yeah, it's gone a long way further than he uses.
Oh no, it's not come out nice. And that's where I'm talking about the slight run of the ball. You know, another day that rolls over to the right, and he's on a straight black with no hamper cueing. Although again, he's took a chance there.
Just comes down to that previous shot.
So
that is
that
using all of the
pocket has played well there for him, hasn't it?
Yes.
New cloth.
On a slightly older cloth, that does
not a
drop.
chance.
No, that is a big pocket.
The table I play on at home, that would not have gone in.
But
However,
Scott Anderson's gain is John McAllister's loss.
I fancy I fancy Scott for this match now. So
He's swinging one way and then the other, isn't he?
I think.
But John yet to get his nose in front. Scott's been leading the way all the way through.
Four threes to Scott here. He's going to be hoping for a nice break. No in off.
He's had one in off and he's flirted very heavily with the middle pocket on another one. So can he control the key?
He's going towards the corner again. It's a good split.
It's a good break. This is
but
a
he's
great
not
break.
He's not putting the white up the middle of the table, so he's obviously queuing across the break a little bit. But I think these are, dare I say it, gone.
I think you're a little bit premature.
Yeah, maybe.
On table 14 in the Hamilton event, John Parkinson, Scott Burke.
The yellow closes the left centre. I think that goes into the left centre.
It goes into it goes into a big pocket in the corner.
It does, that's true.
So I don't really see any pressure on this clearance at all. Unless you underhit that, but he's still on the one in the other corner.
Yeah, no, you're right. They should be well on their way.
I think it's when you look at the pros playing, the seasoned pros do take that extra little bit of time. You know, on a shot, even though it looks basic, they just compose themselves that few seconds longer than Scott is at the moment now. I personally think in a couple of years' time, Scott will start to do that.
Yeah, for me, Scott's just not quite working out his patterns every time.
You know, he looks absolutely great when he's...
That's a touch. That is a big touch of fortune.
It looks fantastic the way he's clearing up here, but I just think the way the match has gone, I think that extra few seconds of composure, you know, a lap around the table, just to visualise the shot and all that sort of stuff, I think he'll start to do that a little bit more the longer he's a professional.
Well, there's a hand of apology and a cheeky little smile there from Scott Anderson. He knows he got away with one. So that cue ball just flicked off the far draw and ended up straight on the black, when it could have either dropped in the pocket one way or it could have been a slightly awkward shot the other. And some of the outer arena action, most of that will be still happening in the amateur. It's a professional match as well, and the ladies event is underway.
Got anyone out there playing? Any friends of yours, Dan, playing tonight? He's playing at the moment. I've got a couple of friends of mine. John Herridge is having a good run. He got to the quarters of the last Open.
Yes, he did. I remember you saying, actually.
Yeah, he's playing well. Sean Broad, he's just lost, actually. He's unlucky.
John McAllister cues up and breaks off. frame number 9. It's another dry break. John's break just isn't working for him at the moment. In the other professional match as well, we'll give you the score on that. Robert Stephen leading Clint Hansen by 5 frames to 3. Robert has been so impressive since his introduction to the programme.
Yeah, he's a good player. Former snooker professional, isn't he?
I believe so, yeah.
Obviously, never heard of him on the snooker tour, but just to get on the snooker tour, you're doing very well, yeah. There's quite a few players on the IPA tour actually that were snooker pros. So you've got, as far as I know, Mark Farnsworth, Rob Donkin, I think, was a snooker pro.
I don't know if he was a pro, but he certainly
Wasn't he? I believe he
was
was.
a very good snooker.
Miles
I
Deleuze.
may be wrong.
Miles Deleuze was a snooker professional.
Mark Boyle.
Mark Boyle, obviously, yeah.
Yeah.
Yourself, Dan?
Highbreaker 49. Yeah. I've never played snooker competitively.
Haven't you?
No, there's a very long and boring story why, which I won't bore the details of our viewers with.
Fair enough.
But,
I'm sure there's more. There's more snooker pros, aren't there?
I don't doubt it.
I think.
But they are different games.
They are.
A very good snooker player will always be able to play pool.
He's had a touch there. I don't think he played that. It's not really doing much good unless he slams in a nice long one. And the black's not nice. That's
Well,
probably,
it's not the one, but on
that's
the other
probably
hand,
as played.
Yeah. There was no way Scott could go for the finish there.
So you had a 49 break, did you? Wow.
Okay, that's patronising. There's no need for that. No need.
No, the standard at snooker is just ridiculous, isn't it? I mean, I must admit, as a kid, 15, 16 years old, I actually believed I was going to be a professional snooker player. You know, playing in my local club in Durrington in Wiltshire, and then you go out into the big wide world. You know, everyone in my local club are like, "Wow, how good is he?" And I believed it myself. And then you go out in the big wide world, and you know, 15, 16 years old, and there's 10-year-olds absolutely potting them off the lampshades.
I think,
and you realise the difference.
That's the problem, and it's something that I've experienced as well. That's a great shot from John McAllister, by the way. I think that's part of the problem of coming from a small town.
Yeah.
You have, you know, you don't have that level of player to practice with, to play against.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think it's more difficult to become a good professional at any sport if you come from a small place.
Yeah.
I think it makes it more impressive. Of course, we've got, I think, Coventry versus Leicester at the moment here. This is good from John. This is very, very good. This has been a bit of an attritional frame.
Well, he could, I mean, if you're really attacking, you could actually go for these.
But yeah, John has gone from absolutely nowhere in this frame, and he's started to turn it in his favour.
Either colour set could, if they really wanted to, if they were playing down the pub, they would go for these. But there's a little bit more at stake tonight.
There's more at stake for John as well, because 6-3 is massive. 6-3, and John is in deep, deep trouble. I think Scott, perhaps, the next time he comes to the table, if he's got a half chance, it might be worth going for.
Yeah.
For John, he doesn't have that luxury.
He doesn't need to go for them, does he?
No.
However, yellows, he's got a yellow over the corner pocket next to the black, which he can disturb the black. John could actually go for these, develop the two reds near the middle. Which he's done. He went like that, tying that red up there.
Couldn't have gone a lot worse.
So yellows are probably favourite here.
I'm struggling to see how John gets out from here. John is at his best when his back's against the wall. But he's run out of options now. I don't think there's anything safe on for him, so I sort of think he's got to go at these.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
I just don't think he had a lot of choice. He's pulled the trigger a couple of shots ago, and you can't put the bullet back in the chamber.
This is I play league pool in Andover, and one of our teammates, the dog Wayne Noon, he sees me going for clearances like the John's just gone for there, and he calls me out on it. He says I'm going down a blind alley. So I think that's what John's just done there.
Yeah, I agree.
You know, Wayne Noon, he says to me most Thursday nights, no blind alleys tonight, Rich. I still go down them.
The thing is, I agree, but you were right with what you said earlier when you spoke about how important it is to have a little bit of run. And that first shot in that previous visit from John McAllister, he went into those two reds by the corner, by the middle pocket, and it couldn't have come out much worse.
That's it. But if you're relying on luck, the thing is, if you play this game and you think, right, this shot I'm going to play, I'm relying on luck, I better not play it. Well, you'd never play a shot, would you?
No,
no,
absolutely.
A slight bit of run on most shots, you know, if you're developing something, or, you know.
Very nice.
But this is
from Scott Anderson there.
This is huge.
Yep, this is going to be 6-3.
But having said that, you know, John could see the danger of what Scott had. Scott could have gone for those. There was probably not a lot of safety to play for John, so he felt he had to have a go.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think the one thing I would say about that shot from John that eventually caused his downfall, that first shot of the visit, it wasn't particularly well controlled. It was a little bit of a swipe by his standards.
Yeah, if you watched it back, the pace he played it at, it was never coming out.
Yeah.
Probably needed a little bit more pace.
John then will sit in his seat and watch Scott Anderson break for potentially a 7-frame-to-3 lead.
To keep that white away from the corner pockets, straight up the middle.
Oh, nowhere near the middle, but he'll take
wild,
it.
Isn't it?
He's got absolutely zero control on that cue ball when he breaks.
There's something he needs to go away from.
But who cares when they come out like this? Look at that.
Yeah.
Reds are glorious.
It's actually harder to mess these reds up than it is to get them. He's got one little bit of work to do. Oh,
that's careless.
Yeah.
It's really careless.
He's actually messed that up a bit. Although he's got an angle here to develop it again.
He has.
He could potentially come off two cushions and nudge the yellow away from the red.
But it's so careless because there was enough of a gap there.
He's got a bit too much on that.
Needs this to. Oh,
wow.
It's okay. It's rolled into the. I mean,
there you go.
That red is still there for a double. It's not fatal. If you could pop the one in the middle, pop the one close to the balk area and screw back to somewhere in line with that red.
He's actually got an angle here to stun across or screw back onto that yellow near the red. Which he's tried and he's got it.
I don't know. I like that. I think I'd have been leaving that for the double. This isn't a nice angle now. He's got to play this with some pace.
Yeah. It's not ideal.
Because if he just drops this in, he's nowhere. He's snookered. He's in between those two yellows. He doesn't have a shot.
Yeah,
he can't really take it long. Is he doubling this?
He's taking the corner. No, he's got a kick there, I think. Looks a bit thick, but see, there you go. From what I said initially was they were
harder to mess up, was it?
But if you look at his shot time, like I would go back to what I said earlier, I think a little bit more composure. You know, if they look easy, do a lap of the table. I know it's easier said than done. They've got 30 seconds, but just do a lap of half the table. You know,
no, I get what you're saying. I think honestly,
like John's doing here. You know, he's so laid back, isn't he?
Flicking, the way he flicked that red away from the corner pocket was a cardinal sin. That was a really bad shot.
From the middle.
Yeah. He should have been nowhere near that. There was plenty of gap for that red to pass through. Well, that's an excellent shot from John McAllister. We spoke about turning points already in this game. I think the first one, you said, could be a turning point for Scott. Well, I think this one might turn the tide back the other way in the favour of John McAllister. Because Scott, fresh from that break, would have looked at that table and thought, this should absolutely be 7-3. It is now, with a high degree of certainty, going to be 6-4 with John to break next.
He's cutting this in the middle to disturb the yellows, or
I mean, you could
is he going to play the plant?
I'd be playing the plant.
The trouble is, this yellow could go towards that red. He's going to play with a bit of pace, I think. He hasn't. That's not good. Oh, wow.
I think he's got to play the plant now.
He could play the yellow long.
He could, but is there value?
Not really.
If he screws back, he's screwing into the red. If he overdoes it, he's going to be snookered. I think he's got to play the plant. I was surprised he didn't play for the plant before, to be honest. Great shot. What a shot.
Two yellows. That's good.
Very nice long yellow there from John McAllister. We'll want to finish nicely on this black. Quite straight on it, so I'd be surprised if he screwed it back and played it into the right centre. Even over-screwed past it. Don't have enough angle, and that's beautiful. And now a simple black gets him to back within 2 frames. Scott Anderson still leads by 6 frames to 4. Should still be sitting comfortably in that seat, but I'm betting it's a little more uncomfortable after that missed opportunity. You cannot let a player like John McAllister off the hook like that. Will it come back to haunt Scott? Can John start to find his break working again? All these questions will be answered soon enough. So there was another game going on. Clint Jansen was trailing Robert Stephen by 5 frames to 3 the last time I looked at the score in that game. It's gone from bad to worse for Clint Jansen. Robert Stephen is now 1 away. He leads by 7 frames to 3. And Clint is going to have to win 5 on the spin if he's going to continue in this tournament. John McAllister needs to come back. Not quite to the extent that Clint does yet. But John has ticked the first box. He makes a ball on the break. Good chance this one, yeah. Overscrewed that by quite a considerable margin, actually. Chance is still there, but that yellow in the balk end is looking quite isolated. just taking those extra few seconds that you mentioned, Rich.
John has.
Now he's spinning round. This is not going well. John is not in position.
Take the yellow long, play the yellow plant. Screw back, yellow in goal. Nice and easy.
I think that plant is a bit awkward thing. That's a very good shot. It's come again a little too far, 2 or 3 inches less. This is a lot more controllable.
Tricky to hold this with the pace at the table.
Absolutely dead weight.
So he needs his yellow to come out. So he's going to play this in such a way that the white comes back up and the yellow comes across.
I think a sort of softish screw. As long as you you want to catch that second yellow a little bit thin so that it comes back out. Just sort of pinch the pocket almost. A little bit like that. It's a good shot.
It's not ideal.
Relying on luck, perhaps, with the position on the black.
Nice and thin, the black should go in the middle of the table.
Could go in the middle pocket. Oh, wow.
Wow, please hit that.
He's absolutely leathered it. I don't know whether that's a bit of frustration from John. He's left himself a very awkward. What a shot that is from John McAllister. The black to get himself back to 6-5. He looked all at sea in this match, but Scott Anderson let an opportunity get away from him. John is starting to punish.
Whose break is it, Dan?
The new professional is Scott Anderson to break in this one, and how much pressure is there on this break now, Rich?
If I was Scott, I'd be taking a little bit of pace off of this break and really concentrating on the centre of the cue ball, coming straight up the centre of the table.
Well, he hasn't listened to a word you've said so far, so I don't expect him to start now.
But he's losing the white on those breaks, isn't he?
All of them, yeah. He's only gone in off once, but the cue ball has been wild.
Straight up and down the middle, isn't it?
Nope.
6-all.
Didn't you just know it? Ooh,
Wow.
That last red rolling.
A couple of bits to do there. So, is he going to get the red away from the black initially and then play the yellow-red plant?
You've certainly got to be getting that red away from the black.
Yeah.
You can't win the frame on either colour set with that red there. Unless you play an outrageous skill shot to finish. But I don't think even John will be thinking about that.
I think that's what I'd be thinking of. The red away from the black. It's hard to tell, but the yellow-red plant into this corner.
Yeah, you've got to
maybe
make
he's
that.
Not quite. Yeah.
You've got to make that plant.
Maybe he's looking at
it will go.
disturbing that.
Is he going? I think he might be going yellows. A bit awkward on reds now. Don't think the reds he's closest to would pass to the bottom right.
Certainly not going to go for the plant now, from where he's left the white. So, looking at
Is he
disturbing it.
Can he screw into it from here?
He might be able to from here.
He's bridging over that red though.
No, the yellow past the black.
Is he on that?
I think so.
Oh yeah, probably. I think if he's on
could
that,
even try and drop on it.
I think he might be too straight to screw into it.
Could try and drop onto it, and he's still guaranteed the yellow in the. No, okay.
This time, I think he was a fraction too straight. I think he'd have been coming the wrong side of it had he played it previous shot. But he's running out of options with it. I'm surprised he didn't have a go at it earlier on. Because now...
Yeah, most players try and, attack their awkward ball first, or early. So he could try and... I'm sure we can get into it now. Get enough on it.
Well,
is it 6-all? Or is it 7-5?
Becoming last chance now for John, isn't it? But he's gone into it.
It's not bad.
That is very, very good. John McAllister, let's be honest, a good shot, but he's had a bit of run there. For one of the first times in the match, actually, John's had a bit of run going into a ball.
But shouldn't be any trouble for John.
Keep the cue ball away from the corner pocket, I think, and make sure of the pot.
He's a touch straight, actually.
Yeah.
He's not straight, but he's not got enough angle. He's got to be a bit careful he doesn't stitch himself up behind that red. Should be fine.
There's a couple of reds here that are going to look like beach balls playing this position.
With enough topspin, he should be fine. It's hard to tell from the angles we're looking at.
This black for 6-all. What odds would you give Scott Anderson now? Because he should have gone 7-3. He's now 6-all. He's got to be 3 or 4 to 1 at this point.
A happier player will be John.
Yeah, clearly.
However, they both know at this level, 6-all is anyone's. It's down to the luck of the plate, luck of the balls.
Do you think Scott's moaning about the in-off? He's got no right to, really, but do you think he is?
He's probably talking about what he's going to have for lunch tomorrow. Cheese and onion sandwich.
Don't talk to me about food tonight yet, or lunch. I did get up early enough for breakfast.
Here we go then.
The momentum in this match has swung from one player to another, but it seems like it's swung firmly in the direction of John McAllister now.
Scott has it all to do.
And possibly not enough chances to do it.
Well, he's going to be breaking in the next frame, so race to 8. This is for 7-6. So it could go to a decider if Scott can control his break in the next. He might still have a sniff in this frame.
He might, but if John gets these, then John will have a chance to win the match without Scott having anything to do with it at all.
Yeah.
It does seem to be struggling with the pace of the table. His cue ball hasn't been as precise as you would expect from him at times. This is another example of that. Yes, he's fine. Yes, he's got options. But this is not where he played this to be. Just running a bit.
He's dropping it in the middle.
This is better.
Corner. This is 7-6, I believe. Unless he gets a horrendous kick or something silly. He's gone.
I think we're about 50-50 for your these are gone calls earlier in the
Yeah,
frame.
maybe. Is it not 60-40? Oh, he's making work of this, isn't he? Still fun.
Yeah, that actually for me is a much better shot than it looked. Because if he played that a bit harder, the red might have gone a bit closer to the yellow. Cue ball might have gone a little bit further left. Might not have been on that.
I keep looking and I think both players are rushing, but then I forget they've got a 30-second shot clock. So, you know, it is tough. Left the perfect angle again.
John McAllister has really grown into this game ever since that big missed opportunity from Scott Anderson to go 7-3 up. John has hardly put a foot wrong since. And he doesn't again here. It's 7-6 now to McAllister. Scott will break next, but John is firmly in the driving seat now.
See, Scott's got to be happy that he's given a former world champion a game.
Do you think?
Yeah. I think he'd be sat there thinking he's happy that he's in the match and that he's not 7-0 down. So he's got to be relaxed in that regard.
Maybe it's me, but I would be furious.
Yeah.
If it was Scott, I'd be furious with myself.
I think he's happy that he's in the match
because he's missed a couple of great chances.
Yeah, let's watch this break. Let's see where this white goes. If anything, I'm no one to criticise, but you've got to start working on that break if you're losing the white every break.
Number 14, Scott Anderson to break, trailing 7 frames to 6. Time running.
He's playing to put this white straight up on the table. And it's not too bad, but it wasn't.
That's still quite white.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for Scott Anderson, so is everything else. John McAllister will have an opportunity in this frame to finish his opponent off.
I think the yellows are okay. There's one tricky yellow on the right hand side of the table between the two reds.
John McAllister smells blood here.
He's got a couple of options to get that out.
Yeah, this is a finish that needs a little bit of precision, isn't it? You're right, that is the one yellow, really. And to the right of the black. Doesn't have an obvious pocket. But the red above it, closest to the right centre.
Yellow.
Yep, sorry. It's been a long day. The yellow above it, closest to the right centre.
Yeah.
That's the ball that you want to move on.
Or he's got the yellow near the black spot that he can flick it off of, right onto the side cushion and bring that yellow towards the middle of the table. So he might play that now. Is that a kick?
He didn't hit it particularly with any force.
So he's now looking to, I think he's looking to leave the angle to that yellow near the black spot. There you go. He's pointing towards it to run the white past the black. And probably hit the cushion first and there's the yellow away from the cushion. So what angle he gets.
It's a bit straight. But he's got the option now to take the one over the middle and
change his mind.
Yeah.
Reroute.
It's amazing how much more difficult everything looks when it's the frame to win again.
Yeah, absolutely. The pressure adds a different dimension, doesn't it?
It does.
So he's left himself another angle. He might just drop on it actually. Land the white on the cushion.
To go into the left centre.
To take the yellow into the left centre, yeah. He looks perfect. There's no point in trying to disturb it. I think he's got to land the white on the cushion just below the yellow.
There's the key shot of the frame, and he
actually hit it.
didn't. He wanted to just slide past that. This is not over yet. Scott Anderson's heart rate will have jumped just a couple of beats per minute. They might be about to jump further unless John McAllister can find something special.
You do find that with this cloth that it's slightly more grippier with a new cloth than what you used to. So what's he going for? Does it go?
He's going cushion first to pop the one in the centre. And he got that little bit of slide.
There you go, Scott. Here's your opportunity. Get it back to a decider.
Is there another swing in this game? Can Scott Anderson go from 6-3 up to 7-6 down, but still come back and win it? Looks like he's taking an extra few seconds over this now. That's an interesting shot.
It's actually not a bad shot. I think that's the right choice. He had a bit to do there.
Well, for me, he's left John a shot here, and it's a tough one. But I think if he stumps the yellow off the cushion off the red,
and then the yellow in off the red.
Yeah.
If you can see that yellow, can you?
I think you can.
Full ball.
I think so.
Yeah. 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 You can stop the white there possibly. Well,
it's not a bad result for John.
I think Scott can see the red into the, as we look at it, top left corner, or bottom left corner now.
It just creates. He's created a problem there for Scott. It's an easy one to solve, but he's still got to solve it.
Yeah.
He's going to try and solve it now.
That's a little bit tricky now.
Yes, it is. It doesn't look like it passes down to the bottom left anymore. Will of course go. Well, actually, top right really is the only option now for that ball. I think he was trying to land on it actually then to the bottom right, but he didn't bring the cue ball far enough. Brought it far enough this time. Too far maybe?
It's not too bad. He just...
Oh, he's missed that. Wow.
He's just got to slow down a little bit. He was so quick on the shot there.
Yeah, that's a...
Before he hit it, I'd said he's just... And I waited, but he's really got to learn the composure side of this.
That was
like I say, I'm no one to criticise anybody. You know, I can't criticise any player. But constructive criticism, I think that's what I'd be saying to him.
Yeah. Yeah, if you were giving him a few life lessons.
Yeah.
A few Swafield life lessons.
My age. I mean, my cue's older than him. But do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but you're right. Scott got down on that.
He was just, just slow down that, even if it's 2 seconds.
And he had a good 15, 20 seconds left on the clock when he played that shot.
There's no rush. But some players, you thrive off the buzz of playing at that pace. So, maybe that's just the way it is.
Well, John McAllister won't care. He is about to book his place in the third round at the expense of Scott Anderson, who has fallen apart a little bit in the second half of this match.
Well played, John. I feel a little bit for Scott there, because I think he had the chances. And if he looks back, he'll realise things could have gone differently.
Yeah, if he watches this back, he certainly will.
It's been a pleasure, Dan.
Yeah, you're welcome. Go and enjoy the rest of your evening.
I will do.
As we gear up in the Coventry box for the next match on, which will be Craig Brown against Mark Boyle, and that will be coming up shortly.
Thanks a lot, Dan, and I'm here with John. John, 6-3 down, it looked to be going one way. What did you manage to do to turn that around?
I got a couple of easy chances, to be fair. I was struggling at the start. All the chances seemed to be relatively difficult. Obviously I didn't play the best either, to be fair. Even during the end of the match, really, it was just because I could go wrong because they were quite easy. I got away with it a little bit, and then I had to rely on Scott missing a couple as well.
I mean, Scott started off, you could see the intensity in his play. He was really up for the match, and I guess that 6-3 was a fair reflection at that time.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah. If I lost that match, I couldn't have had any complaints, to be fair. You just got to dig in sometimes, just hope the chances come your way, and then hopefully you do take them.
A couple of the players who we've interviewed previously have said that the table's playing really quick. Was that your experience?
Yeah, it was really quick. I think it's just possibly because it's my first match as well, and Scott's already had a game. So he's obviously warmed up a little bit, so it took me a little bit of time. But yeah, it's playing lovely to be fair.
What's your preparation been like coming into this weekend? Because I know you've had a lot of stuff going on, bit of BBC work and a bit of moving house. Has that affected your practice? Are you a bit undercooked, do you think, coming in this week?
Maybe a little bit, as long. Obviously, I've been working hard, trying to practice in between, like you say, moving and everything. But I'm having a couple of issues with my knee and sort of stuff. It keeps going on and off, so it depends when I can actually practice, to be fair. It depends how I wake up, really.
So your expectations coming into this week, are they maybe a little lower than usual? You're just going to sort of free ride and see where it takes you?
Just the same, yeah. I normally just free ride, to be fair, see what happens. I think if you expect too much, you get too disappointed, and then especially going into another comp on the Sunday in the Open, you can't expect too much, to be fair, with the quality of players here, so you've just got to take one game at a time.
I mean, before you moved, you were the local boy here. This was this area is where you won your first big pro event in Warwick, I think, just not far from here. You always get a lot of great support here.
Yeah, still a few come to watch me today, and a few of the other local lads in the amateur as well. So see if they can do something as well on the amateur side.
Any glance at the draw? Do you know who's in your section, in your who's coming up next?
No, I never look at the draw. I just see who I've got Friday. Get to Saturday first, and then see where we go from there.
Yeah. Okay. Well played, John, and good luck, and hopefully we'll see you later on in the tournament.
Cheers, Gav.
So that's John McAllister there. He takes his place into the next round. I'm going to be joined in a minute by the character from Wales, one of the best players, former world champion, Mr. Craig Marsh, moves sublimely into this seat. Craig, John does what champions do, and they find a way to win even when not the best.
Yeah, I watched a couple of frames at the end then, and I was talking to a couple of guys, and they said he got away with one there. So, and usually when it happens, you usually get a good run out of it somehow. So I think it's sort of changed round, but hopefully it doesn't.
Is it, in your experience as well, he's probably not practiced as much coming into this event, but getting a win under the belt, is that almost a practice?
Yeah, it is, because you do want to play a first round where you've got a chance, you might get a couple of shots, so that's the type of thing you want, really. But well, he was 6-3 down there, so he'd been under it right from the start, really. So he's done well to hold himself together and get through, like.
And just a word about Scott, who was 6-3 up, rookie pro, always difficult with the draws. You're always going to come up against one of the big names like John.
Yeah.
I mean, he didn't really do much wrong.
No, he didn't in the end. I mean, he made a little mistake at the end there, but I think he looked a little bit deflated. He did when from being so far in front. And I think he had a couple of chances, but. Learning curve for the new pros, and they learn in the end, and they stop missing them easy chances then and start mopping them up.
And a word about yourself and your own form and your own preparation coming into this weekend.
Yeah, I've actually played a little bit for this week. I had a couple of practice sessions in the week with Christian, and I played all night last night. I played for hours. My back was killing me when I went to bed, but so yeah, it's me and you now, I think, isn't it? Me and you,
possibly, yeah. I mean, we saw you here on the Thursday night. We very rarely see you on a Thursday.
It's been some years since I've been on a Thursday.
So you must be taking it serious this week.
Aye. I'll have a go. We'll have a go.
And coming up next, just a word about the next match. Mark Boyle, who we all know and love, been through a lot. And just great to see him back competing on this stage that he fully deserves to be at.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's so mentally strong. He's managing to play with all adversity behind him. And I take my hat off to him, I'll be honest. But he's got a tough match in Craig, mate. Craig's improved a lot over the last year and a half. So yeah, it'll be a good game, I think.
I mean, Craig is a recent World Championship semi-finalist. That's the sort of form that he's in.
Exactly, that's what I mean. He's had a good run over the last year and a half. He's improved quite a bit. So I think Mark will have to play well.
I think we're seeing that a lot of the non-elite pros, for want of a better word, are starting to step up the game out there. They're getting a bit more experience on the stream table and those conditions. And there's a cohort of them now really knocking on that door.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you're a top pro now, you obviously draw a lower seed, but the lower seeds now are improving so much that it's not so much of an easy game, if you like, anymore. There aren't any. You know what I mean? Well, see one, but then now Robert Stevens has just beaten Clint again.
Wow.
First round for Clint. The last person he wants to draw is probably Rob. Because in my opinion, he's probably top 16 all day. So yeah, there are some sticky horrible little draws out there, like where you can get caught, and so you need to play well all the time here.
Okay, well, thanks a lot, Craig. I know you've got a match, a really important match coming up next, which definitely won't be on the stream. Well, that's more about your opponent than you, of course. The players are ready, the referees are ready, so it's back to the commentary box, and over to you, Dan.
Craig Brown versus Mark Boyle is our next match. Still in the second round of the British Professional Championships here in Coventry. And there is Craig Brown looking cool, calm and collected. And also looking cool, calm and collected. Sat next to me, open-legged in the commentary box, is David Adenall.
Hello, Don.
Now we've had the lag. We are ready to rock and roll and get underway here. Mark Boyle getting us underway in this match. And it's not the worst split I've ever seen, Dave. It's a decent opening salvo.
No, not a bad opportunity for the first round.
It's not the dolly finish you want first off, but it's a chance, isn't it? And that's really the best you can ask for.
Yeah, exactly. I think he was just looking at nudging that red out of the way. He just glanced past it.
Yeah, he's still got the shot on here. I mean, that one nearest the middle, I think that's a little bit easier than it looks actually. But it is hampered queuing. Natural position on the yellow to the left centre. Or we could stay on the yellow closest to the cue ball. It's a bit of a toss-up, this shot, isn't it? You could go either way here.
Yeah, there's so many tricky little things that could go wrong here, so it takes a lot of good positional play and pattern play on this one.
This is the sort of shot where you've got to commit to the full finish from here on in. Whichever way you go, you are now stuck with.
Yes.
You know, if he'd gone yellow to the top left, there was only one real pattern he could take to get out. Going middle, there was only one real pattern he could take to get out. Middle it is. Probably got a bit more angle on this than so this will have to be a good shot. Screwing across table. That is a remarkably good positional shot.
That's very good.
Is he straight enough on this that he can slide the cue ball past that yellow and finish on the left-hand side of it on the top rail? I think he can just about do that. Might flick off the yellow.
I think just splits.
He's screwing it. Well, that was asking a lot, but it's another very good shot.
That's a very good shot now.
One more to come.
Yeah, yes, another one needed indeed. I think he's going to cut this in and the white come down the middle of the table and just above that red, or use that red as a stopper, and the yellow into the middle or top.
Yeah, the perfect tracking of the cue ball here would have that cue ball running right across the black spot, and he put too much side on it and he snookered himself. Didn't want to hit the yellow, wanted to come past it. Mr. Magic's going to have to pull a rabbit out of the hat here. Here we go. Lots of left-hand side, too much left-hand side. That really gripped. He didn't play that. It didn't actually play that much side on that.
No, I didn't at all. It just literally just comes straight back at, didn't it?
Well, what an opportunity now for Craig Brown. He would be absolutely delighted to come to the table. That needs to slow down, which it has. Just a little bit worried that that was going to end up right on the yellow then.
Yeah, it was looking a bit rude, wasn't it? We've all done that, haven't we? We've had 2 shots and it looks like, yeah, we should be fine. And then the first one, we just overcomplicate it and make an absolute mess.
Yeah, it's very easy to sort of, with that free shot, I think it's very easy to play a ball into an area and not necessarily think about how precise you need it. And sort of, yeah, underdo it from that perspective.
Yeah. Sometimes even make it harder when you're actually trying to make it easier.
Yeah, absolutely.
It is important with the first shot to try and play the right shot. I think it's when you're confused of which is the best shot. I think that's when it can get a bit more awkward, and then you can get to a stage where you really overthink it.
Yeah.
Like something bizarre.
No, I agree completely. It's always more difficult when you've got more options to choose the right one.
Good shot there from Craig. Good weight on that one.
Yeah.
Paris, if he gets the right angle onto the one into the middle, so it should be easy enough.
Have you had any table time on the stream at all? On the stream table?
No, I've only played one match. I lost 8-7 to Scott Anderson, but no, it actually did. So I just missed one ball and lost.
Wow.
I was actually really pleased with how I played. So it's,
that's the way it goes. That's the way it goes for Mark Boyle as well. Just really a fraction out of position the whole way around that clearance, and he never managed to reel it back in. He trails Craig Brown by 1 frame to 0. So we'll get our first look at the Craig Brown break in a few moments' time. Matches all over the place in the outer arena. I suspect the Open's started now as well. We've got the Open, the Amateur, the Ladies and the Professional possibly all going on at the same time. Try and get you some scores from certainly the professional event shortly. Craig Brown has handed the initiative straight back to Mark Boyle with that break though. But it's almost a safety break this, isn't it? There's I mean, really, what can Mark do from here? He's got the one thin yellow.
I think he's actually got the yellow into the middle. If it's got enough angle, he can run into the red, but I think it's too straight. But he can definitely get one of them yellows out of the way. It's a tough shot to start off with. But
I don't think he can. I don't think he can see enough of that far yellow.
No, he probably can't. I think he'd be playing it if he could.
Yeah, I agree. Oh, wow. Well, perhaps the touch fortunate the cue ball stayed out, but that was a very thin snick on the yellow. Do you think that was the way that break came out? Do you think that was a bit of fortune for Craig Brown, or do you think he was unlucky not to make a ball because it was a good split? Or is it somewhere in between the two?
Yeah, I think a bit of both on that one. You can get them splits sometimes very frustrating. You hit them well and get no reward, and hit them bad and you're laughing. It was quite strange in the last match. I commentated Alex Donahue and Dan Davey. They were both struggling with the break. which I think it ended up affecting their open play as well. There's a lot of frames where the balls just went safe, and they both missed opportunities, I think, down to all those clusters and not getting the confidence of potting off the break. It certainly affects your rhythm.
100%, yeah. It's becoming a cliche, it's something we talk about all the time, but it really is the most important shot in the game.
Yeah.
Without a doubt.
You can be playing the best pool in the world. If you can't let off the break, there's nothing you can't use that weapon.
No, and it's the biggest weapon. And even if you're not breaking well, it's still a massive advantage to make a ball.
Yeah.
If you've got that first choice of colour,
yeah.
You've got that first shot. That's almost the biggest shot of the frame. Almost the second shot after the break.
It's like if you say play Dunster, for example. If you're potting off every single break, then it can only increase your chances. You know.
That's a terrific positional shot there from Craig Brown. Probably finished a little straighter than he wanted, but shouldn't be any problems to drop this in and then drop the next one into the centre. Would have just liked to have got the cue ball away from the cushion, probably another inch or two.
Just a matter of concentrate on this one, keep still on the shot. Can be tricky, these. Played it well.
Made it look easy, but you're right.
Yeah.
It wasn't. Just again finished a bit straight, so it was always going to end up on the cushion. Just that care and attention. And that care and attention, Craig Brown took that shot a little bit quickly for my liking.
Yeah, it was a bit quick, I think, with the white on the cushion.
I mean, 100% he doesn't miss that shot. If he doesn't finish straight on the previous one, he doesn't finish with the cue ball on the right on the cushion.
It's virtually impossible to miss it if that white was off the cushion.
Do you think in some ways it was a little bit careless to finish on the cushion? Would it have been better to maybe stun that previous one in and play it with angle, but at least had, you know, you would have been able to get the cue ball to the centre of the ball?
There's a case for it, but I think it's how you feel. But I think I like the idea, the fact that he ran through, because if you're playing the ball straight, if you've got a kick, there's less chance it can be affected.
Yep.
But you know, if it's on the cushion, you could quite easily not hit it properly. So it's possibly what happened there.
I don't think the bottom of those two yellows goes, but that's not going to cause Mark any problems because he's on the other one. Craig's going to be kicking himself.
He is.
That's huge. That's 2-0. And that should be 2-0 every day of the week for Craig Brown.
Yeah, it could be a turning point already in this match, because I feel Craig does need to be getting off to a good start. Let's not forget, Craig is a world semi-finalist.
True.
So you know, he's more than capable.
Yeah, he's one of those players who you fully expect to be picking up a trophy at the end of a weekend at some point. He's too good not to one day. But you wouldn't be talking about him in the same vein as John McAllister, Liam Dunster, Mark Farnsworth, Mark Boyle just yet. He's got a little way to go before he reaches that kind of plateau.
I think, like, you know, before anyone can be into that conversation, you need to get into the back end of tournaments a bit more regularly. I mean, it's impossible to get to back end of tournaments all the time because the standard's so high. But yeah, you know, look at some of the top players they are there.
I hope you won't take this the wrong way, but I view Craig in the group of players alongside players like yourself. You're doing a regular sort of last 16 quarters, the odd semi here and there, but you're never quite getting past that stage. Luke Sanders is another. You feel like he's going to win a tournament one day, but he's just got to push through that barrier.
Exactly, yeah. I 100% agree. Just put it in there. I still haven't made the semi-final, so don't say I've made one.
Plenty of quarters, though.
But,
plenty of quarters.
Yeah, I've had a few quarters.
That there was the classic Mark Boyle cup break.
He's mastered it, really, hasn't he?
Yeah.
I remember when he broke onto the scene, so to speak, at the amateur, and he was the only one that was doing it on tour, and everyone was like, "What's going on here?"
He played. I'm sure it's on YouTube. Once we have concluded our action here tonight, if you want to go back and look at it, I think it was the English Open, certainly at Bradford. He played Jordan Church in the final of that, and it was as good an exhibition of pool as you will ever see, and it was all down to Mark Boyle's cup break, because every single time he broke, they came out unbelievably easy.
Wow.
And he was unbeatable for a couple of tours when he first burst on the scene. Right, I think he won the amateur and the Open in Cardiff.
Yes, it was Cardiff. Yeah.
He lost the amateur final to Ryan Clark in Bradford, but he won the Open final against Jordan Church. And 4 finals in his first 4 IPA events.
Yeah.
And everyone's going, "Who is this guy? And what do we do with him?" Because he was unplayable. Using his extension here. I don't know whether he's calling for a rest or not.
He's still getting a few good results in his first year as professional, but he obviously it was hard to keep up 4 out of 4 finals.
You can't keep, you just can't. Eventually your luck runs out in this game. This is just becoming slightly awkward now. I think Mark can pinch enough of the middle pocket here that he can just drop this in dead weight and be able to screw back for the black.
Yeah, I think the one. I'm surprised he can play this one actually.
Yeah.
Oh, I think that shot was on, to be honest.
Played it
good shot,
beautifully. Yeah, I thought he was too close to do that. I thought it was probably going to be a double hit or a push shot, but you could see from the reaction of the cue ball that it wasn't.
Yeah, I'd honestly thought he'd run through the other one, use the red as a bit of a stopper, and then he should be able to get low enough on the cue ball for the yellow, but this is the route he goes.
Well, it's a break dish for Mark Boyle. It's superb. He leads Craig Brown by 2 frames to 1. And how big does that miss black from Craig Brown look now? And of course the worst thing is, he's sat in his seat and he's watched Mark clear up after he's missed the black, and then he's watched the break dish. So he's been sat there for a good, 10 minutes?
Yeah.
And all he can think about, probably, certainly if it was me, all I would be thinking about is, why didn't I just take 5 extra seconds? Why didn't I just compose myself on that black?
And it's amazing, just one miss like that, and you can be sat down for 20-30 minutes. It's quite incredible. Talk about the pill gods again. The momentum just can completely change, but this is Craig's chance to get that back.
No tension in the arm there. No balls in the pocket either. Is that red going to get there? It's not.
When you lose that momentum, it's hard to get back.
It is, yeah.
And then relying on your opponent, and one missed pot can change that.
Interesting decision here from that. The reds almost look like a practice routine.
Almost.
Just really that one on the cushion. But I don't know, I'd be tempted to move that with this shot, because if you go into that red and anything like full ball, you're going to be on the other tricky red, which is the one nearest the black.
You just don't want the white coming.
That's spot on.
The issue with that shot for me is the fact that he's trying to get the white out, because it's going into them 2 yellows and then could potentially come behind the other yellow.
I think he could probably...
He might change a different route because of that reason.
I think he can probably start into that yellow that you mentioned. He can hold for one of the ones on the top. Right, yeah, that's pretty good.
That works. Good shot, really, because he had a lot of room of error, really, for this ball that he's going for.
Yeah, I thought this was slightly easier. I thought he was on the one to the top right, but from this angle, clearly not.
He's slightly off, he would have had that as well.
He's just absolutely slammed that in. It wasn't a particularly difficult shot, but it certainly wasn't as easy as he made that.
Yeah. Just about hitting it well, hitting it with confidence and authority, and sometimes you can see when the pressure's on, some players miss that with being a bit tentative. It's not something you really see from the top guys, experienced players on tour.
Mark looks fearsome here at the moment. He's not having to do a huge amount, but what he is doing,
he's doing it well.
Yeah, very, very well. And we've seen players struggle with the pace of this table. We've seen them struggle with the slide of the cushions. And actually, Mark just looks like he's strolling around playing his natural game.
And don't forget, this clearance has been as easy as it is because of his great cue ball control.
Yeah, his cue ball's been spot on throughout, and that's something that we've seen a lot of players. John McAllister in the previous match, his cue ball, he was out of position several times, and it cost him a few. Mark Boyle, he's adapted to this table immediately. He's off like a whippet, and he leads by 3 frames to 1. Craig Brown, since he missed that black, he's done nothing. He literally hasn't been to the table. He's broke off, he's been dry, that's it.
And that's the thing, you've got to take every chance. And it might not win you the match, but you've got to take that chance just in case. And it's so far at the moment, it's a turning point. But Craig just needs to think about, just patiently waiting for his next chance, and when it does come, be ready to take it.
Yeah. If Mark Boyle can continue with that cut break, he might be waiting a little while yet, because just
look at it here.
Look, yeah. Keep an eye on this cue ball. Keep an eye on how hard he hits this. And if you want a challenge, go down to the pub and try and hit a cut break with full power and keep the cue ball on the table. It's just ridiculous.
And that fearsome, not lovely split you were talking about.
Yeah, I mean, look at them. There shouldn't be anything to go wrong here for Mark.
I mean, it's so hard to get a split like that in a cut break. I mean, they're everywhere.
They are. I can't really see any problems. I think I would be calling these as absolutely gone. Were that yellow not covering the right centre?
Yeah, I think the yellow by the black spot, if that wasn't there, definitely. I think you just got to play one good shot here, and then that's it. And it's not too difficult a shot.
No, that's a nice kiss. That will do nicely. I think he's gonna have to play a plant now, isn't he?
Yeah, I think he's just overhit it, but I'm surely he was just playing for the one right over the middle, because then he could play the one with the black and then get in behind the other two, or maybe he did intentionally try to just move them just to give him more options.
Yeah, it hasn't worked. Yeah, I think he needs to play a plant now.
No, I think the red over the pocket by the black.
Oh yeah, he can come back down table.
Just stun back across near the bolt line.
He is playing the plant.
Oh. Played it well. Great shot though.
I mean, I shouldn't have changed my mind. because I look like a genius. It's a lovely shot.
See, that's my
well
fault. I talked it out. Talked you
Yeah,
out of it.
talked me out of the shot. Really well controlled from Mark Boyle.
See, I told you not to take any notice of what I said.
But again, this is all down to the power of that brake. And if Mark Boyle has got that cut brake working again, then everyone on the tour needs to seriously watch their backs. Because he has gone away from it at times. It's not like he's done that throughout the 4 or 5 years he's been on the tour now. I have seen him revert to the front wheel brake. I've seen him revert to a less powerful cut brake. I've seen him try different things. And in my head, I've always thought, well, why aren't you just doing that brake that you seem to perfect?
Yeah, it seems so simple when you put it like that, but I mean, I think it's a lot to do with every table plays different. You can play on one table and you can't pot all off the brake all day, no matter what you do. And another table, it's you pot them more often than not. It's how hard you hit it, the way you hit it. Like you say, cut brake or front brake. So many different combinations, really, when you think about it.
It's starting to get vital now for Craig Brown to make it all off the brake. Hasn't been his strong suit so far in this match. Wow. Craig's gone cut brake. Hasn't called it as well, but balls have gone in.
And not an easy opportunity.
It's horrible, actually.
Oh, unless that cat red doesn't go, surely.
Which one are you talking about?
yeah.
For the benefit of the viewers at home.
The red by the yellow. So,
no.
There's nothing.
The red next to the yellow, no, that doesn't go. I think the red.
It's just who's looking at it. I questioned it, you see.
And the yellow doesn't go either, so he's got to break that out, whatever he goes for. But he doesn't have a yellow to start with. He's got one red into the right centre, but that is the red you want to leave to break out those two. So the fact that his break has come out a bit messy, he's been forced into the wrong colour set.
Yeah, which is can happen a lot.
There wasn't. I do wonder whether it might have been worth Craig taking a containing shot and just keeping the cue ball safe.
Yeah,
but difficult when you're 4-1 down.
You'd have probably still left a yellow for Mark anyway.
That's actually desperately unlucky.
That is, he played that so well.
Yeah.
And just not been rewarded for it.
I mean, I think he was just trying to cover the pocket.
You do feel since he's missed that black, it's kind of, when you see that shot, it just looks like the tone has been set. But you got to keep in there and think positively.
He's certainly thinking positively. He's realised that there's no way he's going to win this frame unless it's at this visit. So it's all his eggs in one basket time.
It's the right way to go now. Like in this situation, like you say, if you're losing the frame anyway, so why not go out having a go? And he has got a chance here now. So he's done very well.
I think he's got to go into this red and yellow with serious power, because I can't see a way that this comes out nicely.
I think the issue is he's too straight now. I think he wanted to go with a natural angle. He didn't even need to go into it with power, even if it's just coming off the cushion and coming behind the reds.
Yeah, but if he come, well, I suppose it would go off the yellow into the centre, wouldn't it? So. Oh wow! I think that's a bounce out. I don't think he was anywhere anyway.
I think that was a miss. I was actually looking at the other red to see what the white was doing, to be honest.
I don't know. I think that might have gone in the centre of the pocket and come back out. But either way, it's still on the bed of the table now. Mark Boyle is studying that table, working out his plan of attack. Just the one problem yellow. Is it worth playing one of those two yellows to the left of the black spot with that red to open it up? or is there an easier option?
Yeah, I think the problem is really careful of where you leave the white, because that red is potentially still in a position where you can go and disturb that red. I think that's why Mark's doing this, to be honest, to make sure that that shot's not on, and so we can get the white in the position here just behind the black. I think he as well, he'd happily not leave a total snooker, so Craig has to do it more.
Safe here?
Yeah, might be wrong,
No, you're right.
but the thing is, he's getting Craig doing his work here, and I think that was why that was the right shot. Because
I don't know.
I don't. Well, I think he needs the white. He needs to block the red that's in the open.
Yeah.
But leave the red that's by the yellow to let Craig get it out.
I personally think any time you let your opponent back to the table, at least at this level, even if you're just leaving them a hit and hope, I think that's. You know,
I think
he
just
could flip this. He hasn't.
I just think with the three yellows in the middle of the table, that cut out a lot of routes.
Yeah. Yeah. No,
I think if they wasn't there, then yeah, I'd agree. But I think with them three yellows there, I think that it was more worthy gamble, if you know what I mean, than normal circumstances.
I mean, it certainly worked out well for Mark. No one can deny that. These really are unmissable. And Mark Boyle is going to take a 5-1 lead. And he's breaking next as well. And this could be the quickest match we've had on the string table today by quite a margin, I think, if it continues in this vein.
Craig's not out of this yet. If he gets a frame on the board, gets his confidence, momentum, can swing.
You're right, he's not out of it yet, but unless something catastrophic happens to Mark Boyle's break, I sort of think it's game over. I don't like calling that with so many frames left. I do know what you're saying, but
from the evidence of what we see so far, we need something. Craig needs something to change for this momentum to change, but you're in this stage. You just got to keep going and think positively and just be patient and wait for the chance. But it does need to come soon.
It certainly does. It needs to come very, very soon for Craig Brown. Mark Boyle needs just 3 frames more on the board to get through to the next round of this professional event. Craig Brown, on the other hand, he needs 7. There's a fairly long way to go potentially in this game, but Mark Boyle might fancy an early night at this rate.
Save him going through the tension and get a good night's sleep. Works one or two ways. I find that if you win a match comfortably, you can feel great because you're confident, but then sometimes a tight match can sharpen you up a little. Here we go, the Mark Boyle break again.
It's actually a much more traditional cut break. Yeah. He's not. This is what happens with a cut break when you don't catch it quite so well. All the balls go over to one side. However, he's hit it so hard still that they are again absolute drop-ins. I mean, these reds are ridiculous.
I just didn't know what to say. I think laugh and say it says it all really, because it's quite incredible. I think these are the best breaks I've seen play, because I don't think I've seen as many of his cut breaks as you have.
No, I've watched a lot of Paul, to be fair, in my time. See, selfishly, you tend to get a bit further in the tournament, so you don't get to watch as much as I do.
When was that? I don't remember.
Well, I've seen you get past a few first rounds, so you're getting... you're not in the top ranks like me. So.
Patterson and Paula Boyd. Maricel Patterson and Paula Boyd, table 1 please.
A masterclass from Mark Boyle at the moment.
Lauren Williams, top table please. Lauren Williams, top
Even
table.
that is a very delicate shot. That could easily have gone a little bit wrong. He seems like a man with the Midas touch right now. If you're Craig Brown, are you still thinking about that black?
I try and block it out. To be honest, it's hard. It's impossible, I think, to totally. But you're not doing yourself any favours by continually thinking about it. You're not going to be prepared for the next shot. You're going to have tension. You just got to try and forget about it and wait for the next opportunity. But that is easier said than done, obviously.
Another nice shot to get on the black from Mark. Just judging the cannon wonderfully. Half ball on that yellow. And we're going to have a little change up in the commentary box. Craig Brown sat in his seat, and my seat is going to be vacated, and Mark Pickworth is going to take over.
Time running.
Right, good evening. Just a little bit of a change over there, and Fairway's going to be doing some more IPA work. No doubt you'll see that on socials in the coming weeks. So you're stuck with me now for this final match tonight. Me and David Adenor, we've already had a bit of a partnership, David, haven't we, in that? Well, it was a bit of a scruffy sort of kind of match, like so Donahue and Dan Davey.
Yeah, it was a very odd one, but we all have them matches every now and again, just the way the balls went there. It was missed chances, funny.
Well, I think talking about chances, Mark Boyle has took pretty much every chance that he's had, has he?
Yeah, he has. Yeah, Craig missed a black to go 2-0 up, which you would expect him to pot, but the white was close to the cushion, and ever since then, Mark's just not missed anything and breaking really well with the cup break. And the clearances he's had have been like virtually really easy. It was just the way he's hit them.
Yeah, I think by the way that Craig's played that, I think he's played on that one in the left centre. I'm hoping to obviously do some damage with them 3 yellows at the bottom.
Yeah.
So now he's asking a little bit extra to do with that white ball.
Well, I think he might have done it.
I'll tell you something, what a great effort that. Is he on? I mean, I think is he on the one into left centre?
I mean, that's a great shot, but the problem is that red that he's cannoned is narrowing away of the yellow down the rail. Because he can only drop the yellow in the middle, but he can't screw back to which he kind of needs. Unless he can run it through and get through the 2 reds, but I don't think that's possible.
No, he's got a double. He did have a double, but it wasn't easy.
Can't blame him for having a go at that.
Yeah, I think when you sort of become 6-1 down, you've got to try and take shots on and really try and make something happen.
I think the options he had were probably harder than that. I think it was worth taking a chance on the double.
say that Mark Boyle has been in pretty much terrific form this year so far, and definitely with everything that's gone off in his life currently, and credit to him really to really bounce back to the level that he really has. And it's good to see him back, and for everything that's gone off, he's still got a good smile on his face, still a great character around the arena and that, and a massive credit to him.
Yeah, very much so. It's obviously been extremely tough times, but credit to him for the work he's put in, and like you say, it's great to see him smiling, obviously despite difficult times, and playing well again.
The entire pool world, those pleased to see him back, and no more than us ourselves here at the IPA.
Yeah, it's great to see him back around the venue. From this evidence so far, playing really well.
Yeah, and I mean, let's not forget about what Craig's achieved this year. He's had a particularly great year this year.
World semi-finalists.
Yeah, world semi-finalists, and that's nothing to be sniffed at, because that is. Oh, that's not a great shot, though, Craig.
Unfortunately, it's always a possibility when the balls are so close together, but he'll be very disappointed still with that.
Seems to get it down very quick, doesn't he? Very snatchy. Just really hasn't settled into this match, and that's what Mark Boyle can do. He can really put some pressure on the players and really unsettle them.
I think unfortunately for Craig, he put himself under his own pressure with the chance to go 2-0 up and missing the black. He's not had a chance ever since, but obviously that's down to Mark a lot as well, but that's kind of helped set the tone a little at the start of it.
Yeah, I think the way that we've just seen Mark play that shot, I can't see him playing a safety shot here. He'll be going all out for these. And Mark, he does like to take his chances. He doesn't like to let his opponent back to the table in any situation. Well, looks like he's gone a little bit out of position there. That wasn't his finest shot. So maybe we're going to see a bit of a safety shot from him. He's probably got a shot to note in the top left-hand corner, with the white drifting towards the right. Is he trying to cut it back into the middle? He's trying to cut it back in the middle.
Oh, I think that's what he's trying to do, white behind the black.
Yeah, and that is pretty much his snooker background, the way that he directed that white behind the black, and what looked a very small target behind the black, he made look very large.
Even if he underhit that with the white, he was leaving the right in the cue ball in a difficult position for the yellow. And
yeah, and a player sort of seeing them shots really shows that they're thinking very straight.
I'd have probably gone down the left-hand side of the table, but he played the right shot going the right hand.
Yeah, he has, and he's got another error from Craig Brown. And I think we are coming up to these final few shots now of this match, and if he continues playing mistakes like that, Mark Boyle will be mopping these up. See Mark missing out on this chance here. I think he'd have loved that to bounce off that cushion a little bit more, but I can't see this black being any problem for Mark. You can see it straight into the heart of the pocket, and it's 7-1. He's one frame away from sealing himself into the last 16. He's making very easy work here of world semi-finalist here, Craig Brown. So then, with today's play and that, David, has anybody sort of impressed you over this weekend so far? Well, when I say weekend, this Friday so far, Thursday's action.
I think Mark so far, to be honest. With the matches that I've watched, I'd say Mark. He's breaking well. He's pretty much playing well, but I think the key thing is the break. He's been breaking really well, so that could be a right weapon if he can keep that going.
Yeah, and it's always a big talking point about Mark Boyle. Because he goes for the cup break, the amount of power he generates from it's just so difficult. That takes weeks and weeks and months of practice. And I've never known someone get so much power on the cup break. Because you know if you do that at home, that white ball's off the table. It's incredible, isn't it? He just continues to deliver with the cup break with plenty of power. And these yellows don't look too bad. I mean, the reds are okay as well. I mean, the yellows are there if you wanted to take them, but could just try and keep it simple on the reds. But he's got options.
It's the fact that he consistently gets so many of the balls the other side of the table proves how much he's still getting them moving.
Yeah.
And I don't find that other players manage that.
No. When you compare him to Liam Dunster's cup break, Liam hits them a hell of a lot softer, and Mark Boyle definitely generates a lot of power. Just proves how silky his cue action really is.
Yeah.
That's a lovely little cannon there from Mark Boyle, and we are seeing somebody at the top of their game. He's going to take some stopping this week, I think, or this weekend.
If he can keep breaking like that, then he's got every chance.
Yeah, you expect him to be at the business part of the end in either this event or the Open event. He's always thereabouts. This is looking like it's going to be dot to dot here for Mark. We're seeing the final two balls now of this match, straight red into the left centre, followed by a very simple black into the opposite centre. And this has been pretty much a masterclass, would you say, David?
Yeah, he's just not put a foot wrong. Craig had a chance to go 2-up, so that was obviously a swing in the match, but I mean, Mark could have just done that anyway after that second frame, so I think it does just change momentum. No matter how much you give up or keep going or whatever, it just does change the momentum.
Yeah, and we've seen that, and really Craig's probably not recovered from that moment, and not lost his head, but it's hard to gain momentum back when a player's playing at the top of the game like Mark was.
Exactly, yeah. You know, once momentum changes, you know, you just got to sit and wait for it to change and be ready. But sometimes it just doesn't change, as this match proved.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thanks very much, David, and really appreciate your help in the com box. No doubt you'll be back in here again tomorrow. Because when do you play again? You play again Sunday or Saturday?
Sunday 9 AM.
Sunday 9 o'clock.
Nice break.
Thank you very much for that. Well, that's the end of our coverage now for Friday. We're going to be back tomorrow at 1 o'clock, and we're going to be coming to the conclusion of the professional event. Who is going to be lifting the title of the British professional winner? Who is it going to be? Is it going to be Ross Fernie? Is it going to be Mark Boyle, Clint Ianson, Mark Farnsworth? All of these players are all still in this tournament. I've even missed the number one player, Liam Dunster there. There's so many players. Alex O'Donoghue we saw get through as well. There's so many players. Corey Rees, the Champions Cup winner. There is a lot of potential, and it's going to be really exciting to see who is going to become the British professional champion tomorrow night. It's scheduled for 10 o'clock. Make sure you join us tomorrow at 1 o'clock for some more action. Thanks very much and good night.